Nidaime no Sairin. Chapter 10 Wave Mission Final Part. Beta. Skephinator. Naruto just stood there staring at the downed Hunter Nin on the ground. His sword was still held in a way that if Haku tried something, Naruto would be ready for it. Though now, Naruto realized that the drop of blood that hailed from the steel he held was from the very same boy that he had met just the other day. The very same boy who had instilled in him a lifetime lesson. However, that was before the very same boy revealed to be the enemy that aided Zabuza in escaping. Why? Haku never kept his eyes away from Naruto before hearing that simple word and question. While it was simple, it allowed a great many sets of memories in Haku's mind as he stood up with great difficulty. Why indeed? Naruto-kun. The bloodline that fell from his mouth did little to stop the smile on his face, but Naruto instinctively knew the emptiness it portrayed. The eyes did so as well. Why are you siding with a man like Zabuza, after that nonsense you spoke about being strong and protecting? Haku stood silent as Naruto vented. The number of people he had murdered, the atrocities he had committed. Haku looked like he couldn't care less, however. Aren't you going to kill me, Naruto-kun? I am after all the enemy, right? Why bother talking about it? Naruto snarled and then used a shunshin right in front of Haku, surprising the hunter ninja at the speed of it before he saw Naruto's fist slam at his side cheek, sending Haku towards the ground in even more pain now than before. Haku could certainly feel the boy's anger in that punch, and he realized that he had indeed struck a nerve. The Konoha genin, for his part, was indeed furious at this point. But then he calmed himself, remembering the Nidaime's teaching about letting out emotion in the middle of a mission, no less. Haku was busy massaging his jaw, wondering if Naruto had broken it, based on the pain. You would need more than that to kill me, Naruto-kun? Or is it possible you're feeling pity for me? Or is it possible that you have yet to kill someone? No. He had taken a life before when he saved Inari, but his hesitation to finish the mission was more in terms of getting to know the reason than him freezing up at the doing the final deed. Learning to breathe easily. Naruto then lowers his sword, an act that seems to invite Haku to strike him, but the constant flaring of his chakra dared Haku not to move an inch, or else Naruto would indeed finish him. That alone displayed to the hunter ninja that he was completely wrong in his assumption of the Konoha genin. I have killed before, Haku. Rest assured that I won't hesitate in doing so to finish the mission. I still wonder why. Why would you of all people associate with someone like Zabuza? That's easy. I owe him my life. Haku understood the look of skepticism that Naruto showed in response. Do you know how it feels, Naruto, to not be needed by anyone? To live day to day without a dream. The pain of it all. What's that got to do with anything? Naruto couldn't hide it from Haku, though. I can see in your eyes that you do understand what I'm saying, Naruto-kun. You can't hide it from me. Naruto snarled, but looked down briefly. The memories of his ill treatment from the village, and how ignored he was by everyone as if he didn't even exist in the first place. If it weren't for the Nidaime Hokage deciding to at least give some of the answers he sought, he would remain oblivious to the reason to this day. Nowadays, Naruto has a drive to follow in the Nidaime's legacy, to protect Konoha and its citizens, whether everyone acknowledges him or not. I do remember you saying how strong you are when you have someone to protect, but why him? He can't be the only one special in your life to protect. A long time ago, I had other people special to me, my parents. Naruto's glare softened at the mention, and his mind couldn't help but draw parallels with Haku's life, except that whereas Haku had his parents, Naruto was born without his. Still, as he looked in Haku's eyes, Naruto could see deep pain in them, despite Haku's facial expression appearing stoic. I was born in the land of water, in a village constantly punished by snow. My parents worked on a small farm. We didn't have much, but my parents seemed to be satisfied with it, a simple life. I was really happy at the time to have such loving parents. Naruto scared at the mention of having loving parents, but he couldn't help himself. I'm glad one of us got to meet them, at least. Haku looked up and crossed eyes with the blonde for a while, already understanding a bit of Naruto's sob story, through his tone alone. Everyone had one, after all. Yes, but it all changed once I got old enough to understand some things. This time, Naruto looked at something else he didn't recognize in Haku's eyes. He saw hollow eyes looking back at him. Undeterred, the hunter ninja continued. My blood, I realized, is both a gift and a curse in the land I was born. After the bloody civil war that happened in Kyoryakure, those with Kekkai Genkai became feared. My mother had the same ability as I do, but fearing for her own life as well as mine, she hid her own abilities. One time, I managed to awaken mine, and I showed it to her. I was so happy back then, but my mother wasn't. She tried to hide it from others, especially my father, but he ended up seeing it. What did he do? It was a question that Naruto dreaded the answer to, but he said it before he even realized it. My father killed my mother, and he tried to kill me as well. Naruto's eyes widened at that as Haku remembered the scene quite vividly in his mind. Well, not all of it at the time, but afterward. He remembered being inside their house and backed into a corner while his own father, in tears, lifted a knife to kill him. Then, a tiny black-haired child slowly walks outside the snow in a catatonic state of mind, before falling on the deep snow. The house where they lived was filled with gigantic ice stakes that killed everyone inside, including his own father. He described it just as he remembered to Naruto, who stood there transfixed, not able to mutter a single word in reply. When I came to, I realized that I had killed my own father. It was right there that I realized the most painful thing, that my existence didn't matter to anyone else in the world. Naruto's chest clenched right there at the familiar feeling of being forgotten in his home village. Zabuza-sama was the one who gave me a purpose, even if he only needed me to be a weapon for his ambitions. This time, Naruto was even more unsettled by the sudden smile in Haku's face. And so, I became a weapon for him. It gave me a purpose, a reason to live. But all changed once more, Naruto-kun, because of you, I can no longer become a weapon for Zabuza-sama. You have rid me of my purpose, Naruto-kun, so all there is left is for you to kill me. Naruto tensed as Haku walked towards him as he positioned his sword in preparation for the final deed. Naruto moved in for the kill, and Haku would have let him do it, if not for the feeling he felt that his master needed his last drop of chakra right now. With Kakashi and Zabuza . Hatake Kakashi had yet to land a hit on the elusive swordsman shinobi, and right now, he was staring at the bloody mist that managed to hide Zabuza's location, and quite frankly, he was getting sick of the hit-and-run tactic. Because of the heavy mist, he couldn't see if his students were okay. Asuma could very well be battling Raiga, and Sasuke and Naruto were busy with the hunter ninja. Kakashi was under the clock right now, and the thought of losing one of his teammates made him tremble inside. What do you say we finish this with one last move, Zabuza? Kakashi had grabbed a scroll from his kunai pouch and danced with it for a while, before positioning it in between his fingers as he made hand seals. Ninpu Kuchiyos, Doton Tsuga no Jutsu, Ninja Art Summoning, Earth Release, Tracking Fong Technique. When he slammed the scroll on the ground, various streams of kanji letters came out from the scroll towards the bridge floor, but nothing else happened. And Zabuza, despite being hidden by the mist, managed to see Kakashi's moves. Despite being ready for anything, Zabuza was aware that Kakashi didn't know of his location, so it would be impossible for whatever technique Kakashi attempted to reach him, let alone become threatening enough. Deep within the mist, Zabuza stood with the ram signal with his eyes closed, all but ready to make his move that would finally kill the Sharingan user. Zabuza, though, was surprised when he felt the bridge floor tremble, before a bunch of Ninken emerged and sank their teeth on him in many parts of his body, entrapping him. Kakashi then walked towards the location of his dogs, before seeing Zabuza held at bay by his dogs. This is the summoning jutsu specialized for pursuit. I deliberately shed my own blood to stop your attacks for this. Your weapon has a thick scent of my blood on them, so my Ninken took care of the rest. Despite being trapped, Zabuza kept the bluff going. I have had enough of your bluffs, Kakashi. You can stop acting tough. You are trapped right now. I don't know why you wrongly believed that I only got by because of the Sharingan. So, I shall kill you with a jutsu of my own creation. Doing a short sequence of hand seals, Kakashi then focused both on chakra shape manipulation and chakra element manipulation. As he positioned his right hand upward, Zabuza's eyes widened at the sudden dance of lightning chakra around the Sharingan warrior. He couldn't believe his eyes as he could see Kakashi's hand overflowing with chakra. It was such a daunting image of Kakashi controlling pure lightning with his hand. Still, Zabuza stood proudly, despite knowing he was about to get skewered by that assassination technique. "You are too dangerous to be left alive, Zabuza. Your future is death." Kakashi then charged with his lightning-infused hand and stopped inches from Zabuza's position as he attacked the man, only for his eyes to widen. Kakashi was surprised when the hunter ninja appeared in front of Zabuza, taking the brunt of his raikiri. The look of pure shock from the hunter ninja was forever memorized in Kakashi's mind because of the Sharingan, just like the image of what happened to his teammate a long time ago. It was so similar that Kakashi froze in time, while the Ninken released Zabuza. Kakashi's eyes were trembling at the trauma of his past, while Zabuza smirked in triumph at Haku from protecting him. He was about to finish Kakashi with his sword when Asuma approached and cut Zabuza's arm off with his wind chakra knife. Asuma saw everything, just as the mist subsided somewhat. The bearded Jounin managed to reach Kakashi's position in time, after sealing the body of Raiga and the Kiba blades. Kakashi was awakened from his nightmare as soon as he heard Zabuza screaming in pain at losing his arm off. Haku by this point just fell on the ground, dead, after being pierced by Kakashi's technique. When the mist subsided, the consequences of the battles were clear to the Jounin as he looked to see Naruto look at their direction with a snarl on his face, and Sasuke, on the ground, looking like a pincushion. However, Naruto didn't appear to be concerned about Sasuke, so it could mean that the Uchiha was only unconscious. Kakashi then looked at Asuma, who was facing the irate Zabuza. At this point, Zabuza couldn't hope to become much of a threat now with one arm and without Kubikurobocho. Still, he still stood there, flaring his chakra while Asuma and Kakashi eyed his every move. With Sakura, and the others . The rest of the genin had managed to beat the thugs and then tied them up so that none of them could offer a threat anymore. When the mist finally subsided, the tension also subsided as Shikamaru and Kiba looked around for the other fights. Hinata and Sakura both looked at Sasuke and Naruto's direction, and Sakura gasped at seeing the Uchiha on the ground, filled with Senbon all over his body. Sakura right there, and then abandoned mission as she ran towards the downed Sasuke, before Hinata could stop her. "Go with her, Hinata. We can protect Tazuna." She turned to Shikamaru and nodded, before following the pink-haired genin. The bridge builder could only release a sigh in relaxation as he could feel his heart beating once more. He really wondered if he would die of a heart attack before any of Gaara's goons managed to kill him. Naruto was eyeing the downed Haku on the ground, before turning to see Sakura tending Sasuke on the ground, which made him turn at attention to see about the unconscious Uchiha. "Naruto, what happened to him? Is he—" He offered a resigned smile at Sakura just as Hinata arrived after her. "Relax, Sakura. He is only unconscious." The news was met with happiness by the pink-haired genin as she stood next to the Uchiha, waiting for him to wake up. Naruto then turned to focus on Haku with a far-off look on his face. Hinata then approached him and placed a comforting pair of hands on his bleeding arm, making Naruto turn to her now, remembering that Haku's metal and ice Senbon managed to draw blood from him as well. Offering a smile at the Hyuga in reassurance, the timid girl was glad that he was all right, though something else was amiss, as Naruto was still eyeing the downed hunter ninja with a far-off look on his face. The look unsettled her greatly. Naruto was her son, and to see him saddened with a lost look in his eyes, she couldn't help but ask, trying to reach out to him, just like he would do for her. "Are you all right, Naruto-kun?" The blonde genin merely glanced at Hinata before looking at Haku once more. Hinata found the lack of answer troubling until Naruto turned his attention solely to her. "No, I'm not all right, Hinata, but I will be. Thank you." He may no longer have the same smile on his face, but she stood at ease, knowing that whatever is going through his mind right now, he will be able to overcome it. It is what he is best at, and it only serves to inspire her even more. Back with the Jounin and Zabuza, the Kurinin was already considering his plans to escape. With Haku now dead and facing two jounin with only one arm, his odds were less than zero of surviving. Plus, he needed to close the wound right away, or else he would bleed to death. Even now, he could barely hold his own consciousness at the great pain inflicted by a clean cut of wind chakra. As such, Zabuza was about to use the heavy mist for his escape when he heard the all-too-familiar cane. Well, so it seems you failed yet again, Zabuza. Looking to the side, a rather short, bald guy with glasses wearing a black business suit appeared in front of a group of mercenaries as his bodyguards. Even when you asked me for more money to hire yet another missing nin, you still failed. Pitiful, quite pitiful indeed. Gato, the owner of Gato Industries, only smirked at the look he was receiving from Zabuza at this point. It got worse as the midget was standing close to Haku's body, and the businessman remembered the pain he felt when Haku broke his arm. Zabuza couldn't help but snarl as Gato started kicking the dead hunter nin, in a pitiful attempt of revenge. If Zabuza wasn't facing two jounin at the moment, he would simply murder Gato right there for his actions. Everyone got surprised when a kunai traveled fast and precisely towards Gato's shoulder, earning a scream of pain from the midget businessman. Zabuza as well as Asuma and Kakashi turned to see who threw it, only to see Naruto with his arm extended and with a complete deranged look on his face. Gato, despite the heavy pain, got up haphazardly from the ground, snarling bloody murder at the blonde genin for his actions. The missed nin, though, kept looking at Naruto for longer than the both jounin. Zabuza could see in Naruto's eyes a similarity to the kid that offered himself to be his tool a long time ago. And Zabuza remembered that this genin and the Uchiha fought against Haku. In his right mind, Zabuza started looking at Naruto more seriously as he could see the battle wounds on his body, as well as the wounds from Haku's. So this brat managed to beat Haku in battle. I don't know who the hell you are, but kick him one more time, and the next kunai will be lodged in your forehead. Who the hell do you think you are, you punk? Huh? Naruto took a step forward and even took out his sword in preparation for a second battle. The thugs from behind Gato all prepared to fight as well. I said it before, and I will say it again, kick him again, and I will kill you. Haku may have been my enemy, but he has fought me to the very end, holding on to his beliefs. Naruto didn't care that everyone was looking at his back right now as he remembered the hunter ninja both when they fought, and when they met before as Naruto helped him collect some herbs for Zabuza. Even if the bastard Zabuza didn't deserve it, Haku fought for him. He gave his life for a purpose, and that's to be respected. Hinata, being close to him, could see his arms trembling, could see his teeth grinding in complete anger at the unfairness of what happened to Haku. Her chest clenched at the feeling of Naruto's despair. Naruto, for his part, knew about the Nidaime's teachings at this point to control his emotions while on a mission. But right now, he whispered a silent apology to his mentor for not following up with his teachings temporarily, as he remembered Haku's suffering and the injustice of what happened to him. In the end, he threw his life away, but he did so because he believed he was doing the right thing. Zabuza, Asuma, and Kakashi pretty much stopped as he eyed the kid rant. Especially Zabuza as he then looked at the body of Haku, wondering how the hunter ninja felt facing the blonde kid in battle. The Miss Nin always knew that despite Haku's skills, he would never be a killer.
He was far too gentle for that.
Despite the blonde genin being skilled enough to hold his own against Haku, Zabuza knew that Haku didn't have in him to fight for the kill. Zabuza at this point abandoned any hopes of surviving past this day. He was bleeding profusely, and his opposition wouldn't allow him to leave. Still, he at least could do something that would provide him some sort of closure in his life. Kakashi, Asuma, I am no longer your enemy. The two jounin observed as Zabuza ripped the binds off of his mouth, before his entire face was visible. Though, would you please supply me with a kunai for one final deed? The two jounin noticed that Zabuza was now observing Gato and his goons and certainly focusing as much killing intent as he could muster with the low chakra he now had. Kakashi released a sigh and acknowledged the request, before throwing one kunai up in the air. Zabuza gave the scarecrow jounin a brief nod in appreciation, before he turned to Naruto, who was now observing him intently. Zabuza could see that the kid's anger was directed at him as well for what he did to Haku. Gaki, I was glad that he got to face you until the end. I can see that you and he hold many resemblances. Now, farewell, everyone. It's been fun. Gato, despite it all, felt pretty confident in his odds, until Zabuza ran towards him and his goons with reckless abandon. The entire scene was brutal. The goons all tried desperately to attack Zabuza, but right now Zabuza couldn't care less about evading them or even protecting his body. He slaughtered them all with but a kunai. One by one, the goons were falling on the ground, dead, and the ninja from Konoha stood by and watched, transfixed at the scene. Sakura and Hinata were having trouble watching it, but one look at Naruto, and it gave them both the courage needed to keep on watching the scene. It was after all a scene of vindication. A scene that all shinobi and kunoichi must bear witness to. The last steps of a fighter. Zabuza allowed Gato to be the last man standing before he sliced the midget's jugular. By this point, Zabuza's back was impaled by no less than 7 swords, and with the amount of blood he lost, he could feel no pain anymore. All he could feel was the pull of his spirit to wherever location he will go at this point. While watching his former employer gag on the ground before succumbing to death, Zabuza then looked back to Haku's corpse and wished that he would get to go to the same place. A week later. Now that Gato is gone, the land of waves was free to move on with their lives, and the atmosphere was certainly much more serene at this point. It took an entire week for everyone involved in the battle to recover their health and chakra capacity. Also, Sasuke needed this time to get adjusted to his body once more after being put in a death-like state by Haku. The Uchiha was at first pissed that Naruto managed to defeat the Hunter Ninja, but when he recalled the fight with his now evolved 2-Tomo Sharingan, Sasuke realized how much he improved in the short time that he first faced Naruto in a spar. It was ridiculous to believe that this person not only helped Sasuke awaken his Sharingan, but also helped him evolve it to the second stage. It certainly made Sasuke even more eager to spar many more times with his genin compatriot. However, the image of his brother's fully evolved Sharingan staring at him as if Sasuke meant nothing made his blood boil. The rest of the genin managed to relax throughout the week, and even Naruto allowed himself a full day of rest for the first time since he started training with the Nidaime. The image of a dying Haku was still fresh in his mind, and it only inspired him more to improve, to train more. He certainly would have gone out to train, but he was forbidden to do so by Hinata. After the battle, she could see with her Byakugan how strained his chakra coils were and urged him to get some rest, both in mind and in body. Not only that, but she stayed with him pretty much the entire week to prevent him from escaping. Naruto tried to call for help, but the mere look of Hinata's fierce Byakugan daring them to contradict her convinced everyone to pick her side. Asuma and Kakashi saw it with enough humor and, needless to say, both sided with Hinata in this manner. When the bridge was finished, it was time for them to part, and as such, Tizuna, Inari, Tsunami, and a group of villagers bid them goodbye and a safe trip back home. Naruto and Inari crossed eyes for a moment, before Naruto extended his fist for Inari with a broad smile on his face. Inari then met with Naruto's fist with the same smile, before Naruto caressed Inari's hair playfully. The villagers all saw how different Inari became, and it filled Tsunami and Tizuna's heart with joy seeing that he managed to surpass his father's death. After all, Kaiza may be long gone, but his name will always be in their hearts and in their memories as they step on the very bridge that now has his name on it. The idea was from Inari himself after he remembered the words from both Kaiza in his will to protect everyone with his own arms and Naruto's praising Kaiza for his acts of heroism. In Konoha . 2 months flew in a flash for Naruto after the wave assignment. After that, his team participated in many D-ranked missions, 5 C-ranked and 1 B-rank even, together with Kakashi's team. In the meanwhile, he would train his ass off, rarely doing anything aside from missions, training and meeting with his teammates, and even Sasuke on occasion demanded for a spar. He would abuse his Kage Bunshin training and actually urge the clones to perform all the chakra control exercises he knew, including the elemental ones. Asuma had provided him with a new futon technique for him to practice called Futon Senpuken, wind release, whirlwind fist technique. It was a simple enough technique that consisted of Naruto focusing enough wind chakra through a closed fist and then releasing the pent-up energy seconds before landing the punch. Also, he was focusing his training on perfecting the Nidaime's technique Suite-un Suishuha, water release, water shockwave technique. Of course, he needed to practice without a nearby water source, and it was quite hard because Naruto had to attract a suitable quantity of water as well as keep the strength level high. The technique by itself started as defensive, by gathering water in a defensive barrier around him, before the accumulated geyser turned into a maddening wave towards the target. It was quite chakra-intensive, but he wasn't much worried about it. Aside from the ninjutsu department, Naruto focused on his fuinjutsu skills and space-time ninjutsu theory, studying the Nidaime scroll as well as some scrolls in the library that genin could pick it up. The rest of the areas of focus, taijutsu, kenjutsu, and genjutsu, Naruto chose to spar with Asuma and Sasuke for that. As far as genjutsu was involved, well, he was struggling. The chakra control exercises helped, and he would use his Kage Bunshins for target practice in the art of illusion, but he was struggling still. Pushing that aside for now, in between missions, Naruto would act as a genin leader for Sakura and Hinata. The two girls would approach him asking for guidance, and Naruto provided for them. Sakura and Hinata already mastered the two exercises of chakra control, and Naruto would guide them to spar on top of the lake, while using water walking. He would also surprise both of them with the occasional kunai and shuriken to test their awareness. In the beginning, both struggled, but they had the drive to improve, and in no time, both genin would battle each other like seasoned genin. Naruto even got to train Hinata on the side. He didn't know much about the Hyuga techniques, but he settled for being a target practice for Hinata. She was being tutored by her father in those techniques, and the strict man was ecstatic about her growth in such little time. So much so that Naruto even decided to teach her about the third chakra control exercise, so long as she didn't tell anyone about learning it from him. He didn't want to receive another earful from Asuma-sensei about teaching advanced stuff to them without his consent. But as the Hyugas were quite knowledgeable on the use of chakra, it made sense that the clan heir learned as much of it as possible. Today, Team Asuma did a couple of teamwork drills and light sparring before Asuma released everyone for the day. The bearded jounin had already informed his team that he would be away for a couple of weeks for a personal mission at Fire Capital. So he had advised his team to keep on training. Shikamaru had also informed that he would leave on a family training trip with the Yamanaka and the Akimichi clans, so only Naruto and Hinata would remain inside the village. Naruto saw as Hinata and Shikamaru said their goodbyes for the day, so he was left alone in the clearing with Asuma-sensei. Sensei? Asuma turned to his student and leisurely lit up a smoke. Yes, Naruto. If history served him right, Naruto would only ever approach him for one subject, new skills to learn. The brat was indeed relentless. As his jounin sensei, Asuma was also responsible for tutoring his genin about the life as a shinobi. At first, he figured that he would have to be more present with Naruto, considering that he is an orphan, but the kid had never approached with anything. The wave assignment was the one time he had ever seen the kid giving in to his emotions, to his inexperience in life. He and Kakashi had advised Naruto back then about what it meant to be a shinobi in service for the village and the hardened view that Zabuza had concerning the profession. After that, however, they had been in plenty of missions and Naruto behaved as professional as a seasoned Chunin throughout it all. Asuma-sensei, do you know who I can talk to regarding genjutsu? The bearded jounin honestly wondered why Naruto would be interested in the subject, considering his predilection and pestering for ninjutsu. Genjutsu now, that's surprising? Naruto just blinked asking why, and Asuma merely chuckled. Well, I really need to stop being surprised by you, don't I? I happen to know a specialist in the field. Kurenai-sensei happens to be a specialist in the field. I know she will be thrilled for the prospect of passing on her knowledge about the subject. In fact, I believe she is at Training Ground 3 at this time teaching her own team. If you hurry, you could go there and ask for her assistance. Oh, thank you, Asuma-sensei. Well, see you in a couple weeks then, bye. Asuma responded to the wave and tucked his hands inside his pockets as he observed his genin's back. In 2 weeks' time, Asuma would have to make a decision concerning his team, but he had faith that they were ready for it. Training ground #3 ===. Yuhi Kurenai stood by with her arms crossed and a proud smile on her face as she observed her genin training. It was already close to sunset, and she was proud to say that all three of them, Chuji, Ino, and Shino, managed to finish the second stage of chakra control, water walking. At first, this team was supposed to be for reconnaissance assignments. At least it was the directive given by the Sandaime when he asked her to be a Jounin sensei to this new crop of genin. Both Ino and Shino managed to fit the criteria easy enough with their clan abilities, and Chuji was the team's bodyguard in case of trouble. At least, this was the theory that Irika brought to the Hokage for approval. Kurenai was at first skeptical of what she could teach the chubby genin, but she learned that Chuji was a sweet kid, and, as such, the missions progressed nicely, and Chuji had even learned a great deal of what these types of missions entail. One sad part, though, is that with clan heirs, Kurenai wouldn't be able to impart to any of them her knowledge in genjutsu. Ino proved to be quite adept in chakra control and learned quickly enough in how to at least dispel the illusions. Shino, she already knew, was almost impervious to the techniques, since they relied on their Kakeichi bugs. Chuji had too much chakra to be able to control and thus was quite weak to the illusions. In this manner, Kurenai had instructed his teammates to help him in disrupting it. Still, the fact remained that none of them were ever going to be using genjutsu like she did. Okay team, that's enough for today. Kurenai instructed everyone, before turning to the right just as the blonde genin arrived. Oh, hi there Naruto. Chuji waved to Naruto, quite eager to meet his academy friend again. Naruto waved to him back and approached the chubby genin to salute him. Hi there Chuji, looking good there. The Akimichi smiled broadly. The rest of the team, Ino and Shino, observed the sudden arrival. It was no surprise that Naruto would greet Chuji first, since they along with Shikamaru would play together at the academy. Naruto then saluted both Ino and Shino, albeit neither of them admitted ever hanging out much with Naruto at the academy, though Ino heard bits and pieces from Sakura that Naruto was helping her a lot. Kurenai smiled at the interaction and stood on the sideline, waiting for them to finish talking. So, what are you doing here, Naruto? I thought you would be training with Asuma-sensei. Oh, I actually came to ask Kurenai-sensei for some help. Naruto then turned to the surprised sensei, and she approached them, still with her arms crossed. She remembered the conversation she had with Asuma and Kakashi about Naruto's prowess in many subjects, and even was privy to some of his missions from Asuma when the Jounin peers got together for drinks on occasion. She remembered Asuma and even Kakashi giving Naruto high praises regarding not only his skills, but also his behavior on missions. Though, she now became curious as to what he could want her help with. Naruto, then, remembered that her team was still training. Sorry if I'm interrupting your training, sensei. Kurenai shook her head and smiled at him, noticing his surprising manners. It's okay, Naruto-kun. We are about finished with today's training. Just wait until I address them, so you can tell me what you need my help for. Naruto nodded and took a seat close to the trees while Kurenai said her goodbyes to her team, before approaching him. So, what is it that you need my help for? The sun was about to set for good, and the few lights in the area came to life. The moon was also about rising, and it aided with area's brightness. Asuma-sensei said that you are an expert in the art of illusions, and I wanted your help, Kurenai-sensei. Her interest was piqued at the mention, and she placed both hands by each side of her hips. Oh, you're interested in genjutsu from what I heard about you from Asuma, though you were gearing towards ninjutsu and kenjutsu. Naruto stood up from the ground he was sitting, and the Jounin noticed that he was quite tall, almost reaching her shoulder. Asuma-sensei talked about me? She nodded and found herself smiling in response to his eager smile at being praised. Yes, he did. He has very high praise for you, Naruto-kun. Even Kakashi commended you when he is not focused on his reading. Though, don't mention to them that I said that. Naruto laughed at that, remembering how much Kakashi enjoyed burying his head on his little orange book, though he wondered what could be so interesting about it. So, What aspect of genjutsu do you want my help with? Oh, yeah. I can already perform a few C-ranked illusions techniques. Kurenai heard in surprise, never before hearing that Naruto was practicing genjutsu techniques. Certainly, Asuma never mentioned that, though she kept on hearing him. However, I couldn't maintain the technique for long. At first, I wondered if I lacked enough chakra control for this, but I have been doing chakra control exercises every day and am still struggling. I see it. If I may ask, why are you interested in being a genjutsu user, Naruto-kun? This was just too surprising to hear, and Kurenai thought about pinching herself at the prospect of imparting her knowledge to the next generation. Kurenai firmly believed in the will of fire and adored the prospect of teaching, especially when it comes to genjutsu. She couldn't help but curse every day that she heard her peers talk hours and hours about other arts and simply forget about the more subtle shinobi arts such as genjutsu. I aim to become a well-rounded shinobi, Kurenai-sensei, and I also have a side project that I know you could assist me with. I'm happy to help a fellow genjutsu user. What is it? Little by little, the Nidaime student would lay out the type of shinobi he wanted to become. The Nidaime Hokage was proficient in pretty much all different branches of shinobi arts, and Naruto aimed to be just like him in the future. Ninjutsu, Kenjutsu, Shurikenjutsu, Fuinjutsu, Genjutsu, space-time ninjutsu, everything. And for that to happen, he would need to work hard, true, but he would also need to receive guidance from the best in each of these fields. It just so happened that he enjoyed the prospect of learning from the best. I was aiming to use my kenjutsu in conjunction with a false surroundings technique. The woman couldn't help but widen her eyes at the so-called side project. Yuhi Kurenai based her knowledge about Naruto from Asuma's and Kakashi's reports and the boy's own file. From that alone, it was already established that this boy was already very well developed in terms of overall skills, the likes of which Kurenai only heard about from Kakashi or Itachi's growth. However, when she heard about him wishing to use a C-ranked illusion in the middle of a kenjutsu fight, Kurenai felt herself without words. Of course, she would be able to do it with a single hand seal and still have the other hand free to fight. However, the level of focus and mind strength to do so was enough to spike her enthusiasm. Naruto, for his part, saw the sudden giddy look, and Kurenai couldn't help but blush slightly before clearing her throat to keep it together. That is indeed quite ingenious, though quite difficult to accomplish, Naruto-kun. Could you do the technique on me so that I can see what you're doing wrong? The boy nodded and went through the necessary hand seals before focusing on the ram seal. Megan Kokoni Araizu no Jutsu, Demonic Illusion, False Surroundings Technique. Reciting the Nidaime scroll, Naruto slowly but surely guided his chakra to invade Kurenai's own chakra, reaching towards her nervous system. Within seconds, the woman saw that nothing much had changed, except that the moon was slightly lower and a couple of trees less than it should be in this area. Though she knew from memory that she was in a genjutsu, she couldn't help but applaud the demonstration. And true to Naruto's report, the moon image then flickered slightly before she released the illusion. Okay, I see it now. Indeed, a good show, but it could be better. So, any tips? Kurenai nodded, already working on the theory that Naruto needed to understand, so she entered into teacher mode. A few yes. First, you need to consider that the minuscule details are the most important in a genjutsu. The key here is disorientation, without the target realizing it. I didn't notice my chakra being invaded at first, which is a plus. But the images you supplied me with tempered with my memory of the area, so I was able to see that the details were wrong. But that is something you acquire through experience. Chakra-wise, those who tend to focus on ninjutsu focus more on the yang part, while genjutsu require more yin release. I do hope you're following me thus far. Naruto nodded, already knowing about the theory of chakra and how to control the balance between yin and yang release. I do, yes. The confident and short response made it believable to her. Wonderful. How far are you in chakra control? I do recall Asuma saying that you already finished water walking. Naruto nodded and grabbed a kunai, before making it hover above his hand using only chakra. The display made Kurenai even more excited to see his future as Naruto focused on the exercise. My last record is 20 minutes, though having large chakra capacity makes it hard. When the kunai fell on the ground, Kurenai turned into a thinking pose. What I noticed from your illusion is that it crumbled approximately 15 seconds after you casted. Truly, so maintaining an illusion for longer periods is hard, and I must say doesn't much fit with what you seek. Keep on with the chakra control exercises, and you will be good in time. And focus on the details is key, like I said. Though, your target would have to possess prior knowledge of the field like I do to know he is in a genjutsu. Kurenai saw as Naruto turned introspective afterward, and she allowed him time to do so, quite pleased to see the young man's work ethic. Naruto, for his part, stopped pondering and turned to her with an appreciated smile. Thank you, Kurenai-sensei, for your help. Though, I do wonder what I could do to help you as compensation for your help. Kurenai smiled at that, feeling at ease with him, despite being the first time they interacted. You don't need to do anything, Naruto-kun. Not only is my duty to help the next generation as a Jounin sensei, but it's also a privilege to tutor you in genjutsu. Naruto, though, looked like he was adamant in at least doing something. At least, allow me to buy you dinner. It's already that time after all, and you must be hungry. I know I am. She giggled at the blushing in his face when his stomach betrayed him. I'd say it's fairly standard that usually it's the senior that buys the young ones dinner, though I wouldn't say no to some dango if you insist. Kurenai replied as she casually walked with Naruto back to the village. I do, and since you're not my Jounin sensei, that senior rule does not apply. Dango place . In little to no time, the nightlife in Konoha came to life as many would be seen roaming through the streets, restaurants, and bars. And since Naruto didn't know a good place that sold dango, so he followed the genjutsu specialist to a place. Along the way, the two chatted about shinobi life as well as other subjects, like Naruto's relationship with Asuma and some hardships he encountered throughout the missions. When they joined inside the restaurant and chose a table, Kurenai placed their orders. So, tell me, Naruto-kun, you're teammates with Hinata-chan, aren't you? Naruto nodded with a smile as he ate the first dango stick with much gusto. Yeah, I am. Do you know her, Kurenai-sensei? The Jounin held a cup of tea as she remembered the timid, white-eyed little girl. 1 year before your graduation, I tutored her for some time. At the time, her father didn't particularly care much for her well-being because of her poor skills, but sadly, I wasn't able to help much. Kurenai would sometimes base Hayashi's behavior on the many traumas in his life, like his wife's passing after giving birth to Hanabi and even the incident with Kimo that led to the death of his brother, but in her mind, neither of those events were valid excuses for mistreating his daughter. Yeah, I know all about how he constantly puts her down. I don't know why, though. Hinata-chan is very strong and brave. We have been training constantly together. Kurenai beamed at the news that she was doing okay. She remembered how much Hinata cared for Naruto back at the academy and was thrilled to hear Naruto's words about her. I don't know why her father treats her like this, Kurenai-sensei. Even her sister is mean to her sometimes. I know that Hinata can mop the floor with Hanabi when they spar, but she always holds back, and by doing so, her father treats her even worse. The down look on Naruto's face only made the Jounin smile. It was quite sweet of him to care about her little sister's well-being. Hyuga Hayashi is a strict man indeed. I remembered hearing some very harsh words from him concerning Hinata-chan, and it broke my heart to see the effect it had on her. Though I'm quite surprised to hear she is getting better. Naruto finished his set of dango, and then drank his tea while nodding at the senior Kunoichi. Oh yes, perhaps we can arrange some time for you to see her once more, Kurenai-sensei. I think she will like seeing you once more. And you can see how strong she has become. Kurenai appreciated the invitation, as she remembered the kind words Hinata had to say about the blonde genin back in the day. She could see how much he cared about her, and was willing to push her out of her shell, perhaps better than Kurenai ever could. Sure, it's been a long time since I last saw her. I'm glad you're helping her improve, Naruto-kun. Dinner went on after that as Naruto offered a refill since he was getting one as well. After talking about Hinata, they chatted about hobbies, and like every fresh genin out there, Naruto told her that he trained a lot, though he had a special predilection for eating ramen on occasion. Kurenai then told him about how much she enjoyed hanging out with her Jounin peers for drinks and chatting. While Naruto had yet to understand the concept, he came to know about a couple of other names that she mentioned as her friends. It turned out that one of said friend had walked inside the dango place at that precise minute and saw Kurenai there talking to Naruto. Mitarashi Anko was considered her friends, though she was a few years younger. "Oh, hi there, Kurenai-chan, funny seeing you here." Kurenai heard Anko's voice and smiled with a wave at the woman. "Hi there, Anko-chan, Naruto-kun here was just treating me to some dango." "Naruto, this is Mitarashi Anko." The woman named Anko saw the QB kid sitting next to her friend and saw him nod at her in greeting. "So, what happened? Got tired of your genin and decided to steal Asuma's?" Kurenai only smiled at that though while Naruto just observed the conversation. "Nothing like that, Anko. Naruto-kun here asked for some tips in genjutsu, and he invited me here as compensation, that's all. You're welcome to join us, if you'd like." "Nah, I'm good thank you both. I was just grabbing some dango and then going back to work. Ibiki has some batch of people to interrogate and needs my help. I will just let you guys resume your little date." Kurenai sighed at that and ignored her choice of humor, while turning back to Naruto, who was looking at Anko's back with a smile. She certainly reminded him of how he used to be before meeting up with the Nidaime. "Don't mind her. What she got you can't fix." Naruto laughed at that and shrugged his shoulders. "I believed I saw her once when I used to escape from the Umbu pursuit back in the academy. She is the one who uses snakes, isn't she?" "Yeah, she is, but please refrain from saying that to her face. Though she uses snakes in her fighting, the mere association irks her to no end. Just a tip." Naruto was curious about the comment, but not enough to ask about it. "Okay, I will keep that in mind. Is there—" Naruto was about to continue the conversation when both Jounin and Genin turned to see an Umbu Shunshin to their table. "Kurenai Yuhi and Uzumaki Naruto, Hokage-sama requests your presence right away." The Jounin stood rigid right away and nodded to the messenger before seeing the Umbu vanish. Before she could usher the Genin to follow her, he was already paying the bill and standing beside her. She nodded at him as they used Shunshin to reach the Hokage's office right away. Hokage's office . The old man Sandaime Hokage was smoking his pipe while reading a report from the Umbu and medical shinobi team. Time was of the essence right now, and he had very few shinobi he could spare to aid Kurenai in this mission that only she could perform. The Chunin exams is on the rise, and his forces were stretched thin with the many preparations and precautions necessary for Konoha to house such an event. Not to mention the sudden tension that is on the rise in the elemental nations. Despite the 5 villages having a path of neutrality, Sarutobi Hiruzen knew never to take things for granted. As such, he would send scouts to all possible locations, disguised as missions to bring him reports. The Hokage was alerted for about less than a second, once he sensed Kurenai's and Naruto presence manifest inside his office. Hiruzen allowed himself a fond smile at seeing the blonde genin next to the Jounin. If there was one genin in this generation that showed the most promise was him. Ever since the wave assignment, when Asuma told him that Naruto not only learned about the Kage Bunshin, but also was able to use low-level Fuinjutsu, the Hokage was quite surprised. The surprise only increased as Naruto also displayed skill in ninjutsu and kenjutsu in the following missions. He had no doubt in his mind of this kid's drive, and he couldn't be prouder. "You called for us, Hokage-san." Hiruzen nodded, being serious as he addressed the Jounin in front of him. "Kurenai, it's about Kurama Yakumo?" Naruto saw with concern as Kurenai's eyes widened to impossible proportions, and her hands were trembling. Chapter 11 Yakumo. Beta. Skephinator. Uzumaki Naruto and Yuhi Kurenai listened calmly as the Hokage gave them the summary of what happened. "Kurenai, I had received a report from the team responsible for Yakumo's safety in Satomi Hill that Yakumo has been quite unstable for some time now. Usually when that happens they would handle it with sleeping agents, but even that has proven to be useless. Knowing about your mission, I had ordered the Umbu team back and called for you here. I'm sure that your expertise in this manner would be able to handle it, plus based on your previous assignment, you'd know how best to handle her case, I assume." One of the Umbu reports even singled that the Kurama clan might be involved in this. That moment, a silent conversation continued between the Hokage and Kurenai that Naruto was clueless about. All he could see and perceive was Kurenai's tense shoulders, narrow lips and narrow eyebrows. Hokage-sama, I understand you calling me, but why is Naruto here? This is my responsibility, so I alone should proceed. Naruto looked at her in surprise while the Hokage simply puffed the pipe in his mouth with eyes betraying nothing. Kurenai had a stoic expression on her face, and normally, she would not act this rashly towards a fellow genjutsu user, and perhaps one who could have a bright future as Konoha's next generation of finest. Naruto selfishly wished to tag along, though as he thought about it, this Yakumo girl must have been a sore spot for the Jounin sensei, so he quietly understood and stood there, waiting for the Hokage's order. The Hokage stood there observing both the Jounin and the Genin. He knew what happened to Yakumo and Kurenai, so he understood her position in all of this. As he observed Naruto, though, the Hokage was surprised to see the boy as composed as he was, after being diminished by a senior officer. Naruto-kun, what are your thoughts about this? If he was surprised to even have a say in this manner, Naruto wasn't showing it. Hiruzen chuckled as Naruto's eyes went from Hiruzen to Kurenai, and then to Hiruzen once more. Well, I guess Kurenai-sensei knows better, and if she believes that I would get in her way, then I guess it's best if I don't go. The Jounin couldn't help but flinch in slight shame at his response, but it lasted less than a second. Though I would want to help if I could. Hiruzen smirked at that, before Naruto bowed to Kurenai. He flinched slightly at the harsh glare she was directing his way, but he at least tried to explain. I could see how tense you became as Hokage-sama explained the situation, and you've been quite helpful to me. The least I could do is help you in return. Kurenai looked stern at the blonde Genin for a good while, and then she sighed in dismay. Naruto's shoulders relaxed as he saw a content smile on her face. I didn't know you're so stubborn, Naruto-kun. Naruto simply nodded at the sensei's claim, remembering the same comment from the Nidaime Hokage when Naruto sometimes trained past exhaustion. Hiruzen allowed a smile as he observed the scenery. Okay then, you can tag along, though if Sandaime Hokage is certain, then our enemies are members of the Kurama clan, not to mention Yakumo herself. They are experts in using genjutsu as their main weapon. I promise I won't let you down, sensei. Kurenai just smiled at the confidence exuding from the Genin. She, then, turned to the Hokage who puffed some smoke before addressing the duo. Then, Yuhi Kurenai and Uzumaki Naruto, I'm issuing you to a B-ranked mission with the objective of subduing Kurama Yakumo using all means necessary. Top of the Hokage's building . Naruto and Kurenai had shunshined outside the Hokage's office and appeared on the building's rooftop. It was a night of full moon tonight as their hair danced to the gentle wind of fall. Kurenai, Naruto could tell, was silent as she looked towards the location of the Satomi Hill mansion. He observed as her mangled brunette hair dangled freely, while her eyes remained its steel-like quality of a professional. Right there, Naruto could see the quality of a jounin. He had seen it in Kakashi and Asuma a couple of times, and it made his chest tingle in excitement to be able to witness it firsthand. He yearned to participate in more assignments like these in the future with prominent shinobi and kunoichi, just like Kurenai-sensei. Still, Naruto couldn't help but notice with a dread how Kurenai's hand clenched every now and then. That tension that he had seen in the Hokage's office came full force, and he couldn't help but worry. Kurenai-sensei, is there something wrong? The jounin turned to her genin subordinate for this mission in slight surprise, not realizing that she was telegraphing her tension. I guess that's no harm in telling you, since you are tagging along Naruto, though this is considered a top priority secret known only to me and the Hokage, understood? She then turned to him and placed her right hand on her waist. You remember me saying that this is my responsibility, right? He nodded and she continued. A couple years ago, the Sandaime Hokage had entrusted Kurama Yakumo to me as her tutor in the shinobi arts. Being a member of the Kurama clan, it was a given that she would be at least proficient in the art. However, I later realized that she was too good, far too good to be considered a prodigy. So, I one time checked to see deep within her mind. Once inside, it's when I saw it, a demonic creature with Oni mask and a female dress, a sensitive and malicious creature born from Yakumo's mind, due to her story. Naruto choked at that as Kurenai continued. The image of the Kyuubi no Yoko instantly appeared in the genin's mind. In the end, it fell onto me to stop that creature from manifesting, and Sandaime ordered me to seal it permanently, or so I thought. Suddenly, the floor looked quite a sight as Kurenai found herself doubting herself. So you think that this demon is trying to take over once more? Kurenai just answered that with a yes, and Naruto continued. What happened to her, senseis? Kurenai released a sad sigh, but held nothing from her mission partner. Although she was considered a prodigy in the art, Yakumo was born with a frail composition. She was incapable of performing the other physical aspects of a shinobi life. So, her father at the time requested the Hokage for a special tutor, so the Hokage assigned me. I remembered that she so desperately wanted to become a kunoichi despite her shortcomings, hoping to focus only in her genjutsu ability. I tried to dissuade her from the ninja way of life. At the time, she just couldn't perform to at least the standard levels, so I refused to train her. At the time, I thought my decision was right, but looking at today, I found that I could have at least tried more. Yakumo, though, persisted despite her depression at the high expectations her family had put her through. Then the incident occurred. What happened? One day the members of the Kurama clan ran to check on an incident at the clan's main residence, only to see the building burning and Yakumo just standing outside the house, petrified. Later, we found out that my sealing was ineffective and that this monster inside her caused the fire. So, the Sandaime had no other choice other than that intern her in a facility and assigned a team to watch her, monitor her mental health. Of course, Yakumo has no knowledge of what happened as she went catatonic after the event.
Naruto could see how saddened Kurenai became and noticed how much she cared about Yakumo to go to such lengths to even blame herself for this. I see. Well, why do you blame yourself for this, sensei? Sounds like you did everything you could do. True, that Naruto would push forward just as Yakumo did if someone said he couldn't do something, but Kurenai taking responsibility for this was wrong. Sandaime gave me a mission and I failed, but more than that, I failed with Yakumo. It took me quite some time to get over what happened. Still today, I don't know why Hokage-sama entrusted me with a genin team. Now, that gave Naruto pause as he wondered the reason behind such negativity. The genin wasn't experienced enough to empathize with her plight. He heard from both Asuma and Kakashi that not all missions will end on a positive note. There would be times when the team arrived too late, there would be times when the shinobi moved too slow to stop someone from dying, there would be times when the client withheld key information that proved the difference between living and dying. As such, simplistically and naively stating that she was wrong would be the same as not acknowledging the possibility of failure and regrets. I guess there's time then for us to remedy whatever you feel you failed, right, Kurenai-sensei? The Jounin looked at the genin for a while, before nodding in content. Despite the short amount of time she had interacted with him, Naruto managed to impress her, not only with his surprising well-rounded shinobi ability, but also with his maturity. Yeah, I guess we do. Satomi Hill Forest . It took some time for Kurenai and Naruto to cross the village and then embark through the forest that would lead them towards the Satomi Hill safehouse where their target was currently located. The eerie night and gentle wind did little to ease the duo. To a genjutsu user, such as the enemies they would face in no time, this settlement was less like a quiet forest and more like a bear trap waiting to be activated. Despite the members of the Kurama clan being composed of Chunin mostly, none of them could be underestimated. Both Kurenai and Naruto flared their chakra constantly so as to not be caught underhanded. They were also on the lookout for hidden traps that were more easily hidden at night. Kurenai could certainly attest to the genin's experience, as she rarely needed to do anything to help him. Though, she would be remiss if she didn't converse something important beforehand about fighting against genjutsu. Naruto, please hold on for a moment. They were jumping through the treetops and Naruto stopped as soon as his leader Jounin said so. They stood on top of the tree as they looked around for a while, before Kurenai turned to the genin. I know you're experienced in disrupting genjutsu, so hold on to that technique as soon as you sense the shift in chakra. While it would be more efficient to use counter-genjutsu techniques, this is too advanced to teach you right now. Naruto cursed inwardly at not advancing too much in the genjutsu part of Tobirama's scroll, since using counter-genjutsu was there indeed. Got it. Kurenai nodded and was about to order them to continue when she remembered another important aspect. Also, please bear in mind that they are still fellow Konoha shinobi, so please avoid using lethal force if possible. She was slightly surprised to see a look of surprise in his eyes. Still, she elaborated. I don't think that they will use lethal force against us, their target is Yakumo. But, Kurenai-sensei, what if they attempt to kill us? True, while they were in fact fellow Konoha ninja, it's not like she trusted them to place the needs of the village above the needs of the clan. Still, use your other skills to maim instead, Naruto. I know that a skilled genjutsu fighter like I expect you to know the subtitles between going for the kill and incapacitation. Kurenai's mind went to her friend Yugugo as she observed Naruto's sword. The genin certainly had some techniques that were more complementary in nature that could be used. Certainly, this mission could provide him with tons of opportunity to use his most diversified skill set. Plus, if Kurenai was correct, then the enemy wouldn't face them directly, opting for more subtle means. Okay, Kurenai-sensei, I'll be careful. Please do. Now let's continue. They continued forward for a while, before both dropped towards the ground, while looking around for traps and keeping in close proximity to their inner chakra. Kurenai observed as Naruto released his sword from its scabbard. When Naruto then made a step forward, he then looked down to see branches of leaves surrounding his foot and entrap him. Kurenai's feet suffered the same fate, but unlike the Jounin, Naruto felt the sudden invasion of his chakra system. The blonde quickly disrupted the chakra flow and released the genjutsu technique, while observing the enemies. In less than a second, Kurenai used a counter-genjutsu technique and escaped the vine's construct. Her body was turned into flower petals, ensnaring the two Kurama clan Chunin. Naruto took the opportunity of their lack of attention and charged at them, just as Kurenai appeared behind him. She observed as Naruto swiftly flipped his sword to use the blunt edge of the sword and slam them both on their side stomachs. She flinched at the aggression in his swing and the sound of the enemy's grunt in pain, before both passed out on the ground. Well, she couldn't deny it was effective and Naruto did what she asked him to do in the end. Well done, Naruto. Now please tie them up. We need to move quickly. Naruto nodded at the order and did just that, before placing a chakra suppressor seal in their foreheads for good measure. I didn't know you were into Fuinjutsu as well. The genin smiled at that, as he observed the sealing arrays spread towards their body and mind. Yeah, another side project of mine, you know. Shall we? Pushing aside the thought of a genius shinobi in the making, Kurenai nodded as they advanced towards the mansion. So far, they only had to deal with the clan's weakest. Still, there were some who actually managed to snare Naruto into a nasty hell imagery genjutsu for 2 seconds. The genin was actually surprised to see his version of hell with the fox coming to attack him, before he dispelled it in enough time to protect himself against a barrage of kunai. Naruto, then, went through a sequence of hand seals, before focusing enough wind chakra on his fist. Futon Senpuken, wind release, whirlwind fist technique. He slammed the wind cannon punch straight at the enemy's gut, sending him flying while spinning towards a rather thick tree. He was slammed rather hard and fell on the ground unconscious. Kurenai, meanwhile, had the upper hand against her foes using counter-genjutsu and her own illusion techniques. Different from Naruto, she would handle her enemies without appearing to lift a finger, whereas the genin had to constantly feel out his chakra pathways. He couldn't help but blame the situation on his large chakra coils, though his extensive chakra control exercises helped some. Still, as they progressed, Naruto couldn't help but feel how far he needed to go in the yin release department. The strain in his coils was getting to him. The precision required at all times and the effort to control his immense chakra to the level required for constant genjutsu usage. At one point, Naruto had simply defended against the enemies pumping as much chakra as possible into a wind technique that blasted everyone from the ground, except Kurenai, who saw it coming. Right now, they were resting for a while behind a thick tree. The mansion was already visible as Kurenai turned to see the panting Naruto on the ground. Man, who would have thought I would get tired? That's a first? Kurenai couldn't help but laugh in humor at the situation while she crossed her arms. Dangling between yin and yang release is quite the strenuous activity indeed, and to control such large chakra the entire time is indeed taxing. We made good progress, though, so ease your chakra and rest. Kurenai stopped smiling when she turned towards the Satomi Hill mansion up ahead. She knew that this mission would be quite demanding and Kurenai was afraid to open up the can of worms in her strained relationship with Yakumo. She wondered what they would find once inside, the sweet but frail girl or the furious beast that she met once before the attempted sealing. So, seeing that we have some time, how can I use counter-genjutsu? Kurenai snorted in derision at the question. Leave it to Naruto to consider learning something now right in the middle of a mission. I'm afraid it's too advanced for you right now, but the theory is quite simple. In essence, you must dispel the technique your enemy casted and perform a genjutsu of your own almost at the same time. It depends on the level of the technique, though. B and A rank genjutsu techniques are quite hard to dispel, not to mention perform a counter-genjutsu immediately after. In fact, even I would have difficulty using counters against an A-ranked illusion. Kurenai then saw the look of introspection in the genin's face and grunted. She wouldn't be surprised if he managed to do it in a couple of years, based on the rate he was progressing. How are you feeling? Naruto looked up from his sitting position and got up, while dusting the smear from his pants. With the theory of counter-genjutsu in his mind, he closed his eyes and focused on molding chakra throughout every tenketsu inside his body, thus easing the strain. Bit better now, thank you. The two then charged towards the Satomi Hill mansion, before stopping as a giant tree emerged in their path. Both Naruto and Kurenai paused, knowing that it was a genjutsu, but the amount of chakra invading them felt way stronger than the others combined. The two then got caught in strong vines that entrapped their bodies and forbade them from using hand seals. Naruto even attempted to slice the vines with his swords, but more would simply appear and entrap him. The two looked at each other, before seeing a man come from inside the tree that appeared in front of them. Kurenai narrowed her eyebrows as she recognized this foe. Gray hair, face filled with wrinkles from old age and wearing a gray yukata and yellow pants. Kurama Unai, the leader of the Kurama clan? The old man smirked at the recognition. Yuhi Kurenai, so the Hokage sent you once more. I did believe Hiruzen to be smart this time and send in someone else. Both Naruto and Kurenai snarled at the old man for his words. Both appeared to use brute force to escape from the binds, but failed. Oh, this is so precious, please explain it to me how you are going to beat me, you are both in my world right now. Unai then made more hand seals, before more vines grew from within the tree and charged straight at Kurenai and Naruto. Naruto, quickly use your sword on the both of us. The genin looked at her in surprise, before remembering their only means of escape. Able to free one of his hands, he whispered a silent sorry to the sensei, before piercing her right shoulder and then his own thigh. Both flinched at the pain, but it was enough to rid them of Unkai's technique as the tree vanished. Unai snarled at that and threw a barrage of kunai and shuriken straight at Kurenai, who appeared to be the most injured from the small one's attack. Naruto, despite the injured thigh, managed to step in front of Kurenai and block the projectiles, before Unai caught them in a genjutsu once more, just as Naruto charged with his sword. This time, he didn't allow for the vines to bind his arm and release the genjutsu, before parrying the kunai. Unai then quickly evaded a barrage of shuriken from Kurenai. Naruto took the opportunity and went through a sequence of hand seals as he saw Unai in midair. Futon de Tapa, wind release, great breakthrough technique. Unai saw the blast of wind about to skewer him and he vanished using genjutsu. Naruto, keep on the attack, he is hidden behind that boulder to your right. The blonde genin used a quick shunshin and focused wind on his fist to destroy the boulder, forcing Unai to escape from his hidden location. The leader of the Kurama clan stood menacingly at Kurenai, before Naruto stopped in front of her once more. Why are you doing this, Unai? The old man was still in strike position with a kunai, before standing up and dropping his arms. Yakumo is a disgrace and a menace to the clan, Kurenai. You know that more than most? Naruto and Kurenai were surprised when Unai vanished once more and Naruto closed his eyes, focusing first on disrupting the subtle genjutsu and then pinpoint the enemy's position. Naruto then looked up just as Unai came falling down with a kunai. Well, it appears you got yourself a competent bodyguard. Naruto didn't stop and focused wind chakra through his sword and charged with speeds that surprised Unai. He tried to block using kunai, but his weapon got sliced in half like it was nothing. When Naruto was about to slice him in half, Unai vanished once more and managed to send a barrage of shuriken at the injured Kurenai, who for her turn used genjutsu as well to vanish from her position. Though, one of the shuriken ended up lodged on her arm. Before Unai could follow up for the final blow, Naruto came barging in and landed a strong kick on Unkai's shoulder, followed by another kick to the man's chest. Unai flinched in pain at the strong attack and snarled at the genin, before vanishing once more. Naruto stood for a while in front of Kurenai waiting for their enemy to appear once more. Don't worry Naruto-kun, he is not here anymore. Naruto grunted at that and then turned to the down jounin. I'm sorry sensei, he slipped from my vision and got you injured. I should have been faster in dispelling genjutsu. Kurenai's messy ebony hair dangled in her dismissal to Naruto's self-blame and Naruto couldn't help but stare for some time at it. You needn't worry Naruto-kun, Unai is a master in genjutsu fighting, you actually impressed him. Now, could you do me a favor and close these wounds for me? The blonde sighed and got the first aid from his kunai holster. The jounin released the sleeve from her injured shoulder as Naruto cleaned up the injury and then passed some bandage over the wound to close. Muttering an apology at Kurenai's subtle complaint, Naruto then made a tight knot to hold it steady. He did the same with Kurenai's arm as well. Thank you, though your patching needs more work. The woman jounin giggled at the sudden look of concern from the blonde genin, wondering if he had made a mistake. Ha, you worry too much Naruto, I was only jesting. This is the first time I did this. I was worried that I squeezed too tight. It's okay, I can handle the pain. Now, it appears the path is cleared towards the mission, so let us proceed. Satomi Hill Mansion ===. As soon as they stopped in front of the house, both Naruto and Kurenai were surprised when the door slowly opened up for them to enter. Naruto then looked to Kurenai and frowned at the worried stare in her eyes. Naruto, I'm sure we are about to enter the demon's lair, but we have no choice but to enter. The genin nodded and followed the jounin inside. As soon as they did so, the door behind them closed and the mansion all but vanished. As soon as they stepped inside the house, Naruto and Kurenai were immediately oppressed by the strong energy that invaded their bodies. Naruto found himself lost for words as he couldn't feel his chakra for the first time in his life. No doubt about it, we are in Yakumo's world right now. What now, sensei? I can't feel my chakra. Kurenai nodded at the genin's words. This is Yakumo's ultimate genjutsu, Naruto. Right now, we are inside her world and she rules everything, even our own ability to use chakra. Our only hope right now is for us to reach her and deal with whatever is happening to her right now. Oh sensei. So nice of you to visit me again. The two suddenly tensed at the sudden haunted girly voice echoing throughout the corridors. And you brought company as well. I was hoping for us to talk alone, actually. Shame that you two will not leave this place. With nothing left in terms of defense, Naruto unleashed his sword and Kurenai alone kunai as the two wandered the dark hallways together. Considering that any room in this mansion could be a trap waiting to kill them, splitting up would be ill-advised, very ill-advised indeed, based on Kurenai's information just now. Naruto, please be careful, Yakumo's genjutsu prowess is so powerful that it could kill you. How's that possible? Genjutsu affects the mind and the senses into believing in something that isn't there. How can genjutsu be strong enough to kill? True, illusion targets the mind and the senses. However, Yakumo's genjutsu is so powerful that the brain is led to believe that you're in a life-or-death situation and react accordingly. Since we lack the usage of chakra, our mind is all we got. The news was quite startling indeed. So this is why the Hokage wanted you to deal with her, sensei. Because her power is dangerous? Yes. The Hokage wanted me dead, right, Kurenai-sensei? Again the voice echoed throughout the haunted hallways and it appeared to come from the door to their right. When Naruto pushed it open, he was surprised to see that he was one step away from falling down into a pool of lava. And he would have, had Kurenai not held his shoulder at the last possible second. The unbearable heat crawled on their skin. The lava lake was so hot that bubbles appeared on the surface and even skeletons were floating freely. They knew that this was a genjutsu, but the feeling was so real it scared Naruto. He was scared to realize the sheer potency of a strong genjutsu user, and the possible damage done to his mind. Kurenai pushed Naruto back from the door and back to the hallways. Come on Kurenai-sensei, what's taking you two so long to get here? I'm getting really bored waiting. This time, the hollow voice shifted to a more urgent tone. Sounds like she's truly pissed. Kurenai released a sigh at the blonde's comment. Of course she is, and your comments are not helping, Naruto. The genin backed off at the sensei's tone and quickly apologized. Forgive me for snapping at you, just do realize that she hears everything, so avoid upsetting her until we find her. Okay. Who is he, sensei? Another life for you to ruin? Naruto didn't enjoy the hollow laughter that followed after the jab. And Kurenai wasn't much interested in playing this game for long. Yakumo, you know you can make us walk for hours on end without finding you, so let's cut the chase and show us where you are. Well, that is true, sensei. Though, I wonder if I am done playing with you too. Yeah, you're right. You two please step inside the double door in front of you and let us have an interesting chat. True to her guiding, the brown double door surged out of nowhere and one of the doors opened. As soon as the two entered inside, the door was then shut, before vanishing. What they saw was breathtaking. It was like they were in outer space and a lone girl stood on some hovering platform in the middle of the room surrounded by paintings. Naruto now could take a look at Yakumo's appearance. Long brown hair and light brown eyes. Her hair is straight on one side and braided on the other side. She wore a pink kimono held closed by a pink sash with two pockets on the front. The hovering paintings were also quite disturbing. One had Konoha burned to the ground, other was the Hokage's tower being bombarded by lightning from the sky, but all the rest were of Kurenai suffering painful deaths. Do you like it, sensei? When I think of you, I get so creative, you know. I can think of many ways to deal with you right now and then Konoha shall be next. Naruto took a step forward but stopped when Kurenai ushered him to stop. Why involve the village, Yakumo? I alone should be enough for your revenge. Yakumo, though, merely frowned at the comment as a painting from a shocked Kurenai in full body appeared in front of her. She then took a brush from her kit and painted Kurenai's feet up to her knee. The result was instantaneous as Kurenai looked down to see her feet up to her knees vanishing. Yakumo just kept her stoic face as she observed the painting as if neither Kurenai nor Naruto was there in the room with her. I have complete control over your life or death, Kurenai-sensei. Kurenai appeared frantic as she focused on her now missing feet. Why are you doing this, Yakumo? The girl giggled at the question, but still kept on facing the picture. You know, I was really counting on the Hokage sending you to deal with me, sensei. And now you're here with me, so now I can get the truth from you. Naruto tensed as Yakumo turned aggressively at them. I want the truth, sensei. I deserve to know the truth. The Sandaime ordered the death of my parents, right? He wanted the annihilation of the Kurama clan, didn't he? Naruto wondered about what the girl was saying, but he had kept his mouth shut. It was clear that something was not right, based on Kurenai's story when they started. The Jounin looked briefly at the genin and nodded in appreciation at him allowing her to conduct the conversation. No, Yakumo, the Sandaime Hokage had not ordered such a thing. Please stop lying, sensei. You'll vanish if you continue. To prove her point, Yakumo repeated the brush on Kurenai's knees and thighs, and like before, Kurenai was now only visible from the waist up. Kurenai-sensei. The beautiful ebony-haired Jounin looked at Naruto briefly and negated, before turning to Yakumo. She knew that some buttons needed to be pushed for Yakumo to truly see what was going on here. Though, at the same time, this was quite emotional for the Jounin-sensei. Kurenai had too many traumas in her life growing up. Something happened without her being able to do anything about it, but the worst ones were the ones where she could have done something about it, but didn't, and Yakumo was clearly in the top 3. Dear sad child, if killing me will settle your suffering, then by all means go right ahead. Your hate will vanish together with your suffering. Naruto's chest clenched as the woman tried to appear strong, but couldn't hold back the tears from falling. Yakumo, though, merely observed the show and cursed her once more. What are those tears for, sensei? Well, let us continue. This time, Kurenai saw as her stomach vanished, leaving only half of her arms, chest area, and her head. Naruto was finding hard to continue observing only and took a step forward. Stop, Naruto. The genin then crossed eyes with the stern-looking red eyes. He was at a loss right now in how to solve this matter. Please, Yakumo, speak everything you have held inside your heart, focus your hatred on me. Both Naruto and Kurenai could see the brush on Yakumo's hand tremble. I heard you and the Hokage talking, sensei. How you tried to kill the Kurama clan. Kurenai now looked solemn as she really wanted to approach the sad child and hold her. No, Yakumo, you got it all wrong. Stop lying. My mother and father wouldn't die in a fire. They were murdered, plain and simple. Naruto tensed once more as only Kurenai's head remained visible. Still, the Jounin didn't budge. The only way they would get out of this was by telling her the truth. The truth, Yakumo, is that it was you who killed your parents, or rather something inside you did. The girl looked incredulous at the notion and was about to finish the job, when her head started hurting. The brush fell on the ground as Yakumo squeezed her head trying to stop the unbearable pain. The sudden image of her house burning to the ground and Yakumo standing outside crying nonstop at her parents' demise. The memory was repressed, but now it came bearing down at her like a broken dam. Keep a strong mind, Yakumo, you have to keep it under control. Keep what under control? I don't understand. Yakumo began to tremble until a painting fell on the ground next to her. It was completely dark, looking like dark mud, until it started to melt. Yakumo then looked at the image in the painting and froze in fear at the image of the beast dressed in the same clothes as her. Then the repressed memory of what happened appeared in her mind. She remembered it clearly now. Her parents were talking to her inside her bedroom. They wished for her to stop pressuring herself into becoming a shinobi. But, she felt that they were looking down on her, that they were really disappointed at her. Then, this creature appeared and turned to attack her parents. The fire was caused by this creature and it was all her fault. Kurenai-sensei was right, she killed her parents. You're right, sensei, I killed my parents. My genjutsu killed them. No, Yakumo, it was not you. Please try to listen to me. You and that monster are completely different beings. Naruto now focused on the sensei's frantic tone and he couldn't help but draw parallels once more with this girl. You're wrong, sensei, this creature lives inside me. I know now what must be done. Sorry, Kurenai-sensei, for causing you so much trouble. Kurenai saw the tears escape from Yakumo's eyes and turned to Naruto. Stop her, Naruto. The genin didn't need to be told twice and used all his chakra-less agility. Yakumo had a kunai aimed at her chest hoping to kill herself and end her suffering, and Naruto would make it in time, though he stopped when he saw a hand come out of the painting and hold Yakumo's. A hand that looked like hers, only bigger. Yakumo still tried to go through with it, but the hand wouldn't budge. The creature in the painting now turned into a picture of Yakumo herself and started talking to the little girl. Why do you want to take your own life? The voice was painful and hollow as well. Only those who are responsible for this burden should perish. The creature then emerged fully from the painting and stood in front of Yakumo with its hunched back and elongated arms and oni mask. The creature then marched past the still struggling Yakumo towards Naruto and Kurenai. Naruto didn't wait long and charged with his sword. The creature then exhaled the blue flame beam at him, forcing Naruto to evade and keep on the assault. The monster's long legs managed to block his sword, so Naruto kept on attacking. He may not have his chakra, but he still had his physical skills. So, he used genjutsu added by shuriken jutsu to keep the monster on the defensive. Kurenai looked worried at the genin and then looked back at Yakumo, who was still nurturing her head. Yakumo, you need to handle the monster. It came from your heart, so you need to confront it yourself. But Yakumo focused on the boy facing the monster that she created, and while he was holding his own, Yakumo couldn't do anything but shake her knees. All she was focused right now was to keep standing up. Yakumo. The girl then noticed that the boy was talking to her, while facing the beast that she created. This is the first time we have met, but I may be the only one who understands you. Kurenai looked at the blonde genin, and it truly only came to her now that Naruto was indeed speaking the truth. I know what's like to have a beast inside of you. Yakumo looked at him strangely, only this time her head stopped hurting. For the longest time, I was only known for the damage and thousands of lives that my demon caused to the village. There was a time when I wanted to do the same thing you tried just now. Naruto needed to stop, because the monster was right now attacking him. I know that pretty much all of the villagers would be thrilled to see me going all the way and taking my own life. Despite the laced humor in his voice, Kurenai could feel the pain laced within, and it saddened her. Yakumo even more so as she looked at the beast that was now attacking him. Is this true, Kurenai-sensei? Kurenai was saddened by the tone of the genin and took some time to realize that Yakumo had stopped trembling and addressed her. While it was still an S-ranked secret, it was perhaps the only way to convince Yakumo. Uzumaki Naruto is the Jinchuriki of the Kyubi no Yoko, the fox demon who attacked the village. Yakumo looked at the blonde in a completely new light at the revelation, but even more so when she saw the drive in which he battled her own monster. Like Naruto deals with the fox every day of his life, Yakumo, so can you. You need to deal with this monster you created. The Kurama heir got a sudden influx of guts at seeing a fellow demon jailer and focused her chakra into the ram seal, before grabbing the kunai on the ground and appearing in front of the monster who was trying to attack Naruto. Yakumo then slammed the kunai right in the creature's forehead, earning a scream of pain from said creature. It skidded backwards in pain as it asked why Yakumo would do such a thing. Have I not served you? I protected you from them all. Why did you do this to me? The creature's oni mask then slashed in half and dropped dead on the ground. Yakumo was sweating profusely, now looking directly at the creature responsible for her parents getting killed. She then went through a number of hand seals, before Kurenai's body returned to normal. Naruto was content as the jounin appeared to be alright. Yakumo then limped towards Kurenai and fell down to the ground, as she remembered her frail composition. Before she could fall on the ground, Kurenai kneeled next to her and secured the pale but smiling girl in her arms. Kurenai was looking down at Yakumo with a beautiful smile, and the girl was looking up in admiration. You did good, Yakumo, you defeated your darkness? Yakumo nodded and smiled as she closed her eyes and basked in her sensei's loving arms. Though, there was another person that she needed to thank as well. Thank you as well, Uzumaki Naruto? Naruto merely nodded in acknowledgement as Yakumo then went straight to unconsciousness. Strangely so, one of the paintings that had Kurenai being pierced by a yellow beam melted to review the very scene Naruto was observing right now. The other paintings all fell on the ground and the room curtains opened to review the blessing light of the moon outside. Last but not least, Naruto welcomed the sudden influx of his own chakra passing through his tenketsu once more. Being without was an experience he wasn't thrilled to have it anytime soon. Now it is quite clear to me, Kurenai-sensei, that you were wrong. The jounin looked back at him curiously, before Naruto explained with a content smile on his face. You didn't fail Yakumo, nor did you fail your mission. Naruto. There were many things in her eyes towards the genin. Admiration and respect certainly being the top emotions she was feeling right now. But, above all else, one word was enough to express, and for Naruto, it meant the world. Thank you, Naruto. Now, all we need to do is keep the clan from going after her, right? The jounin nodded and ushered Naruto to lead the protective detail while Kurenai gently carried the unconscious Yakumo to the Hokage. He would decide the best course of action. A week later A week has passed since Naruto and Kurenai saved Yakumo and then took her straight to the Hokage's office. It came as a surprise when the leader of the Kurama clan, Unai, was there waiting for them. Apparently, his goals were much the same as the village's, or so he made it sound. In the end, Yakumo managed to defeat her inner beast and no longer had the same problem, meaning she could go back to become a kunoichi. And the Hokage had denied Unkai's request for Yakumo to return to the Kurama clan's grounds. Since she was now a registered genin, she could do whatever she wanted and she was also under the Hokage's authority. In the end, Kurenai took a step forward and offered one of the rooms in her house for the girl to live, until she could find her own home. After Unkai left, Kurenai and Naruto each gave the Hokage their separate report, ending with yet another successful mission for Naruto's record. After that, Naruto had met with Kurenai on occasion to receive more tutorship in genjutsu and even other side projects. The woman was all too eager to help him with all of his so-called side projects, and she came to know there were indeed many. Asuma was in possession of a complete gold mine and he selfishly was keeping Naruto all to himself. Well, not anymore. Though, she could see something more in him that made her want to see him more often. Aside from having the opportunity to watch his growth, his stellar progression and perhaps aid him in his quest, Kurenai felt herself unguarded, so to speak, when they interacted. It was something she only reserved for a precious few, those being her friends Anko and Yugugo. It's nice to think that she could possibly add another friend in him. Today, Naruto was taking a quiet walk towards the Hyuga compound. Hinata had asked him to come see her morning spar with her sister. Well, actually she had already wanted him to come, but this was the first time her father authorized him to come. When he arrived at the gates, Naruto saw the two guards at the gates holding staffs and blocking his entrance. "Beat it, these are private grounds, kid. You can't come in here?" Naruto looked at the one on the right who spoke. Well, it was already an improvement, considering the other words that people normally referred him as. "Hi there, yeah, I'm Hyuga Hinata's genin teammate, Uzumaki Naruto. She invited me to come and Hyuga Hayashizama authorized it." The two Hyuga guards looked at one another and grunted. At least, now, Naruto knew they recognized him. "You can go in, but do not wander around or else you'll suffer the consequences." Naruto resisted the urge to roll his eyes. With eyes like the Byakugan that could see through walls, Naruto wouldn't be stupid to do such a thing. One of the guards ushered him to follow as they walked towards the clan's training grounds. Naruto observed as many spars were occurring while the clan in its whole stood and observed. His blonde hair and blue eyes stood out completely and he was receiving looks of complete hatred from some and apathy from others, as if he didn't exist in the first place. Usually, Naruto would receive the latter from the general population. Later, he saw Hinata kneeling next to her grunt of a father. Her sparring partner, Hanabi, was kneeling on Hayashi's other side. Naruto decided not to bother Hinata, but he could see the saddened look in her eyes at having to do this once more and in front of the clan no less. The timid girl, for her chance, looked around, wanting to see if Naruto had arrived. All she could see, though, were white hollow eyes, long black hair and white or black robes, depending on the family branch. Her eyes suddenly looked livelier as she saw Naruto waving subtly at her, almost hidden by two Hyuga branch members. She waved back at him, before giggling once she saw Naruto being chided by the Hyuga branch member for waving at her. Naruto then grumbled and crossed his arms at being scolded for doing nothing. That interaction alone made her entire day worth it, and with him here, she could allow herself to relax as she remembered the one and only request Naruto made for coming here. "Of course, I will go, Hinata, but promise me that you will take the spar seriously. I know you don't wish to hurt your sister, but you will be hurting her even more by taking it easy on her." At the time, she couldn't give him a confident answer. Every spar she had with her sister was practically the same. Hinata was more agile, more skilled, and certainly more experienced. Hanabi may be strong for her age and more attuned to the Hyuga's standard practice, but the only reason Hanabi appears to win every time was because Hinata would create an opening to finish the spar, but she would never go through with it for fear of hurting her. When Naruto said that, by doing so, Hinata was hurting her little sister, which gave her pause to reflect. The truth had only came once Hinata later saw her sister walking around the clan compound as if she was the clan head, mistreating everyone, demanding attention from the clan. She grew conceited and Hinata was the one to blame. By letting Hanabi win their spars, the little girl let this false fame go over her head. Well, not anymore. Hinata would shudder to think about Hanabi as a genin out there, doing something stupid and getting killed. So, when their father ushered them to stand in line and begin their spar, Hinata stood resolutely and met her sister in the middle. Hinata couldn't help but look at Naruto from the corner of her eye and bask in his confident eyes for her. "Just watch me, Naruto-kun. I'll make you proud of me." Hanabi was the one who initiated the attack as her hands glowed in blue chakra. As a firm and proud practitioner of the Jukin, Hanabi kept on the hard offensive. Though, her offense was met with a subtle defense that merely diverted Hanabi's energy away without the little kid knowing what happened. Naruto smirked immediately. Hinata was taking this seriously. Hanabi looked back at her sister who looked back sternly. Hanabi snarled and kept on the offensive. Then, the Juken back and forward began with high-energy thrusts between both Hyugas. Still, Hanabi flinched at each and every thrust from her Juken strike was completely diverted by Hinata, and her sister's strikes were causing internal damage. Hinata, for her part, focused on her goal to stop her sister from her way of thinking, but it was hard. It was time to finish this, before her own will falters. So, with surprising speed, Hinata diverted Hanabi's last strike and got a full view of her little sister's exposed side. She could have given a solid Juken strike on Hanabi that would cause some serious internal damage, but Hinata chose a different venue and Naruto saw it happen. The elder sister gave Hanabi a concentrated slap at the back of her neck, sending Hanabi into the sweet realm of unconsciousness. Hinata knew that in the eyes of the clan, she should have followed through with her attack. Though, she couldn't do that to her sister. She promised Naruto that she would win the spar, so she did. She will not in any way or form willingly harm her little sister that reminds her so much of her own mother. So, she stood proudly for the first time in her life as she looked Hyuga Hayashi in the eye. Her father stared back, seeing his daughter's resolve in all of this, despite the clan's murmuring sounds of disapproval. After some time, Hayashi had a subtle smile on his face at seeing his daughter finally show some backbone. Though, he never opened his mouth and issued the end of today's spar, before ordering Hanabi to get attended. Hinata managed to breathe once more in relief and a proud smile was on her face, despite no one approaching to see if she was okay. Well done, Hinata. The girl didn't want anyone in the clan to come, only him. You did great, especially in the end there. I couldn't go through with it, Naruto-kun. I know. Hinata looked at his face in surprise. But there are more ways to defeat an opponent and you did it without having to use brute force. I'm proud of you, Hinata. The girl opened her mouth in awe for a while and then smiled brightly. How much she wanted to hear those words from the one she most admired. Say, you have some time right now, there is this one person I want you to see. Hinata nodded, though she wondered about whom Naruto wanted her to meet. Training ground #3 ===. Kurenai was currently overseeing Yakumo's training with other skills aside from genjutsu. While Yakumo took over her problem with the beast, her overall composition was still in the way, so Yakumo would never be a close-range fighter. The best she could do right now was to provide support from long range and use her illusions. While it would be fair to assume that her career would be limited, Kurenai figured that with enough experience, the Kurama clan heir could be quite an accomplished Chunin at specific assignments. Perhaps, become a Tokubetsu Jounin in genjutsu, who knows? Still, it was a far better future than being in a mental facility. So, Kurenai would be tutoring Yakumo together with her own genin team. So, as Yakumo focused on shuriken and kunai target practice, the ebony-haired Jounin stood behind her with a smile on her face and her arms crossed. She then turned to the right when Naruto appeared with Hinata in tow. They appeared to be chatting amicably and Kurenai's heart swelled at seeing the girl walk. Hinata still looked reserved somewhat, but she was smiling more and her shoulders were more open, showing more confidence. So, Naruto did tell the truth. Hinata, for her part, looked up and saw Kurenai. Her content smile turned into a full-out happiness as she saw the Jounin. Kurenai-sensei. Hinata then turned to the smiling Naruto for a second, before she ran towards Kurenai and embraced her. Naruto was just content in seeing their encounter once more as Kurenai was busy caressing Hinata's hair and chatting with her former ward. Naruto then saw Kurenai introducing Hinata to Yakumo. Kurenai had talked to Naruto about the possibility of Yakumo flourishing more if she had a girl her age to hang around more. Both Ino and Sakura could be good choices, but their outgoing personalities would probably push Yakumo away and do more harm than good. Hinata, on the other hand, was a perfect fit for Yakumo. And they were right. Kurenai then looked up at her blonde friend for a while, before returning to their private chat. Yakumo and Hinata laughing with one another was perhaps Kurenai's favorite little song. Chapter 12, Chunin Exams Part 1. Beta, Skephinator. Sarutobi Asuma was relaxing with a smoke as he observed his team train. Since he returned from the capital, he had performed another quick C-ranked with his team as well as a couple of D-ranked here and there, much to Shikamaru's visible complaint. As Jounin Sensei of Team 10, Asuma had received the report of his genin's activities. Shikamaru's trip with his family as well as the Yamanaka and Akimichi clans bore great fruit in terms of teamwork exercises and even some training with shadow manipulation. Hinata and Naruto had also trained a lot with Hinata staying inside her compound training with her father. Asuma had surprisingly so received high praise from Hinata's father, saying that she has improved greatly under his command. Asuma found it hard to accept the praise, considering that it was mostly Naruto who got the Hyuga heiress to where she was now. As to Naruto, Asuma had simply stopped being surprised. Asuma had known about Naruto's time with Kurenai in genjutsu practice, going as far as to participate in a B-ranked assignment that involved one of Kurenai's students Yakumo and the Kurama clan. If that wasn't surprising enough, Naruto had even shown the bearded Jounin the beginnings of water manipulation exercise, one of his so-called side projects. While Naruto only showed him the beginning stages of Suiton manipulation, Asuma couldn't help but whistle at the speed in which this kid was growing. While true that Naruto had an affinity for water as well, using 2 elements in his first year of graduation placed him easily under the term of a prodigy. Not only on ninjutsu, but genjutsu, fuinjutsu and kenjutsu as well. Truly Asuma wondered if the kid ever bothered sleeping. Kurenai had certainly bombarded him ever since he came back from his trip, with demands about sharing Naruto's training with her from time to time as she had finally found a genjutsu user to tutor. Of course, she had Yakumo for that, but the Kurama heir truly needed no tutorship in that regard. Asuma chuckled as Naruto took less than a couple minutes sparring with Shikamaru, before the lazy genius was on the ground panting for breath. Shikamaru's training trip may have helped him, but Naruto was never known for taking it easy. "You're alright, Shika?" The frown on his face was evidence enough that he shouldn't even bother accepting to spar with his teammate. "I told you it is worthless to try and face you in taijutsu." Naruto smiles as he offers a hand for Shikamaru. "Nonsense, you have improved greatly, Shika. I am betting you have trained a lot. Keep up the good work." Hinata quietly observed the spar as she would be next to face Naruto. She couldn't help but see the humor in Shikamaru's sounds of complaint when in the presence of Naruto's drive. Looking at her genin superior, Hinata couldn't help but blush at her senpai's new clothes. Naruto's new attire consists of a fishnet shirt covered by dark blue short-sleeve yukata and dark blue pants with yellow tied by yellow sash. Both his wrists were wrapped by bandages just like Kurenai's thighs. When the girls asked what main color he envisioned, dark blue was his immediate answer as he remembered the Nidaime's clothes. After that, Hinata, Yakumo and Kurenai had helped him choose. Hinata saw how fine he was dressed in dark blue and the yellow sash matched with his golden hair. "Okay Hinata, you're up, hopefully you can last longer than Shikamaru here." Both Naruto and Hinata laughed both at Asuma's comment and Shikamaru's mumbling response. "Feel free to use the Jukin, Hinata. It will serve as practice against Niji when you next spar with him." Hinata smiled and fell into her fluid stance. After defeating Hanabi in their fight, Hinata had gained a boost in confidence. While never outgoing, she now went from lack of self-trust to a reserved girl that stood out for herself. And Hayashi was pleased with her growth, so he had placed Hinata to face off against the clan's branch house prodigy Hyuga Niji. Truth be told, Hinata had not considered herself ready, not even remotely. "Niji Nizan is a year older than me, Naruto-kun, and a genius. I can't hope to defeat him." Naruto merely scared at her comment, downgrading her skills like that. "Experience counts a great deal, Hinata, but your style of fighting compensates any lack of experience towards an older enemy. From what you said, Niji's style is not that different from Hanabi's. That rigid stance of your clan can't deal much with this style you created. So truly, Niji only has superior strength, but we had practiced many times together. Now, let's begin." Hinata noticed as Naruto dashed towards her position at high speed as her Byakugan saw the use of chakra on his limbs. Hinata had used her style and diverted Naruto's punch. The face-off causes dirt to get up from the ground. Asuma saw it and chuckled. He saw the look in Hinata's eyes spark as she sparred with Naruto. Kurenai was right. Naruto's drive to improve rubbed off on Hinata to the point that the Hyuga girl became quite the menace in close-range fighting. Hinata's hands glowed with chakra as she attempted to break Naruto's guard. Naruto was already familiar with fighting against the Jukin, so he was wary of her fingers and palm thrusts. And with her Byakugan, Hinata was able to follow Naruto's movements. Naruto is highly efficient in using chakra to his moves, so her eye pinpointed exactly which limb and where her teammate would strike. Still, as the fight progressed, like she expected, Naruto increased his speed. In a way, Hinata was happy to be in this position right now. Despite her already knowing that it wouldn't take much longer for her to tire and call it quits, she could see how much she had improved by seeing how her senpai Naruto was taking her seriously in this fight. It came as a position of respect to be acknowledged by whom she considered her senior, despite being the same age. As soon as Hinata had lost her footing in dodging one of Naruto's punches, Asuma-sensei had called the end of the match just as Naruto was about to follow up with a direct hit to her stomach. "Nicely done, Hinata, you sure improved with the Jukin." The girl was panting for breath, but still standing as Asuma praised her. "And it appears your stamina improved as well?" Hi, Tusan has been tutoring me in the Jukin more these days." Asuma chuckled at the girl, still fidgeting somewhat with her fingers at his praise. "Alright then, Naruto, Shikamaru, Hinata, take a seat and get some rest, I have some news to tell you three. Oh troublesome, you're doing it right? You're nominating us. The bearded Jounin couldn't help but chuckle at the little genius Nara, while Hinata and Naruto were looking at each other, clueless. Well, since his Shikamaru's father is the Jounin commander, him knowing about it firsthand was no surprise. Flashback to this morning in the Hokage's office. The Hokage had summoned all of the most senior Chunin and Jounin to one of the giant halls of the Hokage's administration building for an important announcement. So it has started, then? Kakashi stood next to Asuma and Kurenai as both his fellow Jounin nodded, both already knowing what this was about. Sarutobi Hiruzen had looked around and figured that most were present. Indeed Kakashi, now allow me to make the formal announcement, in a few days' time, the Chunin exams will begin. Now, then, in conjunction with beginning the Chunin exams, I want to hear the names of the genin that you wish to nominate, beginning with those in charge of the rookie genins, Kakashi, Asuma, Kurenai, please step forward. The three Jounin did as commanded as Hiruzen eyed them warily as per the situation required. So, are there any genins from your squads you wish to nominate? It goes without saying that only a genin who has carried out 8 or more formal missions is hereby allowed to be nominated, but at least double that amount would be advisable, so let us hear you three, starting with you Kakashi. Those in the back didn't even need to hear the Jounin sensei for as they knew that nominating recently graduated genin was out of the question. That was certainly what Umino Irika was thinking as he waited for Kakashi to speak. The silver-haired Jounin formed the ram hand sign and spoke with as much boredom as his apparent visage. Hatake Kakashi, Jounin sensei of Team 7 composed of Uchiha Sasuke, Inuzuka Kiba and Haruno Sakura, I hereby nominate all three for the Chunin exams. The announcement came as a shock to everyone present, but Kurenai soon went after Kakashi. Yuhi Kurenai, Jounin sensei of Team 8 composed of Akimichi Chuji, Aburame Shino and Yamanaka Ino, I hereby nominate all three for the Chunin exams. Irika by this point was wondering what the hell was going on as Asuma went up last. Sarutobi Asuma, Jounin sensei of Team 10 composed of Hyuga Hinata, Nara Shikamaru and Uzumaki Naruto, I hereby nominate all three for the Chunin exams. Immediately after the three Jounin announced their respective teams, Hiruzen simply acknowledged with a hum of his throat, while the rest of the shinobi all murmured behind them, about how strong these rookie genin must be to be nominated right off the bat. Of course, it was no secret at least to Hiruzen who had spoken with the three Jounin already about having these 9 genin participate in the Chunin exams, considering that this generation was composed of clan heirs, meaning that the village could receive quite the income from missions. While it was underhanded placing green shinobi to be used like this, it was one of the Hokage's jobs to bring in revenue for the village and he had high hopes that these 9 genin will surprise everyone in a positive manner. Hey, wait a minute here. Irika had about enough of this charade, though, and stepped forward earning the Jounin's attention. What is it, Irika? Speak your mind. The Chunin teacher gestured exasperated, showing his objection. Forgive me Hokage-sama, but I was in charge of these genin in the academy. I admit that they all showed advanced skills, but this is too soon for them. Kakashi, Asuma and Kurenai all looked at Irika with apathy. Kurenai and Asuma really didn't bother much explaining their reasons, but Kakashi with his bored almost falling asleep look, decided to entertain the Chunin's pledge. I became a Chunin when I was 6 years younger than Sasuke is now. This is not wartime, Kakashi, is it your wish to crush these kids? Kakashi wasn't bothered by Irika's sudden outburst however. My team always complains about wanting important missions and such, so teaching them a lesson would be fun, wouldn't you say, Irika? Crushing them would be quite fun too. The Chunin felt insulted by the insinuation. What did you say? Well, joking aside, I understand where you're coming from, however. Asuma and Kurenai turned to see Kakashi and knew that their fellow Jounin wouldn't mince words right now. Stay out of this. They are not your students anymore, they are our subordinates and is up to us and only us to define whether or not they are ready for the exams. Irika was truly about to hurl some obscenities at Kakashi for what he said, while Kurenai and Asuma had simply sighed in dismay. Though, they knew that saying their peace of mind would at least place Irika's mind at ease. Irika, despite Kakashi's harsh words, he is right, they are our subordinates, Kurenai said with a smile on her face. Plus, we wouldn't be irresponsible in simply throwing them in the Chunin exams if we didn't believe that they weren't ready. Asuma then followed with his cigarette in between his teeth, before Kurenai turned to him. Though, it is quite unfair that your team has Naruto-kun in it. The bearded Jounin merely shrugged, still unable to take credit for the daily surprise. Hiruzen just observed the conversation, and it was clear that he was enjoying it. Enough everyone, Irika, Kakashi is right. The genins are now their subordinates, so they are free to be nominated. The Chunin in question frowned but said nothing else. He wouldn't be pressing the issue any further. Furthermore, I don't need to stress that everyone needs to be on high alert. There are too many genin and jonin from the other villages, so it's imperative to be on the lookout for any strange activity from each and every one of them. The ones present knew what the Hokage was saying and paid close attention. Do you have any suspicion, Hokage-sama? The village leader took a puff from his pipe and turned to Kakashi. Reports are coming still and none stand out so far, many rumors going on and many uncertainties from the other villages, so maintain complete vigilance? With that, the Hokage had dismissed everyone, especially the 3 jounin, to communicate their respective genin. Back with Team 10 Asuma saw the gathered team with a smile as he began his announcement for them. The sun was minutes away from setting for the day as the genin took a seat around Asuma. As Shikamaru probably already knows, in a couple of days, Konoha will host the Chunin exams. The news came as a surprise to Naruto, since he caught up on the sudden movement from visitors inside Konoha since the beginning of this week. At the time, he had simply waved it off, figuring that there was a festival of some kind. Plus, with some missions and training underway, the blonde shinobi had other concerns. In a couple of days, genins from other villages shall arrive to participate in an event that will demonstrate whether or not they are ready for the promotion, and as of this morning, I had nominated you 3 as eligible to participate. The response varied after his announcement. Shikamaru mumbled, Hinata eeped in surprise, and Naruto became elated at the prospect. Do you think we have what it takes to become Chunin, sensei? It came as a surprise to Asuma that it was Naruto who asked that to him. Aside from a little more experience, the blonde genin was already Chunin material. Still, the question brought about the other two's interest, so Asuma addressed everyone instead. If I didn't believe you 3 weren't capable, I wouldn't have nominated you 3. We already reached the minimal mission requirement for the participation, and it shall be a good experience for you 3 to face off after genin from other villages. Still, Hinata was the one who still looked skeptical about herself. Well, he needed to explain to them that attending was optional, of course withholding information that if one chose not to come, then the rest of them wouldn't be able to participate. Of course, if any of you feel like you want to wait a while, participating is optional. As Asuma accepted, Hinata relaxed a little bit, but she still looked concerned while looking subtlety at her teammates for confirmation. Well, you all are free for the rest of the day and until the day of the exams, and if you choose to attend, then here are the forms. After handing the forms, Asuma placed both hands on his waist. Okay, now run along, think about it and see you at the exams, or not. Shikamaru was the first who yawned and bid everyone goodbye. Naruto was seen whispering some encouraging words to Hinata, who appreciated it and bid him and Asuma goodbye after that, leaving Naruto and Asuma alone. I guess I don't need to ask whether or not you want to go, huh Naruto, but please do not pressure Hinata into going if she is resistant. Naruto negated the accusation, looked at the jonin. Don't worry, I won't pressure her into going. All I said to her was that she could talk about it with either you or Kurenai-sensei before deciding. But her family will pressure her into going, I'm afraid. Asuma sighed, concurring. Indeed, for a Hyuga, especially the main family, to back off from this, Hayashi would not take that lightly. Naruto shrugged. In the end, this was a door that Hinata herself needed to pass herself in the end. Still, there was also something I wish to convey to you, Naruto. He looked as Asuma opened a bright smile. It's quite impressive how you had taken a position of leadership amongst some of your peers. Naruto looked in surprise at that and couldn't help but avert his eyes somewhat at the praise, though Naruto smiled in content. Not only to Hinata and Shikamaru, but Sakura, Chuji and Sasuke as well, from what both Kakashi and Kurenai told me. Well, I don't know about that, I mean, all I did was try to give them some pointers here and there. A chuckle escaped from Asuma's mouth at that. Don't be modest, Naruto, be proud of that. To become a Chunin, skill alone does not mean much. Being a Chunin requires experience and leadership. There will come a time when you will be pointed out squad leader for a mission and you will get to lead genins and even other Chunin. It only dawned on Naruto now the words of wisdom he was receiving. True, the Nidaime's lessons, his training on his own and with either Asuma, Kakashi or Kurenai-sensei, they had only prepared him so much. Being a squad leader, being responsible for the lives of your team, that he would only get to learn with experience. And there will be times when he will make a mistake. However, Naruto had truly remarkable role models to follow. I guess I understand, Asuma-sensei, though it's quite scary now that you mention it. Asuma just hummed in approval. He would be disappointed had Naruto said something laced with arrogance. Indeed it is, as you grow, the challenges ahead of you will be harder. And with your drive to improve, I have no doubt that you will be quite an accomplished shinobi, Naruto. Going from genes alone, that was an understatement in Asuma's opinion. But then he remembered some of the beef he had with his father, so Asuma refrained from that line of thinking. Thank you, Asuma-sensei. Well, I can already state that I will be there, and Shikamaru will as well, his mother will kick him all the way to Suna if he doesn't go. See you Asuma-sensei? The bearded Jounin waved at the kid, while sharing the humor of a Nara Yoshino chasing Shikamaru throughout the village and dropping him at the academy soon after. Once alone, he just lighted another cigarette and casually walked towards the Hidden Leaf village, while the city lights slowly came to life in front of his eyes. With nothing better to do for the day, Asuma went straight to the Sarutobi compound and took it easy. Chunin exams start. When the date of the exam occurred, the village was in uproar with the opened gates. Many people flooded through the gates, visitors, vendors, customers and genin from other villages as well, plus the jonin responsible. As such, the hidden village in the leaves worked double in providing security for everyone. The village counted with the help of the Umbu force and the Chunin guards to investigate if the genin and the jonin from other villages matched with the list they had. Many of the Chunin guards were censors, as such they had the ability to scout for possible invaders, eventual shinobi or kunoichi disguised as the ones Konoha had on the list. So far, nothing out of the ordinary occurred, though. At least, nothing considering the foreigners' behavior. However, on the main road there was a skirmish with the village's troublemaker and the Sandame's grandson Sarutobi Konohamaru and his two friends Moegi and Udon. Konohamaru was a scrawny little kid wearing yellow shirt, brown pants, a set of goggles and a long scarf. And right now, the little troublemaker was running for his life together with his friends as one Haruno Sakura was chasing them, after a comment from Konohamaru regarding her let's say front assets or lack thereof. Of course, the fiery Haruno wouldn't take the comment lightly and chased after the three. Kiba and Akamaru were with her when it happened and instead of trying to stop her from killing the Hokage's grandson, the Inuzuka merely pointed at Sakura and laughed his ass off about the comment. Of course, before Sakura chased Konohamaru, Sakura punched Kiba hard on his stomach. Of course, with her chakra control being even higher than Naruto's, Sakura managed to pack quite the chakra-enhanced punch. Ah, she is going to kill us, crazy lady, I'm sorry. If possible, Sakura was even angrier when she heard the brat's comment. Come back here, you little creep. I'll teach you some manners. Konohamaru screamed his ass off out of fright as they saw Sakura approach them slowly but surely. Konohamaru was running while looking back to see Sakura's position, so he didn't see that he was running straight towards a genin from Suna wearing a black hooded jumpsuit and war paint on his face. The kid slammed into the genin and fell on his butt on the ground. Sakura and Kiba soon appeared as they recognized the guy's Suna headband. Plus, there was a girl next to him with blonde hair tied in 4 pigtails, wearing light gray clothes with fishnet clothing. The guy was looking straight towards Konohamaru. That hurts, little shit. He then grabbed Konohamaru by the scarf and dragged him forcefully up in the air. The kid tried in vain to get away, but his air pipe was being squeezed. Hey, let him go, it was just an accident. Kiba was about to charge at this punk for daring to attack Konohamaru, no matter how much of a pain this kid actually was. Oi, stop that, you'll get us in trouble, Kankuro. The Suna genin named Kankuro looked at both the blonde girl and the one that threatened him wearing a gray overcoat with the dog on his head. So you're all Konoha genin, huh? I guess I'll just play with you too while we wait. Hey jackass, let him go this instant, let's go Akamaru. The dog barked in acknowledgement just as Kankuro smiled and threw Konohamaru towards the running Kiba. The Inuzuka, though, managed to grab Konohamaru airborne and gently placed him on the ground, before ushering the kids to run along. You'll pay for that now. Kankuro merely sked at the empty threat while the blonde girl from Suna merely sighed in exasperation. She shrugged though as Kankuro did cause this situation. Sakura did try to stop Kiba from attacking a foreign shinobi while it was clear that they were here for the Chunin exams, but she was already too late to do that. Kankuro, though, merely smirked as he swiftly used chakra strings that he used to control puppets to make Kiba slip and fall on the ground. Akamaru stopped his advance as he checked on his owner to see if Kiba was alright. Sakura, for her part, released a sigh at the scene, ignoring the Suna genin's taunt against Kiba. So, it's this what Konoha has to offer, then this Chunin exams will be easy. Allow me to finish you off right here and remove you from the competition. The threat was quite clear as Kankuro unleashed what was strapped on his back. The woman next to him became worried about the situation escalating and urged him to stop, but Kankuro paid her no mind. Before Kankuro managed to release whatever technique he was about to perform, a small pebble of rock traveled fast straight towards his stretched hand, forcing him to abort. When everyone turned to see the direction it came from, Uchiha Sasuke was sitting on top of a tree, dangling another small rock on his hand. Immediately, Sakura relaxed somewhat, knowing that at least they had the superior numbers if something were to happen here. Still, she couldn't help but berate the Uchiha. "Sasuke-kun, what took you so long to get here? You're late." The Uchiha only grunted, not bothering to acknowledge Sakura's complaint. It was already a huge boon in his life that Sakura had stopped following him around like Akamaru did to Kiba. While it couldn't be said that her teenage infatuation with the Uchiha was no more, it was now more subdued. After all, Sasuke could attest that Sakura became more motivated after the wave mission in her demanding Naruto to help train her from time to time. "How about you get down from there, so that I can teach you a lesson in manners, punk?" Sasuke looked at Kankuro and sneered at the empty threat. "You should think better before trying to cause trouble in here." Sasuke got up from his sitting position and was about to jump down, when a smooth voice jolted Sasuke by surprise. "Kankuro, stop this at once, you're an embarrassment to the village." Sasuke was so caught by surprise that he had even activated the Sharingan in reflex, before looking back to the other side of the tree he was sitting on. There, hanging upside down, was a redhead genin with a giant gourd strapped on his back. Sasuke was completely caught off guard since he didn't even hear the intruder's footsteps. This level of stealth was close to Kakashi in his mind. Sakura and Kiba even looked surprised at the sudden appearance, though Sakura was surprised at the frightened look displayed by the two genins from Suna at this new guy's presence. Then, both the newcomer and Sasuke used Shunshin to drop to the ground at the same time, before facing each other. A complete silence ensued as Sasuke eyed this interesting foe before him, while the opponent did the same to Sasuke. Sasuke could tell that this guy was the real deal and he couldn't help but compare him to Naruto. It was certainly the same feeling he had when Sasuke sparred with Naruto when they had the chance. "Tell me, what's your name?" The redhead had simply stared at Sasuke for a long time, and this only served to escalate the tension further. Certainly, Kankuro and the blonde lady next to him were already feeling it. "Sabaku no Gaara, you are very interesting as well, what's your name?" The Uchiha smirked at the acknowledgement from a worthy opponent. "Uchiha Sasuke, I look forward to facing you in the Chunin exams." Gaara just hummed in recognition, before he turned and jumped away followed by his teammates. The two ended up causing quite a spectacle for many foreign shinobi, who were perfectly hidden on top of other trees a couple meters behind them. Shinobi and kunoichi from Iwa, Kumo, Kiri and even 3 shinobi wearing a headband with a musical note as a symbol. They all focused on the black-haired genin from Konoha and the one with the gourd from Sunagakure. And they were all gunning against the genins from Konoha in particular. If there is one village that every other village hates with a passion and for different but similar reasons was the hidden village in the leaves. This was the scene where one particular blonde shinobi wearing navy blue clothes observed from a very good vantage point on top of a building nearby. Naruto's focus lay entirely on the redhead genin from Sunagakure as he could feel a powerful chakra inside of him, the likes of which it was uncomfortably familiar. Academy building . After leaving the building, Naruto went straight towards the academy building where he would join the Chunin exams. As soon as he got in front of the building, Naruto was surprised to see Shikamaru and Hinata there waiting for him. The 3 genin exchanged pleasantries along the way, with Naruto praising Hinata for her decision to come and laughing at Shikamaru from probably being too scared to risk telling his mother that he didn't want to attend. After that, the team went inside the building and climbed 2 sets of stairs, before stopping when they saw a commotion of sorts. They were supposed to head to room 301 and Shikamaru had simply sighed, wondering why these people even bothered. Naruto and Hinata chose to simply follow the genius as they had avoided the group of genin on the 2nd floor and went straight to the 3rd where they would find the designated room. Of course, had they opted to stay on the 2nd floor, they would have witnessed a standoff between Sasuke and 2 Konoha genins that graduated last year, one of them being Hinata's cousin Hyuga Niji. As soon as Team 10 appeared in front of the room 301, they saw Asuma casually leaning on the wall, with his arms crossed, eyes closed and smoking. "Well, it appears that Hinata is here, good. Now, you can formally attend the Chunin exams." The girl in question looked at their sensei with a silent question, as Asuma chuckled. "Actually, from the start, only 3-man squads could apply and take the exams. So you lied?" Asuma smiled at Shikamaru's accusation and, well, it wasn't much of an accusation, but an assertion. "Indeed, had I said it differently, either one of you could be pressured by the others to apply. This way, at least, by you 3 showing up individually, shows that you're at least in this wholeheartedly." It took Shikamaru's throat clearing to make Asuma correct himself. "Well, at least Hinata and Naruto is." Naruto couldn't help but grunt at his teammates' laziness. Naruto had already shown that he could use Suiton manipulation, so it would be perfectly fine for him to use the Nidaime's water whip on the lazy Nara. Then, he counted 1 to 10 backwards and it passed. Still, it would be highly satisfying to do so. Soon, he will, though, only once just to feel vindicated. Well, I guess it's due time you 3 step in there and begin. I'd just like to say how proud of you 3 I am, even you Shikamaru. Asuma saw the 3 smile back and then step aside as his team took their first steps towards becoming a Chunin. Room 301 . Once inside, Team 10 had met probably close to 200 pairs of eyes staring at them. Quickly so, the team went to the far corner of the room where they saw Team 8 standing there waiting as well. "Oh Shikamaru, Naruto, you came." Chuji greeted them as he was busy eating a bag of chips. The other 2 boys greeted the robust Genin while Ino greeted Hinata. Shino just stood in the back, observing the group's interaction. "It's great to see you Chuji, how's your family doing?" Chuji responded to Naruto's question by offering him a bag of chips. "They are great, Naruto." Naruto had been there together with Shikamaru once or twice. The Akimichi clan were food lovers and Naruto had quite the stomach to match the clan. Akimichi Chuza, Chuji's father, saw Naruto's performance at the food table and he bonded with the blonde Genin immediately, saying that Chuji should invite Naruto more often to the clan's food gatherings. While Naruto preferred ramen and even Kosuke's magnificent cooking, the Akimichi clan's barbecue was excellent as well. "So, I guess that even you came Shikamaru." "Yeah, though it's quite troublesome, it would be even more to try and back out of this and explain to my mother." Chuji showed a full-out smile at that, knowing all about it. The chatting then stopped once Sasuke's team opened the door as well and once again, everyone turned to see the new opposition. Ino stopped chatting with Hinata and hugged Sasuke from behind, earning Sakura's ire at the Yamanaka's forwardness, while Kiba ignored them and greeted the other Genin, namely Naruto, Shikamaru and Chuji. It's been a long time ago, but these 4 would get together in this very academy and skip school together. While it's been a long time, Naruto found himself reminiscing on those days while the 4 chatted amicably. While they chatted, a gray-haired man with a short ponytail, a Konoha Genin, approached the 9 rookie Genin. He wore long blue pants, a gray shirt beneath a dark blue jean vest and glasses. This stranger fell into Naruto's senses immediately, though the blonde couldn't feel a strong chakra capacity, meaning that either he was truly a low-level Genin or he was controlling his chakra to a point that he was able to trick a censor shinobi. "Hey there, you should be a little quieter and learn to read the atmosphere. You all are rookie Genin, aren't you? Good grief." Ino was the one who took offense to the man's talking. "Well, and who are you, talking like you know us?" The grown-up Genin adjusted his glasses and opened a haughty smile at them. "I'm Yakushi Kabuto and please take a good look around you." As an answer to his cue, the rookie Genin looked around and once more caught the eyes and stares of everyone in the room focused solely on them. "Everyone around here is quite tense because of the exams, so I wouldn't push it if I were you. Just a heads up from a fellow shinobi of the Leaf." Like Kabuto expected, the rookie Genin at least stopped conversing as if this was a school field trip and stopped talking, though Naruto was still wary of this guy. "Now, I guess that with you being rookies and all, a few pointers would help you all." "Ah Kabuto-san, so is this your 2nd time in the Chunin exams?" Sakura looked quite eager to know more about what was going on. "Well, it's my 7th time overall." The rookies had different responses to that. Kiba mocked him for being a low-level Genin. Sasuke just dismissed this guy's info considering it all. Shikamaru considered the exam even more troublesome if it took someone 7 tries and still failed. However, Naruto right there caught a minuscule shift in his man's chakra as soon as he said it. Something was not right here, though he couldn't tell what. "So, I guess that most of you already know a bit or two about these exams and the relations between villages, so I won't bother going into detail. But, I could provide help for you guys to know what you may be up against." Kabuto then reached inside his pocket and picked up a deck of cards. "Throughout my experience, I have gathered information about all of the Genin here, including you 9. "What are those?" Naruto asked as he could feel the intricacies of Fuinjutsu on these cards, getting his interest. "Oh, these are ninja info cards. These cards react to my chakra, so only when I pass my chakra through it, the card reveals the shinobi, any shinobi here's stats." Kabuto then began to flip the cards one by one and pass chakra through, showing images of some of the shinobi in this room. "So, any of you wish to know about anyone here?" The rookie Genin were all silent as none of them had any names they wished to pass on to Kabuto. Only Sasuke had a few names to check. "What can you tell about Sabaku no Gaara from the Sand and Uzumaki Naruto from the Leaf?" Sasuke's mention of Naruto was met with incredulity from the rest, though Naruto couldn't help but sigh at the rivalry that the Uchiha pursued with him. While Naruto enjoyed sparring with Sasuke's Sharingan every now and then, He wasn't too thrilled to deal with Sasuke's drive to defeat him every chance he got. Still, it would be at least revealing to Naruto just what sort of information this Kabuto had on him to confirm if this guy is legit or not. A side look at Shikamaru made Naruto aware that his teammate was also suspicious of this guy. Wow, interested in knowing one of your own? Well, in here we're all enemies, so I can't fault you for that. Let's see, first Sabaku no Gaara. Kabuto then placed the card on the ground and passed chakra through it, revealing a very intricate chart with mission records, teammates, Jounin sensei, and even a chart with the shinobi's main abilities. Well, he is a foreign shinobi, so records about him are quite scarce, mainly about his abilities. Teammates are Sabaku no Kankuro and Sabaku no Temari, well, so they are siblings. Mission record is 1C ranked and WoW 8B ranked, and he came by unscathed in all of them. A tough opponent indeed. Though, only the genin elite from each village comes here, after all. The news was registered by Sasuke and even Naruto, who remembered the feeling he had when he looked at the Suna genin from this morning. Well, now, Uzumaki Naruto. When Kabuto was about to review Naruto's stats, a kunai drenched with wind chakra charged and stuck the card on the ground, slicing it cleanly in half before Kabuto could even read it. Naruto's rapid action surprised the rookie genin and even the rest who were busy observing the scene. This very moment, the team from Suna all looked at the blonde in attention, as all three noticed the usage of wind chakra and pinpoint accuracy. Hyuga Neji, Hinata's cousin, focused on Naruto and remembered him as his cousin's teammate. Neji remembered seeing Naruto on occasion inside their compound, but he hardly ever interacted with the rookie genin. Though, now, he found himself focusing on him more now. Sorry there, Kabuto-san, but I don't feel comfortable with you announcing to everyone here just what I can do. I hope you understand that, and sorry for ruining your cards there. It was bad enough that this guy had such an info that should have been safely stored inside the Hokage's administration building. Kabuto appeared surprised for a while, but then relented with a flat smile. I understand, Naruto-san, my apologies, and you're right, forgive me. Naruto's actions alone brought about loud murmuring as each and every shinobi in this room looked at whom they considered an opposition. Many strong shinobi and kunoichi spiked their chakra as they stared at each other. Sasuke, Neji, Gaara, Naruto, Neji and many others did the same. The rest couldn't help but sweat profusely at the high tension that suddenly enveloped the entire classroom. Ino couldn't help but cower slightly at the feeling while she looked at Sakura and Hinata, wondering if they felt the same way. Though, she was surprised to see the two girls matching what the others were doing. Ino looked at both their focused visages and realized how further than her Sakura and Hinata were. The tension stopped when a huge smoke enveloped the room from up front, before many Konoha Chunin appeared with the same uniform and one man leading them, with a black trench coat and face full of deep scars. Quiet down, everyone this instant. This was enough for everyone to stop flaring their chakra as the Jonin instructor named Marino Ibiki showed a full-out deranged smile. I deeply apologize for keeping you waiting. I'm Marino Ibiki and shall be the proctor of the first exam. And before I begin with the rules, I will state right now, there will be battles or fights without the permission of the proctors. This time, Ibiki even flared his own chakra, increasing his killing intent as he intoned. For those who believe they can try their luck right now, well, you shall deal with me personally. That alone managed to get everyone's attention, before Ibiki continued. Now, hand in your applications and take a seat under the numbers I shall hand to each of you. After that, we shall begin the written test. A few murmured about the absurdity of having a written exam, but did as demanded. Naruto observed that the proctors gave random numbers to the same genin team, which meant that he would be seated far from his teammates. It turned out that he was then seated next to Sasuke as the Uchiha kept glaring at him, probably because Naruto kept him from knowing more about his skills. So, Naruto sighed and turned to ignore the glare from his comrade in favor of paying attention to Ibiki while the other Chunin handed the tests to everyone. In no time, Ibiki stood alone in front of the classroom while the Chunin took chairs close to the room walls. Now hear me out, because I will only say it once, there are several important rules to this first test. Ibiki started, still with his killing intent high, keeping up the tension in the air. You all are given 10 points right from the start. The written test has 10 problems to solve, with 1 point each. And this test is a point deduction system. You are deducted 1 point for each problem you get wrong. If you get 3 wrong, you'll have 7 points. Now, pass or failure will be determined by the total points of the 3-person teams. At this point, everyone realized precisely why this exam needed to be taken in teams. If one failed, then the others would fail as well. Now, shut up everyone because this is important. Those who are deemed by the Sentinels as having committed an act of cheating or something similar to that will have 2 points deducted for each act. It was at this point that these genin began to know about the sadist known as Marino Ibiki. As some of you might have guessed, yes, there may be those who will be dismissed during the test without waiting for the test grading. Ibiki now smiled just like the Chunin who were seated close to the genin. If you all aspire to become a Chunin at all, then know that shinobi should act like exemplary shinobi. Oh, and if one of the members of the team get 0 points, then the entire team is disqualified. Like Ibiki expected and thrived off, the entire class shuddered at the rules. Well, Ibiki's chakra flaring didn't make things any easy. The last problem will be given 45 minutes after the start of the test. So this test is to be finished in 1 hour flat, no exceptions. Begin. The noise of pages turning and dead silence met the room as the genin looked at the questions. 5 minutes later, after reading all of the questions, it became clear that this system was beyond sadistic. The questions were quite complex and not many in this room would manage to answer it correctly. Still, the rules were quite clear in Naruto's mind. He began with 10 points and only needed to not score 0 in this test. He knew Shikamaru would ace this thing without the need to work up a sweat, and Hinata was quite smart as well. Naruto had more battle brains, but he figured that he could at least provide answers to 3 questions, maybe 4. What intrigued him, however, was the notion that he would only get a 2-point deduction for being caught cheating. So that alone was surprising, considering that when he was caught by Irika-sensei once, the Chunin kicked him out immediately afterward. So this exam encourages cheating, and that's what that Ibiki guy said about acting as an exemplary shinobi. This is an information-gathering mission, the likes of which Kurenai-sensei often talked about. Quickly going about writing the answers he knew, Naruto then placed the pencil down as he observed the classroom around him. He observed the Chunin around the classroom and even the Jonin Ibiki up front, looking around. Each of the Chunin had a pencil and paper as well, probably to write down the genin who were caught cheating. And if one gets caught 5 times, then they are out. True to his guess, the Chunin next to him scribbled something on his paper. So the goal here may not be the questions itself, but cheating without getting caught. Like Naruto came to this conclusion, many of the others did so as well. Gaara commanded his san to make an artificial chakra eye to check on who had the answers. Kiba's dog Akamaru barked the answers to Kiba. Shino's bugs did the same. Sakura and Shikamaru were perhaps the only 2 who didn't need to cheat as they answered all of the questions. Ino saw Shikamaru doing so and used her signature clan technique on the lazy Nara to take possession of him to check on Shikamaru's answers, before answering her own, before turning to Chuji and doing the same, taking control of his body to answer for him. There were even those who had to rely on creativity, like Niji's teammate Tenten, a twin bun-haired girl wearing Chinese-style clothing who did so using mirrors to see Shino's answers. She had even managed to help her teammate Rock Lee, a bowl-haired genin with green leotard clothing. Throughout the test, the Chunin Sentinels announced the numbers of genin who were caught cheating 5 times as these genin along with their teams were getting kicked out. Both Niji and Sasuke got the same idea with their respective dojutsu, with Niji looking past one who was answering all of the questions with his Byakugan. Sasuke with his Sharingan copied the same man's movements. Naruto noticed Sasuke doing so and turned to look at the Chunin next to him, fully focused on him. Going through the skills he had at this point, Naruto realized that he was rather limited right now. No ninjutsu would help him and fuinjutsu wouldn't help either. That only left genjutsu to use, and a smirk soon appeared on his face, before Naruto focused on the ram signal straight towards the Chunin who was looking at him. The Chunin looked to see what the blonde would do, but he just stood there looking at his test doing nothing. Little did he know that the Naruto he was observing was truly the false surroundings technique. The Naruto he was looking at was not the real one. The real one was peeking at Sasuke's test and following Sasuke's writing speed flawlessly. Being adept at fuinjutsu, Naruto needed to have a good enough calligraphy and fast enough to write the seals in the midst of battle. As such, it came easy for him to follow Sasuke's answers, before both finished at the same time. The Chunin in question widened his eyes as the real Naruto appeared in front of him, with his arms crossed instead of just focusing on his test holding the pencil. While he knew that this kid did something, he couldn't know what. "Alright, I think we almost finished shaking off the losers." Ibiki's sudden voice made everyone focus on him and then looked around to see 40 perhaps 50 seats from the approximately 200 Chunin candidates. "Now, it's time for the 10th question." Everyone tensed as Ibiki once more flared his chakra for effect. "Before I give the 10th question, however, you guys will have to choose whether or not you will take the 10th question. If you choose not to take the 10th question, then your score will be 0, thus you and your team will be eliminated. Of course, the natural course of action would be to take the question. But herein lies the genius of Ibiki's madness and precisely why the man was considered Umbu's lead of torture and interrogation in Konoha. However, if you choose to take the 10th question and fail..." Ibiki had paused, keeping up the tension to everyone, including the most experienced. Such is the psychological power this guy possessed. Then you relinquish the right of taking the Chunin exams forever. Hey, what the hell? What kind of rule is that? There are tons of genin here who have taken the exams before. Ibiki couldn't help but chuckle at Kiba's tantrum. He laughed and laughed hard, before spiking his killing intent, making Kiba buckle under the pressure. I guess you're just unlucky then, kid. It is I who make the rules this year. But I did give you all the options. If you decide not to risk your ninja career, then you can simply not take it and try again next time. Take the 10th question and fail, and you shall remain a genin for life. Ibiki had even chuckled evilly once more as he basked at the feeling of the terrified looks in front of him. Now, before I give the 10th question, I need you to raise your hands if you wish to forfeit. Those who stay put will then receive the question. Naruto observed as one by one, random genin left and right raised their hands, choosing not to endanger their careers. If he was true to himself, he was in a perilous situation right now. These questions were tough to answer, and if the 10th question is too hard for him to take it, then he would be a genin for life. But if he decided to quit right now, then they would have to leave as well. Well, it somewhat eased his mind at the thought that should he take it, he wouldn't be damaging their careers. Worst came to worst, only he would suffer the penalties, so he came with the resolve to stay and answer. In the end, no matter his ranking, Naruto will always strive to become stronger as the Nidaime's legacy. And he couldn't picture his role model taking a different decision. The rest of the rookie genin knew about the odds and remained in their resolve to stay and answer it as well. Ibiki remained quiet as he could still see some raising his hands and quitting, until only 51 genin remained. Marino Ibiki smirked, knowing that his mission was accomplished. He received the acknowledgement of the Chunin and then addressed the classroom, now quite empty. Well, then, I like your determination. Now, for those who stayed, you pass. 5 seconds passed and most genin simply stopped breathing, their brains had simply stopped working for a while. Certainly, Shikamaru cursed this man even more than his own mother. Even if he was a genius, Shikamaru could very well get a question that he couldn't answer, and he stays genin for life, and doing the same chores over and over again was way too troublesome. Naruto for his part allowed himself time to breathe properly. He wouldn't want to meet this guy anytime soon after this. Hold on, what are you talking about? What's the 10th question? This time, Ibiki had stopped flaring his chakra and transformed from the sadist interrogator to a completely different person, smiling broadly at the question. Well, you can look at the choice you had to make as the 10th question. This test's objective above all else started with your ability to gather information. It was never about the questions itself, so no one will be grading your answers here. As to the 10th question, well, it was indeed an unfair question. It was to test your resolve as future Chunin. There will be missions where you won't know what will happen to either you or your teammates. What do you do then? Decide to flee to save your life or go through it knowing you could walk into a death trap? The lesson was then clear to everyone as Ibiki finished. Showing your courage to your teammates in a tight spot and the ability to get through the hardships is the qualities of Chunin captain. Naruto observed this man intently and he saw many of Tobarama's qualities in Ibiki. Despite Tobarama's methods to inspire fear were more physical, Ibiki's was by no means less effective, and his heart is on the right path. Ibiki then turned to the window just as a black ball came barging inside. The man observed the window shards headed for the opposition, before his vision became impaired as the black ball turned to be a black flag. The assailant opened with 2 kunai thrown upwards that stuck on the roof, before Mitarashi Anko emerged with such grace that baffled everyone. Naruto remembered the woman from the Dango place and couldn't help but smile at the theatrics. There is no time to celebrate yet, maggots. I'm the proctor of the second exam, Mitarashi Anko. Follow me. Ibiki then appeared behind the flag containing Anko's name written in white. You're late again, Anko? The woman in question deflated at her superior, before looking at the number of genin still present. Oh, only 51, you weren't kidding around, huh, Ibiki? You expected something different? Huh, I guess not. Anko concluded, before turning to the class once more. Well, then, alright, I'll drop more than half of these losers in the second exam. Anko said was with a smirk that promised a great level of pain. So, the details regarding location and time will be handed to your jonin and we shall meet tomorrow. Everyone is dismissed. Chapter 13, Chunin Exams Part 2. Beta, Skephinator. As instructed by Anko, Naruto and his team had met with Asuma after the exam and received the location of where to be for the second exam. The bearded jounin had then congratulated his team on passing the first barrier. Since Asuma couldn't tell much about the second part, the only thing he could say was a pep talk about trusting each other and acting as a team. After their brief encounter, to which Asuma had left saying he needed to meet the Hokage for something, Naruto then received an invitation by Kurenai to join her, Hinata and Yakumo for dinner in her house. Shikamaru was invited as well, but like Kurenai's own team, he preferred to go home and rest for tomorrow. So, after stocking up on some general supplies through the swift use of genjutsu, Naruto had knocked on Kurenai's door for the first time. Her apartment was just one of the many similar two-room apartments in a building reserved for shinobi. Though, as he stepped on the floor of her apartment, Naruto couldn't help but compare with his own building. The hallway only had one light and it barely worked, probably due to poor maintenance. Well, perhaps her home is better looking than this. No sooner had he knocked, Kurenai had already opened the door, inviting him inside. The Jounin-sensei's casual clothes were composed of short beige pants barely covering her knees, long black shirt worn beneath a loose red fabric. Welcome Naruto-kun, we were having a bet to see if you would be late, come in, come in. Naruto greeted the sensei with a wave as he got inside the apartment and like he guessed, it was way better than the creepy hallway. Hi Kurenai-sensei, I just wanted to stock up on supplies for the second part tomorrow. Is Hinata here already? The sensei ushered him inside, before closing the door behind him. Yes, she is helping me and Yakumo prepare dinner, please make yourself at home, Naruto-kun. Dinner will be right up? The genin acknowledged the hospitality and observed as the sensei went back to the kitchen. As soon as Naruto took a seat on her couch, Hinata's neck surged through the kitchen door as she saw her senpai take a seat by Kurenai's couch. Good evening Naruto-kun, you came? Naruto was busy looking around the living room and even peeking on some of Kurenai's library when he looked at Hinata. Oh hi Hinata, yeah, sorry I took so long, just that I needed to restock some. The reserved Hyuga simply acknowledged with a fond smile as she took a seat on the chair opposite the couch where Naruto was sitting. You don't need to apologize Naruto-kun, you're right on time. So, what did you buy? Anything I should get as well? Naruto chuckled as Hinata placed her hands on her knees while sitting. While she had evolved from her shyness, it was still there. Well, Asuma-sensei was of course quite vague about the exams tomorrow, so I just bought the usual, shuriken, kunai, fuinjutsu kit, plus some general supplies. Did Kurenai-sensei say something about it? Now why would I do that Naruto-kun, that would be cheating, wouldn't it? Kurenai walked in the living room carrying the dinner trays together with Yakumo, who for her turn greeted Naruto and Naruto greeted back, before smirking towards the sensei. Yeah, it would, though if you said anything, it would be to your team, not us. Kurenai and the rest laughed at his comment. Plus, Anko-san happens to be your best friend, so clearly you would know something. Yakumo and Hinata just looked at each other and smiled as Naruto and Kurenai talked to each other. The Jounin, for her part, ushered everyone to take a sit by the table, while addressing Naruto. Forget it Naruto-kun, Anko is tight-lipped about it and even if she did, I would never betray her trust with this. Now, dig up everyone. The three genin did as instructed as the four occupants chatted amicably with each other, about a great range of topics. Most of them were about the first test and how Naruto and Hinata had managed to survive Marino Ibiki's psychological warfare disguised in a 10-question written test. While Hinata using Byakugan was pretty much guessed by Kurenai and Yakumo, both illusion users were surprised when Naruto said that he used the very craft to get by. It came as a surprise to Hinata as well, since the team had yet to talk much about what each did to pass by, though Hinata knew that Shikamaru was too much of a genius to need any kind of subterfuge. You used genjutsu, Naruto-kun? How interesting, tell us. Naruto nodded at Kurenai's ponder as he turned to Yakumo and Hinata. Well, yeah, I'll admit I was stuck otherwise. Many of the skills I have are more battle-oriented. Elemental ninjutsu would be useless, any wind jutsu would simply blow all of the tests on the ground, including mine. So, I saw that one of the Chunin was focusing on me the entire time. That gave me the opportunity to disrupt his senses so to speak, make him see me doing something else other than checking on Sasuke's answers, who by the way was using his Sharingan to copy the answers from someone else. To Hinata, the concept was still foreign, but Yakumo and Kurenai both nodded in acknowledgement, knowing what the blonde genin did. The Jounin-sensei finished gathering the plates from the table with everyone's help. I can see you improved then, when you first showed it to me, you couldn't maintain the illusion for more than half a minute. Naruto scratched the back of his head in acknowledgement of his limit. His fast scribbling based on fuinjutsu did the rest. Yeah, I had that timeframe window to write as many answers as possible, before the illusion faded. Kurenai chuckled at that. Well, good work. Now stay put you three, I will bring us some tea for the night. Naruto then hung out with Yakumo and Hinata. Naruto, then, turned to the Kurama heir. So Yakumo, why didn't you apply for the exams? I wanted to, but there was no team with a third member short. Naruto and Hinata observed as Kurenai came and gave everyone some herbal tea. I had already placed my name to Hokage-sama for the next exams, though. Perhaps, one of the genin from your classroom can be promoted and that would open a spot for me to join. Though, I wouldn't be surprised if you were promoted, Naruto. The sudden praise was met with surprise by the blonde genin, though no one, Hinata, Kurenai or even Yakumo, had much doubt that Naruto had enough skill to be eligible for the promotion, if his team passes the second and third steps of the exams, that is. Naruto then remembered his talk with Asuma and how he was viewed by his peers. He also saw recognition from Kurenai's tender eyes at him, though the jounin recognized doubt in Naruto's. As the night progressed, Hinata and Yakumo shifted to their own conversation, so Naruto and Kurenai turned to talk to each other. Is there something you wish to ask, Naruto-kun? The look of doubt became transparent once more and someone with a keen eye for details picked up immediately. Naruto had lots of secrets in his life, but he could at least be open about his concerns, just like he had with Asuma before the exams. Just wondering about what Yakumo said about me having what it takes to be a Chunin. Kurenai nodded as she crossed her legs with an open posture while holding her cup of tea. Asuma-sensei had explained that a Chunin are squad leaders, being responsible for the lives of my team. I only wonder if I truly have what it takes, you know. The jounin did remember the time when she had this conversation, when she was in Naruto's position. Even now, being a recently promoted jounin, she constantly feels the weight of leading her genin team and sometimes having to choose between the safety of her team, which is a must, and finishing the mission. Now looking at him, Kurenai could offer some encouragement moving forward. Though like Asuma, she had faith that Naruto would do just fine. I see, well, truly it's something to ponder about as we all move forward. Naruto was looking down and then focused on his senior for her words of wisdom. Moving from genin to chunin is not only about skill as I trust Asuma had explained to you. And being a leader is quite a complex skill to develop. It's bad enough that we have to figure this out in the middle of a mission, though I don't believe that the Hokage would give you a mission above C rank to lead right off the bat. Naruto looked uncertain still and Kurenai smiled at it. Everything is going to be okay, Naruto. Being a leader above all is to have the respect of those who follow you. And I can see as everyone does that your peers respect you. You always go out of your way to help most of them and look how much you helped both Hinata and Yakumo already. Even Sakura and Sasuke from what I hear from Kakashi. Kurenai was now more thrilled to see the light coming back from Naruto's light cerulean eyes at her words and she realized to herself that she enjoyed seeing that gleam in his eyes. Such drive added by such an exponential growth is quite rare to see. It only made her all the more excited to just sit back and observe his growth as a shinobi and now as a person. Thank you, Kurenai-sensei. Her smile was so exuberant that he couldn't help but confide with her and perhaps even open up fully to her about everything in the future. For now, the focus shall be on passing the exams, but should you receive the promotion, your growth will rise exponentially. And us Jounin-sensei will always be here for you to talk to, if need be. Yeah, it's no use worrying about something while the exams are still in play. And I appreciate the help, Kurenai-sensei, truly. I just hope that I can help you as well, someday. Once more, he surprised her with that tenacity of his. It was a Jounin's obligation to help the next generation of shinobi. But above all else, for her especially, it was considered a privilege to have this opportunity. Plus, she could see how attentive he was to her every word, not only in genjutsu training, but also when she offered her wisdom in personal matters. Throughout our lives, there will be situations when I will help you, Naruto-kun, and in others, you will help me. Work hard, become a Chunin, and, who knows, perhaps we can go together on missions in the future and we can have each other's backs. The thought became so vivid that Naruto was engrossed in imagining them fighting side by side just like they did when they rescued Yakumo. I certainly look forward to when this day arrives, Kurenai-sensei. The comment brought about a comfortable nod from the sensei, knowing, or rather hoping, that Naruto will keep surprising her every time. Soon, Naruto and Hinata said their goodbye, since they needed to rest for tomorrow. He then walked together with Hinata towards the Hyuga compound and then to his house. Next day. The next day, the 17 genin teams were gathered around in a clearing while waiting for the second exam proctor Mitarashi Anko to explain this part. The woman, with her beige overcoat, just stood there with her arms crossed while observing everyone, talking with each other. She could feel, though, the general mood and shivered in anticipation for what was to come soon for them. The fact that neither of them even knew what awaits brought a sense of excitement that made her tingle all over. The thought of the perils, the pain, the hardship that these poor souls will suffer soon enough, after the start of the exam. The woman was exuding such a bloodthirsty aura that for those who knew her, began to shiver at the sight of the woman practically salivating. True enough, the Chunin that aided her with the exam knew about her reputation and couldn't help but take an unconscious step back. Okay everyone, gather around, because I won't be repeating myself here. Her announcement brought everyone's attention, before Anko uncrossed her arms and placed her hands on her waist. As you know, this is the site of the second exam, training field number 44. The woman was a fan of the theatrics and the suspense, so she just smiled mischievously at everyone, before finishing. Also known as the Forest of Death, the wind picked up and all the genin stood at attention as they now took a good look at the huge forest that began just behind the fences. Just by seeing the tall trees and the fact that the trees' roots alone toppled the fence, brought great shivers to the uninitiated. The genin could see the warning signs of "Do not enter" all over the fences, filled with giant locks. Plus, the fact that giant centipedes and snakes could be seen crawling around the tree logs feasting on the unsuspected prey sufficed for an explanation. The sense of dread was clear to everyone and only a fool would not heed the warnings in this place. Before we start, though, there's something important I must pass out to you all. Anko then reached inside her overcoat and pulled a pile of written papers. This is a consent form. Before you can take part in the test, you all have to sign this. Consent forms, what for? Anko turned to see Kakashi's genin Kiba asking and smirked. Well, from here on out, corpses are going to come out. From here on out, there is the possibility of you guys dying, so that would be on my responsibility. I can't have that, you know, so you will need to sign, waiving Konoha of the responsibility. The fact that Anko started laughing after that was even more scary, and Naruto was starting to wonder which psycho was the worst, Anko or Ibiki. The beige overcoat Kunoichi may be friends with Kurenai-sensei, but Naruto knew bits and pieces about the woman who played with snakes. Needless to say, he never wanted to be on her bad side. Not her nor Ibiki for that matter. As the consent forms were passed along by the genin, which needed to be signed and delivered to the Chunin in the tent next to Anko, the proctor now began the real explanation. Okay then, now I shall explain, in a word, the limits of your survival will be challenged. First, allow me to explain about the terrain. Anko then opened up a map. Training Field 44 is surrounded by 44 locked entrance gates. There is a river and a forest and a tower in the middle of the field. The distance to the tower is about 10 kilometers from the gates. In this confined area, you will go through a certain survival program. In other words, pretty much anything goes beyond these gates, a scroll battle. Once more, the shiver returned as the genin looked at each other, most of them knowing what that meant. Permission to kill. Essentially, I want you to fight for 2 scrolls, the Heaven Scroll and the Earth Scroll. There are 17 teams here, so 9 teams shall receive the Heaven Scroll and 8 will receive the Earth Scroll. The objective, as you may have figured out, is for the genin team to reach the tower, but the team will only pass if they manage to bring in both scrolls. In essence, it's expected that at least half of the genin teams will fail or even worse. Shikamaru had to release a sigh, wondering if it's still time to make a quick getaway and cloud gaze. One more thing, there is a time limit to this exam. Once more, Shikamaru sighed. Of course, there is a time limit, troublesome. For this second exam, the time limit shall be 120 hours. You all will have precisely 5 days to reach the tower. At this, both Ino and Chuji protested, of course, for different reasons. 5 days. What do we do about food? Anko merely smiled at that. Well, this is a forest filled with flora and fauna of various species. You can all hunt and drink. This is a survival course. There are plenty of animals in there for you all to hunt if needed, though sometimes the animals and even some plants may see you all as prey, so I would tread carefully if I were you, or not. Chuji and Ino both shivered as the woman showed quite the devious smile. Now, all there is to explain are the rules for qualification. First, like I said before, the team must all reach the tower within the time frame. If 1 or 2 members are injured or dead, then the team fails. Also, absolutely do not look at the contents of the scrolls at least until you have reached the tower. So, please do not try to find out, I'm serious here. There are times when a Chunin must deal with super secret text. It serves to test your reliability. There were a few murmurs amongst the genin as they heard the explanation. Okay, that's enough for the explanations. All it's left is to exchange the consent forms with the scroll your team will receive. So, go to that tent over there and do that. After that, you are to reach the designated gate. The genin had a 10-minute break to go over the consent forms while the Chunin organized the tent to initiate the exam. Naruto, Shikamaru and Hinata had all chosen different spots to go over the terms of the consent form, but most of what Anko had explained was already in there, so the time was mostly spent in making the conscious choice of going forward with it despite the warnings and risks. After that, the teams went inside the tent one by one, until all of the teams received their respective scrolls. All that was left was to go to the designated gate and start the exam. Training ground 44 == No sooner had the gates opened, Naruto, Hinata and Shikamaru quickly ran inside the forest of death and stopped before running for 5 minutes and finding a secure location for planning purposes. They had found a tall enough tree which roots grew above the ground, allowing them to crawl inside. The team got the Earth Scroll, which meant that they needed to find the Heaven Scroll and then march straight to the tower. Right now, Hinata was activating her Byakugan in short intervals for threats and Naruto was abusing his sensor capabilities for both enemy teams and dangerous fauna and flora in this place. A few minutes ago, the team had passed a giant snake feasting itself with some rabbits. This snake was large enough to eat them if it wanted to, so neither of them could afford to relax. Okay then Shikamaru, it's time for you to shine here. What's the plan? The Nara's eyebrow twitched at his blonde friend. Why do I have to come up with a strategy, here? This time, Naruto's eyebrow twitched, but he did respond with patience. Oh, I don't know, perhaps it's because you had already come up with dozens of possible scenarios in your head about how to proceed. You're the team strategist Shika, I don't think I need to stress that point and I know Hinata concurs with me. Shikamaru looked at his Hyuga teammate and saw her nod with a content smile, directed mostly at him. Ah, fine. Naruto hummed and Hinata giggled, before Shikamaru briefly closed his eyes, took a long breath, and got into strategy mode. I don't feel like remaining in this troublesome forest any more than necessary. Aside from facing enemies and whatever it is in these woods, having to worry about food and sleeping just isn't a safe course of action to take. Naruto and Hinata looked at each other and neither found much to object to the basic principle. Which meant that Shikamaru wanted to reach the tower today. It's fine by me, though we still have to find a way to reach the tower, Shikamaru. It's not like we have a map with us. Shikamaru already knew that, hence he had opted for one of the possible ways to figure out. Hinata, can you see the tower with your Byakugan? The girl from the team, though, negated as she had already attempted that when she first activated the eyes to see close threats. Ah, Anko-san said that the tower is 10 kilometers from here. Though some in my clan can extend their reach to 10 kilometer long, I can only see 1 kilometer. Shikamaru acknowledged that with a hum as he then looked right and left for a while. That's fine, I have other means of finding the right path, but we have to take advantage of sunlight as much as possible. I don't care much for food and water. So as we proceed, Naruto shall use your sensor skills to pick up a couple of teams that we can face fast without much trouble. I believe you know the teams to steer away from, don't you? Naruto nodded at that, marveling at the speed of analysis from his teammate. Naruto could be strong on the field and face most opponents in a fight, but Shikamaru had plans in spades. If anyone could be spotted as a future leader in missions, he would point at the lazy Nara without much doubt. The only negative was his laziness. Yeah, one of the genin from Suna. He has red hair and carries a gourd on his back. Plus, that Kabuto we talked to early in the first phase was hiding something. So, yeah, I would pick these two teams to steer clear from if we wish to reach the tower today. Okay, noted. Now, let us proceed. Naruto, can you get us some Kage Bunshin and follow us using Henge? Hinata keep activating the Byakugan to help Naruto's sensor skills pick up our enemies. Naruto and Hinata did as instructed, before the team charged forward. Shikamaru already had a map in his mind of this place memorized. It was a clear-rounded territory, so choosing a straight path was out of the question. First, they could get lost along the way and face more opposition both from the forest and from the enemies. And Naruto and Hinata were perfect for figuring the right path ahead. Despite her saying that her reach was limited, her Byakugan helped out a great deal in changing course slightly. Plus, every now and then, Shikamaru would ask Naruto to climb the tallest tree he could find and try to see the tower from up there. Of course, Naruto had to choose the very tree where he had to battle giant centipedes with his sword, but he could tell Shikamaru that their path was taking them closer to the tower. As soon as he dropped and reached his teammates on the ground, Shikamaru and Hinata were dragged away by Naruto's Kage Bunshin envoy to protect them from a rain of projectiles, while the real one blocked a couple of incoming shuriken. His sensor abilities picked up on the usage of chakra as soon as he reached the ground and his clones worked fast in protecting his peers. Still, based on the projectile's trajectory, Naruto pinpointed the enemy's location, while turning to Hinata and Shikamaru. This time, he would take the lead as a fight ensued. Hinata, can you see them? Her Byakugan was activated before Naruto asked her as she nodded and pointed to a few branches upward. As soon as she did so, a team of Iwagakure ninja appeared from thin air, charging the Konoha team with a kunai. Their image was still distorted, though, forcing Naruto and Hinata to take the initiative, Hinata with her Byakugan and Naruto with his sensor skills. The Bunshin stood close to Shikamaru, who had already grabbed some shuriken to act as support for his teammates. Still, he had only his own teammates to work with, as he could not see the opponents. They only knew they were from IWA, because Shikamaru could see one of the headbands briefly. Still, Shikamaru observed that Naruto and Hinata were handling them just fine from close range. Naruto was facing 2-on-1 and Hinata the third, allowing Shikamaru to observe and wait for the opportunity to strike. Like a sniper waiting for the target to appear in his aim, Shikamaru's eyes saw the sudden drop of blood emerge from Naruto's sword, before Shikamaru's shuriken traveled at the target. His accuracy proved fatal as the shuriken hit the enemy genin straight on his chest, forcing the genin to stop the camouflage jutsu he was using. Naruto saw this and capitalized on the opportunity granted by Shikamaru. His sword worked fast and sliced the enemy in many places at once, using the wind element. The genin was down for the count, bleeding badly, but still not dead. The others looked at his teammate bleeding heavily, so Hinata worked fast in using her juken to seal the other two's tenketsus before they could check on their teammate. Shikamaru was there to bind them with his shadow, while Naruto tied them up, close to the one who was bleeding heavily. Now comes the hard part, here. Naruto eyes Shikamaru. Just defeating them wasn't enough, they needed to take their scroll as well, and that would involve some coercion. Still, he could at least start out civil. I don't suppose you guys could hand in your scroll peacefully, right? The three from IWA were bruised and one was bleeding all over, but none of them would be so stupid as to give the scroll willingly, and Naruto could see it in their eyes. Neither Hinata nor Shikamaru would know how to play the tough guy here. Hinata has improved, sure, but she wouldn't do anything to harm someone after defeating them, and Shikamaru's bored look just couldn't threaten them much. So, Naruto took some breaths to clear his head and turned to incorporate the Nidaime Hokage's leveled stare at them. The sudden spike of his chakra and even killing intent surprised his own teammates, while Naruto focused on the downed IWA team. So far, only one of them was in dire condition, the other two had only their tenketsus closed by Hinata, but that could change as Naruto once more charged wind chakra through his sword. Throughout his life, Naruto had many role models to follow. And these last few days allowed him to study both Ibiki and Anko up close for their methods. He figured that mixing it up, playing with the mind as well as pain, would go along well. Now, I have a couple of skills I'd like to try on the both of you, but it would save us both some time and less blood on your part if you cooperate. Hinata tried to brace herself because the killing intent wasn't directed at her, but she was scared because she had never seen Naruto like this before. Shikamaru, though, had to help her, because this was necessary for their objective, so he just placed a comforting hand on her shoulder, urging her to trust their teammate. The three from IWA began to stir from their seats as Naruto approached them with slow steps while holding his wind chakra sword. Starting with your bleeding friend here, I could inflict even more pain on him, if you don't hand in the scroll. As proof of his threats, Naruto had touched the genin's right arm and it caused a small slash, earning more pain. Or I could perhaps, I don't know, use you guys as practice for a nifty skill I learned recently. Naruto then placed his sword back on the seal where it came from and worked through hand seals, before focusing on their genin's minds. The three enemies from IWA suddenly saw as giant centipedes crawled from behind them and entrapped them using its bodies, earning three frightened screams of fright as they saw the giant insect's fangs about to decapitate them. Okay, you win, here is the scroll, now leave us alone. Naruto, Hinata and Shikamaru just observed when the team from IWA began to scream at nothing. Hinata and Shikamaru knew that their teammate had a large array of abilities, but to see it being used like this, well, it showed to them that perhaps the Naruto that they knew was barely the tip of the iceberg. Still, Shikamaru grabbed the scroll, which sadly was the same as what they had, and the team left once more, towards their path to the tower. They still had to search for another team to take the Heaven Scroll. As they progressed, Hinata was looking at her blonde teammate in fright. The feeling she had when Naruto spiked his chakra and killing intent, plus the way Naruto handled the interrogation, it made her chest hurt at witnessing it. Naruto then looked briefly at Hinata and saw her hesitance. He sighed, figuring why she was looking hesitant at him. Shikamaru, we should stop for a while. The Nara looked at both his teammates and then at Naruto, who nodded at him with a silent request. I will check the perimeter for a while, I'll be right back. Hinata and Naruto observed as Shikamaru walked away from them. Right now, Naruto and Hinata were close to a stream and Hinata was seen holding her hands close to her chest, while her eyes tried not to look at her blonde companion right now. I'm sorry for what you had to witness, Hinata. The reserved Hyuga now had his full attention as he approached her. It was never my intention to scare you or take things too far. I wouldn't resort to physical pain any more than what I did. It's alright Naruto-kun, I know it was necessary, but… Naruto was surprised when he tried to place a comforting hand on her shoulder, and he saw her body flinch at the contact. I can't say it was necessary, but I would do that once more if it meant that neither of you two has to. Hinata, this time, had looked at him straight in the eyes for now, wondering what he meant by that. Asuma-sensei and Kurenai-sensei had talked to me plenty about what it means to be a Chunin, Hinata. Being a leader, being responsible for the mission as well as the lives of my team, I don't know if I already have what it takes. And this exam, I can see that these types of scenarios we are in right now will repeat itself in the future. As a leader, I will have to make choices that may affect the mission, choices that may affect the lives of the team. I stepped up and tried to emulate the other proctors, as well as you Tobirama-sensei? Naruto-kun. The genin in question looked at Hinata once more and breathed when he saw that she wasn't scared of him anymore. I have no doubt that you will be a great Chunin and I'm sorry for feeling this way. There is no need to apologize, Hinata. Let us move forward towards our goal and then take some rest afterward. Hinata nodded, this time more relieved, as Shikamaru returned with new coordinates for them to follow. The same pattern followed once more with the team on the move. As they progressed, this time, they had to face a giant bear that crossed their path. Working as a team, Shikamaru trapped the giant animal with his shadow binding. Hinata used Juken to hit some chakra and pressure points, before Naruto sent the creature to dreamland with a swift kick on the back of its neck. After that, Shikamaru cursed seeing the sun was about to set for the day. Hinata ended up being a lifesaver for the team as she activated her Byakugan. Shikamaru, I see the tower a few meters to the right. The Nara genin released a sigh in relaxation at the notion that they had managed to locate their destination, and in record time no less. The problem was that they were still due to find another team with the scroll they needed to finish the assignment. Hinata, Naruto, can you tell if there's another team nearby? We still need to get a heaven scroll to get inside the tower. Hinata then expanded her Byakugan as per Shikamaru's request for a while, before her eyes landed on a team also heading towards the tower from their opposite direction. Seeing as they were pressed for time, Team 10 ran towards the tower to meet up with the opposite team, hoping that they had the scroll they were looking for, or else they would have to spend the night outside. The sun at this point had already begun to set and they had barely half an hour of sunlight. Because of this, Shikamaru urged Naruto to kick it up a notch and help them get the scroll faster. The blonde genin had already sensed the team he would be up against and knew that they didn't represent much threat. So, he urged Shikamaru and Hinata to stay close to the tower and wait for him to return. A team from Taki was running in record time, all three of them looking like grown-ups already. They had great luck, finding one green team from Kumohagakure with the scroll they needed to advance. Plus, they could see the tower up ahead from their path, meaning that they would be acing this exam and jumping straight to the third and last phase. They were surprised when a blast of wind came barreling in on them. Still, all three genin were experienced enough to stick to the ground with chakra as the wind blast passed through them. Some cuts could be seen on their arms and limbs, but otherwise they were unscathed. All three stood back to back with kunai in their hands while observing where the enemy or enemies would come. Naruto observed the three from atop a tree and went through a sequence of hand seals. This forest was almost damped in humidity, allowing him a great source of water to use from. Still, he had summoned 3 Kage Bunshins to follow up on the attack, as soon as he finished the hand signs, finished by the praying sign. Suetun Swishuha, water release, water shockwave technique. The 3 genin from Taki looked up in surprise as a gigantic water geyser erupted up into the air, before falling down on them like a hammer from the sky. The amount of water was indescribable, and it dragged them together. So unfocused were they from being dragged by the strong water current, that neither of them screamed in pain when 3 blurs carrying swords descended from the trees and pierced their stomachs. Naruto's Bunshins had then quickly dragged them away from the water current and searched for their possessions to see which one had the scroll. His attacks weren't life-threatening, though they were bleeding profusely. But, using the Swishuha took a lot of control from him, and like Shikamaru, Naruto was eager to get inside the tower and be done with this test. As such, when he found 2 scrolls, one heaven and one earth, he released a sigh in relaxation, before going back to the place where his teammates were waiting for him. Hinata and Shikamaru were just resting near the tower on the lookout for Naruto to return. Shikamaru had a feeling that sending in Naruto alone would be faster than them together facing this team. Ever since they graduated, Shikamaru had the feeling that their teammate was hiding his true strength. Throughout their missions together, Shikamaru could see that Naruto would always show a new skill or even display an improved version of the skills he had already shown. But to this day, the Nara genius had yet to truly see everything that Naruto could do. Shikakuen, do you think it's wise to send Naruto-kun in alone? He looked at the clear, concerned look from Hinata's eyes and nodded. Pretty sure, Hinata. You of all people should know what he is capable of. Plus, I get the feeling that both of us would hold him down. Hinata did know that. She knew that he was stronger than he showed, certainly stronger than all of them, but she couldn't help but worry either way. You can see him with your Byakugan, can't you? The Hyuga genin nodded and used her all-seeing eye to see an OK Naruto walking towards their location. She could relax now seeing that his outfit appeared rugged but no visible injury. He is coming back. Shikamaru smiled at her happier tone, before the blonde emerged from the foliage behind them, throwing both of the scrolls he had collected to Shikamaru. Great, now let's get inside the tower and end this troublesome exam. Quickly opening one of the many double doors, the team walked inside the tower and explored inside until they stood inside an empty hallway with two opposed platforms upward and a board in front of them, with an inscription. Shikamaru couldn't help but groan at the thought of yet another puzzle to solve before truly completing the second phase. Naruto was the one who read it out loud. If heaven does not exist, enrich your knowledge, and prepare for the chance. If earth does not exist, run the fields and search for an advantage. Open the series of heaven and earth and the perilous way shall be addressed. This is namely the secret of the one that guides. What does that mean, Shika? The Nara genius crossed his arms as he pondered on the phrases. While he could certainly work out the meaning behind them in due time, there was simply no intel he remembered Anko saying about this. The only item still left unattended would be the scrolls now in their possession. I don't know, but perhaps the scrolls have something to do with this. We couldn't open the scrolls before entering the tower, but now that we are inside, perhaps it's time to open them. Naruto and Hinata eyed the scrolls and they nodded to each other before opening them at the same time. The summoning kanji inscribed in both scrolls were clear to the Fuinjutsu user as Naruto urged Hinata to throw the scroll on the ground, before both scrolls joined in a cross, before smoke erupted. The blonde remembered this summoning scroll design similar to the one the Nidaime taught him to hide the scroll containing the Nidaime's teachings. When the smoke cleared, it revealed a man wearing a Chunin attire and a blue bandana on his head and eyes that were similar to Hinata's. Ko-san, is that you? What are you doing here? The Hyuga Chunin in question greeted the team with a wave. Hello there Hinata-sama, your team was quite fast to reach the tower. While it wasn't the first team to arrive, you were definitely the second. Us Chunin were tasked with welcoming the genin teams who reached the tower and Hayashi-sama asked me personally to be the one to welcome your team here. Hinata ran and gave Ko a hug, to which the Chunin returned with a smile on his face. After the greeting, Ko announced to the team congratulations for passing the second phase of the Chunin exams and explained to them the meaning of the inscription above them, before telling them that they had the rest of the 5 days to rest while the rest of the teams finished the exam. Chapter 14, Preliminaries and Training. Beta, Skephinator. It was already well past midnight, and the second exams were well underway with the teams already finishing the second phase. In most situations, the Chunin hopefuls were battling amongst each other for the scrolls, but this exam just got some serious situations occurring that made one Mitarashi Anko rubbing a strange-looking mark on her shoulder. She was currently inside a room filled with monitors together with 2 Chunin proctors as well as the Sandaime Hokage. No sooner had she reported what happened to the village leader, he had met her and quickly added some new layers of protection around the 3-shaped seal on her shoulder. Still, it was not enough to fully erase the pain as she kept on rubbing on it to go away. Is it better? The Jounin proctor released a slight curse before covering her shoulder with her trench coat. A bit better now, thank you Hokage-sama. The elder leader grunted, before puffing some smoke from his pipe. Is there anything else you can tell me about why he had decided to infiltrate these exams, Anko-chan? The mere mention of that name was enough to make her snarl, before the memory of her pathetic display was brought to surface. To believe that after all this time, that man merely toyed with her, still, the only intel she could remember was what the S-ranked missing Nin and probably Konoha's worst criminal, Orochimaru, said to her. He mentioned having an interest in the last heir of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Sasuke. Hiruzen Sarutobi really couldn't be surprised. From the knowledge he had on his former student, it was obvious that the man desired the Sharingan. The dojutsu, that once fully evolved, can literally copy genjutsu, ninjutsu, taijutsu and kenjutsu moves. Pretty much all of the shinobi arts opened up to a Sharingan user by sight alone. Anko and the Chunin looked at their leader in suspense for a while, wondering what he was thinking. Orochimaru was one of the Sannin, a team personally tutored by the very Sandaime Hokage into greatness, perhaps the strongest shinobi of Konoha after the Hokage himself. And for this person to be here right now when Konoha's gates became open for the exams, the snake knew what he was doing by revealing himself like this. He wanted to cause panic. And right now, Hiruzen couldn't anticipate everything his former student is capable of doing. Anko-san. The group turned to one of the monitors as one of the Chunin gave her a message. The second exam is over, and 21 contesters managed to pass. As for the third exam, according to the regulations of the Chunin exams, preliminaries are planned for the first time in 5 years. After the message was delivered, the monitor was turned off and the Hokage turned to Anko and the other Chunin. For now, continue the exam as it is, while keeping an eye on his movements. The tension in the room was palpable and Anko was more in favor of calling off the exams, but she knew the responsibilities of hosting these exams. Calling it off would have been the sensitive decision to make, but she knew the damage it would do to Konoha's reputation if the Hokage made that decision. The hidden villages were at best in a civil war with each other, competing amongst each other for clients and revenues. Doing so would drive many of Konoha's clients to other villages. Next morning. Inside the tower, everyone that pertained to the Chunin exam was there, the genin who managed to pass the exams, the Chunin proctors, Anko, the jounin responsible for the genin who passed and finally the Hokage. Despite fulfilling her promise to at least cut the genin candidates by half, Anko firmly believed that fewer genin would finish this exam, which proved the contestants' skills to have come this far. Certainly, the Hokage thought amongst the same lines as he turned to the three jounin of the rookie teams, now understanding why they advocated so fiercely for their respective teams. The genin, for their part, looked at each other. Naruto's team was perhaps the exception from the Konoha teams, since none of them suffered too much to get to the tower. The others, though, had suffered plenty, that much he could tell based on the rugged and bloodied outfits. Also, he could tell by their chakra capacities that some could barely stand. His focus, however, was mostly on Team 7. Sakura's hair was shorter than he remembered, and her red dress was ripped in multiple places. Kiba's dog Akamaru was whimpering inside Kiba's jacket and his outfit was in shambles as well. Sasuke, however, Naruto could tell, was the worst of the three. Naruto could tell that his chakra was in complete disarray and Sasuke was also holding his shoulder the entire time. Just what happened out there to make them like this? As a matter of fact, Naruto wasn't the only one focusing on Sasuke, as certainly Sakura and Kiba were looking at him in concern as they had witnessed what happened in the forest. How Sasuke was manhandled by the Kusa genin who turned out to be a man named Orochimaru. Sasuke had put up a tough fight with his Tutomo Sharingan and with his expertise in fire ninjutsu, but the enemy was far too powerful for him alone to deal with. In the end, Orochimaru had done something to Sasuke, biting him and giving him that strange mark on his shoulder. Kiba and Sakura still trembled at the memory of seeing the dark and malevolent purple energy that came out of Sasuke when the team from Sound attacked. The others were also looking at Sasuke, mainly Anko, Ibiki, and the Hokage. More precisely, the fact that Orochimaru had given Sasuke the same seal that he gave Anko. So it's true then. Ibiki and Anko nodded at the Hokage's assessment. We should remove him from the exams and isolate him with Umbu bodyguards on him. Before the Hokage could give his assessment, Kakashi approached them with an aloof smile on his face. Well, he's not really the type to just obey like that, he is of the Uchiha clan after all. Anko snarled immediately at the scarecrow jounin. What are you talking nonsense for? I'll make him stop by force if necessary. The curse mark responds even when one's just building up chakra and attempts to forcibly extract his strength. Anko even rubbed her shoulders, revealing her own cursed seal, as she finished. It's a prohibited jutsu that eats into the body of the one who uses a jutsu. It's a wonder that this kid's even enduring it. He should really be dead. Anko then turned to the Hokage who was busy focusing on Sasuke, who was apparently having an argument with Sakura about something. I'll allow his participation for now, Anko, but Kakashi, you know what to do afterward. Kakashi nodded and then returned to the jounin's line, before Anko turned to the genin. Okay everyone, shut the hell up and listen as we'll now proceed with the explanation of the third exam from Lord Hokage, so listen carefully. Anko then turned to Hokage and saw his nod, before taking a step forward to address the genin himself. Before explaining the rules of the third phase, I have just one thing to explain to you all. It's regarding the true purpose of these exams. Why do you all believe nations conduct the exams on a conjoint basis? Raising the levels of the shinobi amongst the nations, it won't do to have the wrong idea of the true meaning of that statement. The exams are, so to speak, a microcosm of battle between the nations. Back in history, every shinobi nation battled with each other for power. But in order to avoid a futile crushing of each other's military strength, the nations mutually selected a place to battle, and that's how the Chunin exams originally began. There were some murmurs amongst the genin, and Naruto took the time to briefly wonder about the time of the Nidaime Hokage. It's true that these exams serve for us to select possible Chunin candidates, but these exams also provide a venue for shinobi who carry their nation's pride on their backs to fight for their lives. Many feudal lords and those of prominence from many nations who request shinobi for work are invited to this third exam as guests. They come here to watch the battles and see the village's military prowess displayed. The nations who manages to impress the feudal lords and clients will thus gain more revenue and exercise pressure on the other nations. As expected, this one was met with more complaints as the genin now wondered why they were battling for their lives just to perform for the feudal lords and other visitors. Still, it made sense if one were to pay attention. The strength of the village is closely linked to the strength of its shinobi. It's a precarious system for sure. It's a delicate balance between nations, going as far as to measure one's military might by the number of missions this village is hired to perform. Now, with that out of the way, I shall now explain the third exam. The Hokage stopped talking as soon as a jounin morphed in front of Hiruzen wearing the standard uniform and a blue bandana on his head. Lord Hokage, please allow me, Hey-8 Gecko, to explain. Hiruzen nodded, before the man in question got up from kneeling and turned to the assembled genin. Before turning to explain, though, the man named Hey-8 started coughing. Okay then, everyone, I'd like you all to do something before the third exam, and that is a preliminary to the third exam. From the genin in attendance, it was Shikamaru who voiced his complaint. Oi, what is this about preliminaries? Shouldn't we just go straight to the third exam? Hey-8 released a sigh at having to explain himself more than necessary, which ended up forcing his throat and lung capacity down. Cough, cough, whether the first phases were too easy or the quality of this year's genin has improved, the fact remains that there are too many applicants. Because of this, according to the exam's rules, preliminary matches are necessary to reduce the number of genin advancing. Those that suffered the most in the exams, and Shikamaru, were clearly against the idea, but Hey-8 ignored them. As Hokage-sama explained, many guests shall attend the third phase, so we can't have long and pointless matches. Not to mention that our time is limited as well. Therefore, those of you not in top physical condition are free to cough, cough. Hey-8 had to stop talking once the coughing became too much and made some genin worried about the jounin's health. Sorry about that. Well, those of you who wish to drop out, please speak up now. The preliminary matches will begin immediately. Oi, what the hell, we just spent 5 days in this forest, getting our asses kicked. Kiba truly looked like he had described it just now. It's your decision from here on out, so please raise your hands and drop out if you don't feel like continuing. To this, the genin started murmuring amongst each other and Sasuke looked around, wondering who would quit now, when the pain on his shoulder erupted once more. His hand unconsciously reached towards the injury as the level of pain became too much to bear. Sakura, behind him, became worried about the Uchiha's chances to continue. Sakura knew how his pride would be diminished if she suggested for him to forfeit, but she was worried about his health. Sasuke-kun, you need to forfeit and get it checked out. To this, both Kiba and Sasuke looked at their teammate in incredulity. Kiba did understand Sakura's pained voice after what they had to face in the forest. Sasuke, though? Shut up Sakura, stay away from this. Sakura, though, instead of being more worried about him, now became angry at such stubbornness. No, I won't stay away, you're our teammate. If you don't forfeit, then I'll inform them of your condition. Sasuke was baffled at her narrowed expression. And he could see that she was about to raise her hand. Sakura, be quiet. The pink-haired genin, though, wasn't fazed by Sasuke's angry visage and kept on raising her hand. Before she could fully raise, however, everyone was surprised when Kabuto beat her to the punch, with an unguarded smile. Excuse me, I'll quit. His revelation brought about question marks from everyone present, considering how Kabuto presented himself to them at the beginning. If this was his 7th exam, then it would seem that he was at least the most experienced genin from Konoha in these exams. Kiba, Sakura and Sasuke looked even more incredulous, considering how helpful was the silver-haired genin in the second phase. It was thanks to him that the team passed at all. The higher-ups, for their chance, looked at this with narrowed eyes, considering the genin's history, or at least his folder. Hey-8, though, merely looked at the spreadsheet in his hands and accepted his withdrawal from the exams. As he walked away, however, Kabuto had simply adjusted his glasses with an evil smile on his face. Because of Kabuto's withdrawal, Sakura had simply forgotten about her desire to inform of Sasuke's illness. Okay then, since no one else will quit, we shall continue. The matches will happen in one-on-one. There are now exactly 20 people, so we will conduct 10 battles overall. The winners shall attend the third exam. There are no rules for this combat, so you'll fight until someone dies, collapses, or admit defeat. In other words, please admit defeat right away if you don't have a death wish. I can interrupt the match at any time if I see a clear victor. Now, please everyone clear the area and move to the upper platforms as the fights shall begin. The names shall be randomly selected on the board up there. As instructed, everyone went up to the upper platforms, while the names appeared on the board. Preliminary fights . The first names on the board were Nara Shikamaru from the Leaf vs Kin Tsuchi from the Sound Village. The lazy genius released a sigh at his name being mentioned and casually walked down the stairs followed by his opponent, a woman from the looks of it, which further annoyed the Nara heir. The two combatants were then standing face to face with Hayate as the referee. When the match started, Shikamaru had immediately begun with his shadow binding technique. Kin saw the shadow beam charging at her and evaded. She then released a couple of sunban with bells attached. Shikamaru dodged the incoming projectile and observed as the sunban lodged at the wall behind him. A couple more sunban and this time Shikamaru blocked it with a kunai, before closing the distance. Before he went within close range, though, he heard the distinguished noises of the bells and turned to see it. Kin took the opportunity of the distraction and threw more sunban at the Nara. However, after facing Naruto so many times, despite Shikamaru's complaints, his agility had improved by leaps and bounds, allowing him ample time to dodge and use his shadow bind once more. Only this time, instead of the usual shadow beam, Kin was surprised when the shadow had split up in smaller tendrils as each charged in different directions. Kin cursed having to dodge from multiple directions and chose the only venue she could dodge. As soon as she placed her right foot to go backwards, Shikamaru smiled and joined his shadow to one single beam that captured the sound genin. Naruto and Hinata both smiled at the clever plan from the team's strategist. Shikamaru had forced Kin to make that move, and the moment that she dashed backwards, she had lost her footing for a few seconds. That was enough for Shikamaru to move for the checkmate. Naruto had almost fell victim for that strategy in one of their spars one time, by using a Kage Bunshin to be captured in this place. Kageme no Jutsu, success. Shikamaru had even casually walked towards Kin and Kin moved against her will, shortening the distance. Shikamaru had a kunai on his hand, and when they stood face to face, Shikamaru's kunai became inches from her neck, positioning himself for the win as per Hayate's decree. Next up was Inuzuka Kiba from the Leaf vs Sabaku no Kankuro from the Sand Village. As usual, Kiba underestimated the enemy and heavily paid the price. Kankuro's use of chakra strings was enough to trap Akamaru, and the Inuzuka heir lost his trump card right away. And since his fighting style revolved around fighting with his canine partner, and despite Kiba being a heavy close-range fighter, he lacked the necessary skill to take on Kankuro's puppets. Kakashi, up in the stands, couldn't help but sigh in dismay for his student, as Kiba had simply forgotten to take this fight seriously. Next up was Aburame Shino from the Leaf vs Zaku Abumi from the Sound Village, with the Aburame heir being the victor. The battles progressed with Sabaku no Temari from the Sand winning against Tenten of the Leaf. Naruto keenly observed the use of wind jutsu aided by fans. Haruno Sakura from the Leaf had defeated Yamanaka Ino also from the Leaf quite easily, expertly mixing taijutsu, shuriken jutsu, and genjutsu, much to Naruto's applause. He had even openly praised Sakura for her skills, to which she accepted, basking in the praise from her senpai. Sakura had trained a lot under Naruto's guidance, and she dedicated her win to him, even more than Kakashi-sensei. Akimichi Chuji was up against another genin from the Sound, named Kinyuta Dosu. The match was rather pathetic, though, with Chuji using his clan's technique to expand his body and rolling towards Dosu. Dosu, though, had simply sidestepped, forcing Choji to hit the wall pretty hard and lose consciousness. Naruto and Asuma had to sweat drop at Kurenai heavily rubbing her forehead at the display. The genjutsu user was already frowning at Ino's poor showing against Sakura, but she couldn't help but wonder if she should have focused more on Chuji's training. At least Shino had managed to advance. When the next names appeared, though, Hinata gasped and Naruto was by her side immediately, giving her courage. The reserved main branch Hyuga couldn't help but look at her cousin, who was simply crossing his arms, while focusing on the board. The two Hyuga then walked together downstairs, before standing face to face. Their facial expressions varied. Niji looked angry at her and she looked saddened by it. Niji-nisan. I never thought I would have to fight you, Hinata-sama. Hinata had evolved a great deal from the timid girl she used to be, but she couldn't help but revert to that state upon hearing the anger at how he had addressed her. Still, now was not the time to dwell on these problems. Hinata wished she could have faced another adversary, but Niji was her opponent. I didn't want to face you as well, Niji-nisan, but I guess fate has chosen for us. If Hinata had one word that Niji had absolutely loathed above all else, it was that, fate. Yes, indeed, fate has placed us to face each other, Hinata-sama. And fate has smiled at me with the opportunity to face you without the clan doing anything against me. Hinata stood there facing her cousin. She knew what he was talking about, of course. She had seen it happening one time too many to understand the depth of his anger towards her. Well, towards her would be wrong, rather towards the main branch family. But right now, Hinata may very well be the face of the main branch in his eyes. Aside from truly wishing to become stronger, she wished to rid her cousin of this hatred. Naruto and Kurenai eyed each other from the upper grounds, knowing the mountain that Hinata now had to climb on her own, before both turned back to the fight. Niji-nisan, I don't believe words will change what happened in the past. All I can do right now is face you head on. Niji, for his part, smiled as both fell into the traditional fighting position. I would be remiss if I didn't say one more thing beforehand, withdraw Hinata-sama. Although, by the look in his eyes, he didn't want her to, he wanted her to fight and she knew that. Naruto knew bits and pieces about what happened to Hinata's cousin from Hinata. How Niji's father ended up taking Hayashi-sama's place to serve as sacrifice to stop a war against Kumo, even though it was Kumo who decided to kidnap Hinata that day. He knew about the Hyuga clan seal on Niji's forehead that is used by the main branch to force loyalty and that Hayashi had already used it on Niji once. Because of what he knew, he could feel Niji's chakra spiking to dangerous levels and without a doubt was aimed at Hinata. Niji's killing intent was clear towards Hinata. He knew that his teammate wouldn't back down, though. And while a part of him truly believed that it would be best for her to withdraw, this was also her opportunity to truly gauge her own growth as he knew she can do this. I won't Niji-nisan, so don't bother. Hinata stated resolutely, accepting his anger. As soon as Hayate authorized the fight, both Byakugan activated at the same time as they exchanged chakra thrusts with each other, going toe-to-toe. Niji had more experience, but Hinata had trained extensively with Naruto. Plus, she learned from her teammate how to avoid the powerful chakra thrusts that could block the chakra points. Her eyes were focused on Niji's hands while using both her own diverting style and Naruto's evasion technique. Still, she could feel some of Niji's blows land even if barely. Overloading her chakra circuits hurt like hell, but it helped overcome Niji's blows. What surprised the older Hyuga was that Hinata landed some hits as well. And it irritated him to no end. Her footing and movement had both grace and agility the likes of which Niji had never seen before. Soon it became a dangerous dance of strength versus grace. And while Hinata managed to face her cousin, Naruto was on her mind the entire time. She remembered their fights together just as she was battling against Niji now. She could see his deep cerulean eyes and confident smile directed at her from the upper platforms. Please watch me, Naruto-kun. When Hinata tried to attack Niji, though, she had made the fatal mistake. Her style revolves around counter-attacking. When Niji landed a powerful chakra thrust at her chest, Hinata felt it right away as she spilled blood. Still, Niji was surprised when her counterattack landed an equally powerful strike on his stomach. Naruto squeezed both hands on the rail as he looked in anticipation for the injuries she sustained. A hit like that from the Jukin was quite deadly. Back to the fight, both Hyuga were on the ground panting from the pain, though Hinata's was worse. She desperately wanted to get up and fight, but the blood kept on dripping from her mouth and she could feel her stamina leaving her body. She felt weak, but as she looked up to Niji, she realized that she had done that to him. She, the timid girl, the one to whom the clan looked down upon, the girl whose own father looked down and said that she would never amount to much. She, Hyuga Hinata, had sent the clan's prodigy to the ground, panting. And based on the look in Niji's eyes, he was just as surprised as she was. Best of all, was that Hinata had seen something else in his eyes, recognition, acknowledgement, finally looking at her like a worthy adversary. Then she looked up and saw him. She saw him smiling at her. That was enough for her. She has proven to both him and herself that she was capable. And truly they was enough. Both Naruto and Kurenai had Sunshine down next to her, just as Hayate called the match in Niji's favor. The medics were approaching and Hinata opened her eyes to look at the two most special people in her life. Kurenai-sensei, Naruto-kun, how was I? The blonde smiled and grabbed her hand. You were excellent, Hinata. I knew you could do it. You showed him. You were indeed Hinata-chan, now please rest. The girl smiled sweetly at both and gently closed her eyes, feeling lighter than ever, filled with enough confidence that she could take on every possible challenge from here on out. The medics took both Niji and Hinata away, as Naruto and Kurenai returned to the stands, none of them bothering to look at the others' surprised looks, namely Anko, Kakashi, Shikamaru, and Asuma. Their surprise was more regarding the fact that Kurenai and Naruto practically moved at the same time in clear concern for Hinata, and that spoke volumes. Asuma, though, couldn't help but smile at this. He knew that Kurenai cared for Hinata like her own daughter and Naruto had greatly helped her grow out of her shell. The board then sprang into action once more and it stopped on two quite interesting names. When Naruto's name appeared next to Sasuke, the blonde genin couldn't help but sigh in dismay. He didn't even need to see Sasuke to know that he was looking forward to this fight. He saw Sasuke coming down the stairs and was about to follow him when Sakura stopped him. Sakura, what's up? Naruto-senpai, there is something wrong with Sasuke-kun. Sakura just couldn't talk about what happened from fear of Sasuke losing confidence in her, but she could at least ask her senpai to better handle Sasuke with care. What happened, Sakura? He could see that she was tense when speaking. Sorry, but explaining everything would take too long, but is it about that strange seal on his neck? Sakura looked surprised at that while Naruto turned to look at his opponent down below waiting for him. I can sense that his chakra is in disarray, though I don't know why. I can't promise that I won't take this seriously, though. Just like him, I want to advance. Sakura nodded anyhow. I understand, just don't go overboard on him, okay? I make no promises, Naruto stated with a wink, and Sakura couldn't help but smile, before Naruto using Shunshin to stand right in front of the smirking Sasuke. Naruto stood face to face with Sasuke and he could see that Sasuke was itching for another fight with him. In the beginning of their training sessions, Naruto had enjoyed them, but then with time, Sasuke started demanding more and more time to fight him, every time. In some of those demands, Naruto caved, but in other times he had other priorities like joining his team for training or helping Sakura or even hanging out with Kurenai and Yakumo for genjutsu practice. Naruto had even distanced himself from the Uchiha when he wanted to train some of the hidden skills he had yet to reveal to the public. You have been blowing me off for a while, Naruto. But now you can't avoid fighting me. Naruto sighed as he felt the sudden spike in Sasuke's chakra followed by the Uchiha's flinching in pain. It would be best if you withdraw, Sasuke. I can see that you're in pain. If it's a fight you want, then we can do it once you recover. He owed Sakura to at least try, though he was certain that Uchiha wouldn't back down. Worry about yourself, let's do this. And yet you still wonder why I avoid facing you sometimes, when you're like this, acting like everyone needs to do your bidding. I can see though that mere words will not suffice. Despite the obvious jab, the Uchiha was unconcerned. What mattered the most to him was to have fights like this and surpass him. By surpassing him, Sasuke could see himself surpassing his brother in the future. The rest of the audience looked at this fight right now in great anticipation. Despite some of the Jounin knowing about Sasuke's current disadvantage, he was still an Uchiha and could give Naruto trouble. The Hokage puffed smoke from his pipe and looked straight at Naruto, since this happens to be the first time he has seen the kid in action. The other Jounin were also eager to see who would prevail. Naruto had quickly unleashed his ninjato and fell into position with a reverse grip. Sasuke used a kunai on his hand and both vanished as soon as Hayate authorized the fight. The genin widened their eyes at the sheer speed displayed by these two, before they met in the middle grinding weapons. Sasuke snarled at the strength required to normally parry Naruto added by the pain of the seal. Naruto appeared to be tranquil as he observed Sasuke, or rather his onyx eyes. Aren't you using your Sharingan, Sasuke? Without it, you won't last long. Sasuke quickly redirected Naruto's sword and attempted a flip kick, to which Naruto easily sidestepped and closed in on Sasuke, making a faint slash on Sasuke's torso. The Uchiha used agility to evade, but his shirt was slightly torn, before he took some distance away from the blonde. Naruto's sensor capabilities could feel Sasuke's chakra flow battling as if there was a presence inside of him, trying to take over. Sasuke charged at Naruto and he saw it too late when Naruto's free hand shifted into a half-ram seal. From up the platforms, Kurenai smirked as Naruto began. Sasuke had attacked the Naruto that he saw in front of him, but the real Naruto was a couple of centimeters to the right of his actual position, easily sidestepping Sasuke's attack and grazing the Uchiha's arm with his sword. The Uchiha grunted in pain and charged once more, with the same thing happening, only this time it was the other arm. There was no way that Naruto could be this fast. It was like he was disappearing for a single second and appearing right next to him. Asuma and Shikamaru looked on in surprise at this, and the bearded Jounin turned to the smirking Kurenai. He is using genjutsu? The woman looked at him briefly and nodded, still with a proud smile. It's a style he devised in our genjutsu training. Sasuke could have seen it with the Sharingan, but since he is not using it, he is clueless about what is going on, mistaking it for Naruto's agility instead. Asuma and Shikamaru then looked back at the fight to see Sasuke's shirt completely torn, from Naruto's sword. How the hell are you doing this? The Uchiha had enough speed to rival most adversaries, but he just couldn't follow Naruto's attacks. Use your Sharingan, Sasuke. Or else you'll be finished quite quickly. Truly, I expected better from you. If Naruto wanted to push his buttons, he had truly succeeded. Up from the stands, the Jounin from Sound, Orochimaru in disguise, was focusing on this Uzumaki Naruto attentively. True, that Sasuke couldn't use the Sharingan because of the seal, but facing an Uchiha in close combat even without the dojutsu was surprising. Plus, Orochimaru saw a genius mix of genjutsu and kenjutsu, the likes of which ninja nowadays don't favor much. For this fact alone, Naruto spiked Orochimaru's interest. Back to Sasuke, he figured that keeping like this was not to his advantage. He was bleeding in multiple places and he was clueless. Naruto was barely winded and Sasuke was panting. He couldn't keep up like this. Kakashi narrowed his eyebrows the minute that Sasuke activated his Sharingan. Naruto had pushed him into doing this. Sasuke ignored the sudden pain as he eyed Naruto now with his Two-Tomo Sharingan. This time, Naruto stopped his previous strategy and faced Sasuke head-on using his own speed. The fight became even as despite Sasuke anticipating Naruto's movements, his body just wasn't trained to follow. Up from the stands, Guy and Lee looked in approval at the blonde for his agility. Lee was faster than this, but still it was quite impressive to see a genin from the first year this fast. Sasuke smirked despite the pain, managing to even the playing field, but still he was nowhere near turning the tides of the battle. Despite not receiving any more injuries, he was now merely parrying Naruto's strikes. The blonde, then, surprised him with a distance and went through hand seals. Sasuke believed it would be one of the ninjutsu Naruto knew, but he was surprised to see Naruto vanishing and Itachi dressed in an Umbu uniform looking at Sasuke with his three-tomo Sharingan. Meigen Narakumi no Jutsu, demonic illusion, hell viewing technique. Sasuke saw red at this point. Despite his Sharingan telling the truth, Naruto's technique sprung up the seal from Orochimaru. Itachi. And with Sasuke's lack of willpower to hold the seal's influence at bay, Naruto was surprised when the seal spread from Sasuke's neck and advanced towards his entire body. Such a use of Fuinjutsu, he wasn't even aware of. His genjutsu was released immediately and Naruto parried Sasuke's kunai and he could feel the strength of Sasuke now doubled as well as his speed. Up from the stands, Anko was visibly arguing with the Hokage to stop this fight immediately, but the Hokage had not given the order thus far. Kakashi could see that the Hokage was interested in what Naruto would do next. Kurenai and Asuma were worried as well, as they could feel the malevolent energy from Sasuke just now. Naruto, for his chance, realized that right now facing a deranged Sasuke meant that he needed to add chakra into his limbs for added agility. As soon as he did so, aided by the half-ram sign, those in attendance's eyes widened at the sudden spike, before Naruto became a mere blur. Hiruzen became surprised on a positive note and right now only the Jounin managed to follow Naruto's movements. Sasuke snarled at the sudden agility and attempted a fire ninjutsu to stop his advance. His Sharingan could see where Naruto is going, but by the time he acts on it, the blonde is already gone and charging towards Sasuke. The Uchiha became surprised when Naruto appeared right in front of him and landed a fierce kick on Sasuke's chest, sending him flying towards the wall. The Uchiha slammed his back hard and coughed even more blood. His anger, though, was off the charts and wiped the blood from his mouth, before charging madly. Sakura, by this point, trembled remembering Sasuke like this in the Forest of Death. Kakashi-sensei, we need to stop this. Sasuke is. Sakura, though, was surprised when Kakashi made a humph in acknowledgement for what Naruto was planning. The Scarecrow Jounin already knew that Naruto had way more skills than he had shown thus far, but this truly shocked him beyond any doubt. And to believe that so far he had yet to use any elemental ninjutsu. Don't worry Sakura, Naruto can handle him. Trust your senpai? Sakura then looked as Naruto dashed backwards while Sasuke charged. Their movement then became only visible to Jounin and above. As soon as Naruto placed a hand on the ground, they saw it. Hiruzen's smirk was quite visible. Orochimaru couldn't help but lick his lips in anticipation. Kakashi, Kurenai, Asuma and Anko displayed surprising looks on their faces. Kurenai may have seen some astounding stuff from this blonde enigma, but not nearly this advanced and so soon. When Sasuke stepped on the place that Naruto placed his hand just seconds after, his body had frozen instantly as black lines spread all over his body as well, crawling up his chest. Try as he might, Sasuke couldn't rid himself as Naruto unleashed his ninjato with a superior smirk on his face. Well, attempting this against Kage Bunshins only goes so far, but I managed to time your footing and apply the binding seal on the ground. Sasuke snarled and attempted to break free, but he saw Naruto's ninjato placed inches from Sasuke's jugular, before Hayate called the match in Naruto's favor. Having secured the victory, Naruto then released the seal on Sasuke's body, though obviously Sasuke's enraged state cared very little about Hayate's word. As he was about to advance against Naruto once more, Kakashi appeared behind him and slammed the back of Sasuke's neck, sending the Uchiha into the sweet land of unconsciousness. Kakashi had only saluted Naruto with a smile, before vanishing with Sasuke towards somewhere else. Naruto, for his chance, merely walked back towards the upper platforms, before joining close to Shikamaru and Asuma, none the wiser that his display had attracted the eyes of the rest of the genin still in attendance. Beforehand, no one bothered to look at him, but now everyone focused on him, namely one with a sand gourd on his back. I hope you understand how troublesome you are right now Naruto. The blonde genin laughed at Shikamaru's eyebrow tick. Well, I didn't wish for Sasuke to steal my ninjutsu with his Sharingan, so I shifted strategies. Asuma and Kurenai were amused at the Nara's antics. Huh, why do I get the feeling that you have yet to show half of everything you can do? You do irk me, you know that. Naruto could only laugh at the faux accusation. If only he knew, if only they knew. You think too much of me, Shika? Asuma chuckled as he knew Shikamaru's brain was functioning like crazy to try and gather the missing pieces of this puzzle. Good showing out there, Naruto. I guess I shouldn't be surprised anymore to see a different skill from you. I'm eager to see what will be revealed next. Naruto looked towards the smirking smoking Jounin next to Kurenai. Who knows, perhaps a ninjutsu or two. Kurenai frowned and Naruto corrected himself with a sweat drop. Of course, in between other skills, right? Only when she smiled at him did he realize that he was played. Relax Naruto-kun, I was just messing with you. It was a good display out there. The last two battles progressed as well with two of Kabuto's teammates facing each other until both admitted the lack of chakra and abandoned their match. The last match involved Sabaku no Gaara from the sand and Rock Lee from the leaf. Though Lee was a taijutsu beast, going as far as to use a technique that involved the opening of chakra gates to increase his strength and speed, Gaara's prowess with his sand proved to be fatal, going as far as to crush some of Lee's bones, much to his team's shock. The medic Nines had taken him away and Guy followed suit. Naruto's eyes were firm on Gaara as the Suna Genin simply walked back towards the upper platform as if nothing happened. With the last match done and done, Hay-8 announced the end of the preliminaries. As such, those who won stood in front of the Hokage as well as the proctors Ibiki and Anko. Okay, now that the preliminaries are finished, I'd like to let you take your leave, but not before explaining about the third round, which will commence in about a month's time from now. First, though, each and every one of you will take a slip of paper from the box that Anko is holding. The Tokubetsu Jounin then walked forward to each one of the Genin and Madogai acting in Niji's stead as they grabbed one piece of paper each. Ibiki stood next to the Hokage with a chart in his hand and ordered everyone to tell the number that was on each of the papers. Naruto, 1. Shikamaru, 3. Temari, 4. Sakura, 7. Niji, 2. Kankuro, 6. Gaara, 9. Dosu, 8. Shino, 5. Ibiki, show them the pairings. The head of the interrogation department then flipped the chart and showed the Genin whom they would be facing in 1 month's time. Naruto looked at his name next to Niji's and already began to think of his strategy. The chart shown as follows. First match, Naruto x Niji. Second match, Shikamaru x Temari. Third match, Shino x Kankuro. Fourth match, Sakura x Dosu. Fifth match, winner of the first match x winner of the second match. Sixth match, winner of the third match x winner of the fourth match. Seventh match, winner of the fifth match x winner of the sixth match. Eighth match, winner of the seventh match x Gaara. Gaara went straight to the final fight against the best of the 8 combatants. As you can see, the third round will be a tournament. As to why it will happen in 1 month's time. As of right now, we are sending invitations to many of feudal lords and high dignitaries to come. The organization will take time. Plus, since you now know your opponent, you will have 1 month's time to train and come up with a strategy against your opponents. I do have one question. Shikamaru raised his hand and the Hokage allowed it. It looks like there is only one victor in this tournament. Does that mean that only the victor will be promoted to Chunin? No, on the contrary. The judges of the final round, of which I am one of them, will analyze your skills, your strategy, your decision-making and judge whether or not you'd be worthy of the promotion. Unfortunately, Gaara-kun here will only have one opportunity to display whereas the rest will have more, of course, if you are able to beat your opponent that is. Even if someone loses the first round, you can still be eligible for the promotion. Gaara just stood there with his arms crossed, not saying anything and the Hokage just chuckled, finishing it. Now, we shall meet again in 1 month's time. Dismissed. After the tournament explanation and seeing who would be facing whom, the Genin had gathered around with their respective Jounin sensei, well at least those from Konoha did. Sakura looked around and found that her entire team had left her alone there. Well, Kakashi had taken Sasuke away for something and Kiba was taken by the medic Nin after his loss to Kankuro. She turned to look for Naruto and saw him talking to his teammates. Seeing him chatting amicably with Shikamaru and Asuma-sensei brought about a smile on her face. The pink-haired Genin truly looked up to him, she reasoned. Ever since the wave mission, he had helped her in many ways, and she credited her win today to his guidance. His fight against Sasuke only proved how far ahead he was. It was like he was toying with Sasuke the entire time. Hell, Naruto had even won with Sasuke using the damn cursed seal of his. Still, instead of depressing her, it only served to inspire her into reaching bigger heights in her career. And her opponent was that Genin from Sound, Kinyuta Dosu. She needed to devise a strategy against him and she needed to talk to Kakashi-sensei. She turned just as the Scarecrow Jounin manifested behind her with a grin and a greeting. Kakashi-sensei, you're back. What about Sasuke-kun? Kakashi released a sigh knowing that Sakura would question that. Truth be told, Kakashi wasn't counting on meeting with the snake Orochimaru when he was performing the sealing around Sasuke's cursed seal. It was actually the second time they met and the same thing happened. Him freezing on the spot and Orochimaru simply walking past him as if nothing happened. Whether that was due to Orochimaru's strong Konoshibari no Jutsu, temporary paralysis technique, or Kakashi being too weak to break free from the Sannin stare was irrelevant. The only truth that remained was that should the snake desired, Kakashi would be killed in less than a second. Truth be told, Sakura, it's up to Sasuke now. I've done all I can, but only he can fight against Orochimaru's seal. Sakura looked downtrodden, but Kakashi simply placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. Now, we can't worry about him for now. As I heard, you'll be facing the genin from Sound, Dosu. So, we shall focus on your training for this month and we'll come up with a suitable strategy against him. Is there something you wish to improve or learn throughout this month? As I recall, your opponent seems to be rather fond of that metal arm of his that emits sound waves. Also, we will need to focus on your possible opponents afterward, either Shino or Kankuro from the sand. Sakura was eyeing her sensei in awe as she didn't even look that far ahead. Wow sensei, slow down there. Kakashi chuckled at Sakura's groan. No time for that, my cute little genin. We shall get you ready for the third part. And what about Sasuke-kun and Kiba, are you ditching them? Kakashi couldn't be prouder of her for this. If he were to offer this to Sasuke and Kiba, chances were that neither of them would bother thinking of his teammates. They can join us if they want to. Sasuke is advancing fine with his Sharingan already and Kiba has his family to train him. This month is about you, Sakura. I will warn you though, I shall up your training severely. Well then, bring it on sensei. Meanwhile, Asuma was having his own chat with Naruto and Shikamaru. After Naruto asked about Hinata, to which the bearded shinobi explained that she was duly taken care of and then taken to her family's house to rest, Asuma talked about his genin's plans for the training month. So, now we have reached a kind of impasse. 2 of my genin have progressed to the 3rd round and there is only 1 of me here. Plus, there is the possibility of you two facing each other, so training together wouldn't be ideal. Naruto and Shikamaru eyed each other, then turned back to their sensei. Sensei, not to sound like Shika needs your help the most, but I believe it's better for me to train on my own for this month. True that Naruto's words ended up helping the impasse, but Asuma was slightly hurt that his genin was already this dismissive of his help. Not that Asuma really took credit for almost everything that Naruto displayed so far. The truth was that Asuma only taught him how to fine-tune his wind techniques. Well, Shika has his family to help him, Naruto. You'll be facing Niji first, so we could devise a strategy together. Shikamaru had simply placed his hands behind his head in deep contemplation. Tusan has been rather busy these last few weeks with Hokage-sama for something, so I don't think he will have much time for me, sensei. Asuma knew that to be true, considering Narashikaku's role in advising the Hokage. And Naruto had the perfect argument to help assuage Asuma into leaving him alone for what he was thinking of for this month. Asuma-sensei, since Shika will face Temari first, he needs to train against her wind techniques. You'd be perfect to help him with that. Asuma though scratched his head as he observed his genin. If I didn't know any better, I'd say you don't want my help, Naruto. Well, that could be true in a way, saying it like that would be wrong. It's not that, I just figured that you would be torn, trying to help us both. Perhaps you can focus on Shika for the 3 weeks and then we can meet for the last week, then, how's that sound? Besides, I bet that Shika will take that week to sleep anyway. Shikamaru deadpanned at his teammate for criticizing one of his favorite hobbies. You say it like it's a bad thing. Asuma laughed and conceded to Naruto's plan. Okay Naruto, we shall meet again in 3 weeks then. But if you wish to talk to me before, you know where to find me. Naruto nodded, before seeing Asuma and Shikamaru leaving the forest together. He then saw that Shino and Kurenai had finished their conversation as the Aburame heir had left as well. Kakashi and Sakura had left also and Kurenai was now talking to Anko. As soon as he approached the two, Anko turned to him. Hi there Gaki, that was a good fight. You mopped the floor with that Uchiha? Felt really good to see, I'll admit. Naruto and Kurenai chuckled at Anko's enthusiasm. Thank you, truth be told, it would have been a lot tougher if he was in full strength. Anko snorted at Naruto downplaying his own victory. It was surprising to Kurenai that Naruto was still down to earth despite his display just now. That's the Chunin exams for you, tough luck, these situations happen. Well, not meeting that snake fuck and getting a hickey, but out there on missions, you won't get the chance to face a fight, fully rested. Naruto accepted it and then turned to Kurenai. I take it you will be focusing on Shino, right Kurenai-sensei? She nodded with her arms crossed. Yes, though I bet that Shino will also favor some tutoring from his clan as well. Why do you ask? Isn't Asuma helping you? Oh, just curious. Asuma-sensei will be training me for the last week. I actually wanted to train on my own for a while. He has to focus on Shikamaru as well. Kurenai smirked at him knowingly, already guessing he would prefer it this way, though she couldn't help but want to tease him some. Another of your side projects, I see, and here I thought you'd come here and ask for my help? Naruto smiled at his second sensei's faux disappointed face. Anko looked at her friend with a lifted eyebrow, surprised to see her at ease with him. Nothing like that, I don't plan on learning anything new, just improve on the skills I already know. Come to think about it, do you happen to know anyone willing to give me some pointers in genjutsu? Anko and Kurenai looked surprised as he elaborated. Against the Byakugan, genjutsu is pointless, so if I am to face him at close range, I would need to use kenjutsu from close range and ninjutsu from long range. Seeing that Naruto is constantly training with Hinata, it was no surprise that he didn't take long to devise a strategy. I may have someone willing to help you, but she is quite busy this time around. I'll ask her. Anko smirked, knowing whom Kurenai was talking about. Excellent, now I guess it's high time for some celebratory ramen. See ya Anko-san, Kurenai-sensei? The two women looked at his back, leaving the tower, before Kurenai noticed Anko looking at her with a knowing smirk. What? Anko couldn't help but grin. Her friend looked quite cozy when the blonde Gaki was nearby, but for now, the snake charmer Jounin opted to wait and see, but it was quite entertaining to see where this is heading. Oh nothing. Think that she will accept helping him? Kurenai shrugged it off. I bet she will. Not many favor swords these days, it's a blessing to see a young man favoring different branches of the shinobi arts. Anko nodded in acceptance. Well, how about some sake and dango, my place? You can call her to join our little pajama party. Sure, let's get out of this place. I still don't know why you like coming here so much. Anko smirked as she followed Kurenai out of the tower. It was already nighttime outside as the training ground's usual inhabitants appeared before them. Snakes, spiders, tigers, bears, and vicious plants, amongst others. What's not to like, Kurenai-chan? This is paradise. Kurenai chuckled as both left via Shunshin. Chapter 15, Meeting with the Devil. Beta, Skephinator. It was already late at night as Hiruzen Sarutobi had finalized the amount of paperwork for the day. The preparations for the Chunin exam's last phase was well underway with all the invitations already sent and all the dignitaries' attendance confirmation. Of course, some nobles had their own security detail, so the village had to account for them as well. The list of updated visitors were then set for screening by the Umbu personnel together with the Jonin commander. With that out of the way, Hiruzen only had to accommodate the shinobi visitors from other villages. In this case, so far, only the Kazekage had confirmed their presence. Other shinobi leaders were invited as well, but since there were no genin from other villages, it was rather obvious that neither Kiri, Kumo, or Iwa would come. It would be rather surprising and suspicious, otherwise. Lighting up his pipe, the Sandaime Hokage now took his sweet time relaxing in the dark confines of his office, taking advantage of the full moon outside. Normally, the entire building would be lit up, but sometimes the old war veteran Hokage preferred it this way. Well, with lights on, people would invite themselves in and it's rather late to indulge someone tonight. Of course, the old man wouldn't be called the professor if his senses were dulled, just because he was inside his own office, surrounded by his personal Umbu detail. Hence why he couldn't help but chuckle while puffing on his pipe. To believe that not one but two of my students would suddenly find the urge to revisit their own home. A couple of the Umbu hidden in the shadows looked at one another, wondering what was going on, before a chuckle alerted them. I don't know what you're talking about, old man, all I'm interested in is keeping my research updated for my books. The Hokage just smiled in acknowledgement, before looking at the sudden appearance by his office window. A man with long white hair tied in a ponytail, wearing a short green shirt kimono and matching pants, under which he wore mesh armor that is visible at his wrists and ankles. He also wore handguards, a black belt, traditional Japanese wooden sandals and a red haori with 2 yellow circles on each side. A giant scroll strapped on his back completed the appearance of the Sannin Jiraiya. His sudden and subtle appearance inside one of the most guarded places of Konoha made everyone on edge, but the Umbu detail relaxed once they knew who this person was. I see, well I'm glad you warned me beforehand. At the very least, I will know to expect the increase in the list of complaints from the female population. His student chuckled and crossed his arms. I wonder why you bothered having your shinobi to search for me, sensei. The old man Hokage puffed more of his pipe, before getting off his chair and approaching the window of his office. The reason for that is quite clear, Jiraiya, as I'm sure you are aware. Jiraiya chuckled and placed his hands on his waist. As of right now, it's unclear what Orochimaru intends on doing. The village is hosting the Chunin exams and can't really afford to be on the lookout for an S-ranked criminal lurking within our streets. Which is why I wish for you to stay put for now. The spy network could be set aside for this short while. The white-haired Sannin grunted at the order, perhaps the first order in quite a while, but he acquiesced in the end. Understood. I guess I can take the time and check on Konoha's onsens to pass the time. Hiruzen chuckled at that. I guess it's quite a troublesome task for you, huh? Both senior shinobi laughed at that, until Jiraiya decided to change the subject. How is he doing? Hiruzen smirked at that. He was actually wishing that Jiraiya had not taken this long to broach the subject. Oh, deciding to check up on him, out of the blue, as to why the sudden interest, I wonder? Jiraiya frowned at the sudden jab, but didn't comment, as Hiruzen continued. He is doing quite well, it seems. Young Naruto-kun has displayed such an amazing set of skills these last few months. The Jonin sensei are actually fighting between themselves to become a part of his education. It was quite surprising to me too. If he continues on this path, I wouldn't be surprised if he received the Chunin promotion on his first try. Jiraiya whistled in recognition at the old man's praise for the kid. Well, he has good genes, after all. I do wonder if it's time to introduce myself to him and see for myself this progress. Perhaps, teach him a thing or two. The old man Hokage frowned, looking at his student with accusatory eyes. It's never too late to take responsibility, Jiraiya. Don't go there, sensei. The surly response wasn't surprising. The Sannin Jiraiya was known for his philandering ways and a goof in many ways. But the Hokage knew his student had more depth than that. While it couldn't be said that it was merely a front, it ended up escalating after the death of the Yondaime Hokage. Hiruzen knew his student's pain, he knew it too well. In the past, he would have pushed further. But, he had learned to restrain his mouth regarding his student's traumas, all of them. To this day, all three of them were still dealing with it. I won't. Now, allow this old man to go home for the night, Jiraiya. If you do try to peek at women, do be subtle about it, you know, as a favor to me. I can't promise that. The Hokage just laughed at Jiraiya's now more upbeat response, knowing that Jiraiya could sneak up anywhere in the elemental nations without most shinobi catching up. It just so happens that the perverted Sannin enjoyed being caught, especially by gorgeous women. With Naruto . A week has passed since the end of the second phase of the Chunin exams and Naruto had opted to take camp inside the cave where he first met his mentor. He had heard from Kurenai that she had managed to find a genjutsu specialist for him, but this so-called specialist would only be able to tutor him, in a couple of weeks and for a limited amount of time, which suited Naruto just fine. To receive tutorship by an umbu was exciting enough for him. Also, he had his own set of goals to finalize by that time, namely a new Suiton technique and further improve the level of his Suiton control. Reaching the Nidaime's level would take him perhaps many years, despite Naruto's constant use of Kage Bunshin to shorten the time needed. What Naruto needed right now were techniques that he could use with the water inside his body. Neji is a fast, close-ranged fighter and won't allow Naruto to use wider-scale ninjutsu. As such, going for quick and precise attacks is preferable. The Suiton Suidan no Jutsu, water release, water bullet technique, not only is easy to perform, but it's a highly versatile technique to use from middle range. He had other strategies, but against the Byakugan, those were rather limited. Against Sasuke, Naruto took the opportunity that he wasn't using his Sharingan when the fight began, but Neji won't have that handicap. Genjutsu and even Fuinjutsu would be useless for him. The Nidaime scroll had a very nasty genjutsu for Naruto to learn, but it required almost perfect chakra control, not to mention ample time to practice. Locking the enemy inside a perpetual darkness would aid him against Neji, but he wouldn't be able to learn it in 1 month's time. Regarding Fuinjutsu, Naruto didn't think he would be able to hide it from the Byakugan. He could have tried asking for Hinata's help in this, but his teammate was still recovering from her own fight against Neji. With this, he had already devised a general strategy to use against Neji, but Naruto was somewhat clueless about what Neji could use against him. Hinata had already used some of the Hyuga techniques against him, but Neji was more advanced and considered a genius among the clan. So, not only offensive but defense maneuvers needed to be taken care of. Right now, Naruto was taking a seat in the middle of the lake inside the cave, while extending his chakra throughout the water. Despite doing this exercise for a long time now, every time he closed his eyes, Naruto felt himself practically becoming one with the element. And every time he reached this state it felt like he was being observed by the Nidaime Hokage. The image would be forever engraved in his mind, the stern visage, the constant frown on both his mouth and eyebrows, with his arms crossed and the familiar and nostalgic throat sound that showed his displeasure at one of Naruto's mistakes. Not to mention the constant water whip that was ready to be used the second Naruto made a mistake, and boy were they many, especially in the beginning. Naruto stopped his exercise as soon as he stopped feeling his legs and he heard his stomach growling. Okay, guess it's time for some lunch. Opening his eyes and standing up, he turned to see 10 clones fighting each other in pairs, while sticking to the slippery cave walls. He had one pair fighting using taijutsu, others with kunai and 2 pairs with genjutsu. However, much to his lament, some of the clones started using ninjutsu as well. Sometimes, his clones tended to have a mind of their own and decided not to play by the rules. So, before they could destroy this sacred place, Naruto ended up releasing all of them. Sorting the gathered memory and experience from the clones, Naruto then walked outside the cave, before covering his eyes at the strong sun that suddenly reached him. There was a nice little stream of water nearby where Naruto could find some fish for lunch. However, the blonde was surprised when he heard 4 different sets of voices nearby. 3 of them were easily enough to spot as he saw what appeared to be 3 women bathing together while throwing water at each other. The 4th sound was better described as giggling, and it was coming from a small forest close to the water stream where Naruto would fish and where the women were bathing. The genin became curious and walked closer to the sound, until he found what appeared to be an old man crouched behind some bushes, using a monocular. From the direction the old geezer was looking, it was clear that he was ogling at the 3 women. "Oh Jaisen, what are you doing?" The long white-haired man, though, didn't stop giggling and mumbling some incoherent words, probably about the 3 women bathing. "Oi, I'm talking to you." This time, Naruto poked this strange man on his right shoulder, and he received a dismissive wave in return. "Scram it, kid, can't you see that I'm busy?" A small tick appeared on Naruto's forehead, but he reined in his temper. His stomach was complaining too much and Naruto sometimes got cranky when he was hungry. Still, he had decided to ignore the perverted old man, before going back to the water stream and walking on top of the water, ignoring the women staring at him in awe at the display. In no time, Naruto got 5 fishes for himself and then gathered some wood for the fire. While waiting for his lunch to cook, Naruto took a seat close to the fire, while taking some time off from his training. It was nice sometimes to allow his body to cool off for a while after a gruesome training session. So, once the smell of cooked fish hit his nostrils, Naruto grabbed the first one and started eating. By the 3rd fish, Naruto saw the same old man from before standing next to him. "That's some nice fish you got there, Gaki, mind sharing one?" Naruto was still chewing on this 3rd fish as he looked at the stranger. By looks alone, Naruto was clueless about who this old man was. He had a headband all right, meaning he was a shinobi, but he didn't recognize a hidden village with the oil symbol. Also, based on his sensor skills, it was quite obvious that this man was high Jonin level. Dare Naruto say that this guy was on par with the Sandaime, which was quite frightening. Though, the genin at least attempted to hide his surprise. "I thought you were busy ogling at those women, but sure help yourself." Jiraiya simply smirked and took a seat next to Naruto, before picking up one of the fish still being cooked. "I was indeed checking them for my research." Naruto took the last fish and finished it quickly before this strange old man grabbed the last one, while ruminating about the next part of his own training, not much inclined into keeping a conversation with a stranger. Jiraiya, for his part, kept on eating his fish, subtly observing the quiet blonde in the meantime. While the Sannin didn't bother checking on him much these last few years, Jiraiya did remember that the kid was quite the hyperactive one in the academy. Naruto, then, realized that the old man was looking at him. "So, I don't think I've ever seen you around. You must be a shinobi based on that headband and the scroll on your back." Jiraiya also remembered Naruto being more aloof in the academy and not as attentive on details like this. The Sandaime did say that Naruto has improved. Naruto then saw the strange man behave even more strangely if possible, standing up and forming a kabuki pose. "I am not just a shinobi kid. I am the shinobi. The high and mighty Gamma Sannin, Jiraiya." Jiraiya was counting on various possible reactions based on his boisterous introduction. However, when Naruto just blinked twice unimpressed, before staring at Jiraiya, the Gamma Sannin stopped posing and awkwardly cleared his throat. Naruto, for his part, became quite confused. If he was speaking the truth about being one of the Sannin, then Naruto truly wondered if all the Sannin were this weird. Since he didn't get to meet Orochimaru, Jiraiya was actually the first Sannin he laid his eyes on. "Are all the Sannin like you, then?" Jiraiya snorted at the comparison. "No, I am one of a kind." "I see, well, it's nice meeting you. I will have to get back to my training now." Naruto bowed slightly in respect and then turned his back on Jiraiya, but the Sannin quickly appeared in front of Naruto. "Wow there, what's the rush? I didn't even get your name, Kid. Oh right, sorry, Uzumaki Naruto. Now excuse me. Jiraiya just placed his hand on Naruto's shoulder before the genin tried to turn again. There you go, trying to flee again. So, why are you training so hard for? Naruto sighed at the strange insistence but decided to humor the old man for a bit. Perhaps after asking his questions, Jiraiya would leave him alone. I am training for the Chunin exam finals and my first fight is against a Hyuga 1 year my senior. Oh that's interesting, if you want some pointers, just ask and the gallant Jiraiya shall provide. You don't need to bother with me, I bet you must have more important things to do, thanks for the offer, though. Once more, Naruto tried leaving, but once more Jiraiya stopped him, this time with a heavy sigh. He didn't believe that Naruto would openly refuse help, especially not from him of all people. It kind of stung the perverted Sannin to realize that the genin just didn't want much to do with him, though he should have realized the consequence of not showing up to check on him much. Still, it couldn't be said that Jiraiya just gave up that easily. You know Gaki, many shinobi out there would thank the heavens to be tutored by the one who taught the Yondaime Hokage. This time it got the desired effect as he had finally got the kid's attention. Wow, seriously? You taught the Yondaime? Before meeting the Nidaime, Naruto worshipped the Yondaime Hokage. Haha, sure did. Now are you interested in me helping you? I guess, it's just that I don't want to focus on something that it would take too long to learn and master. After Hyuga Niji, there are also other fights to plan for. Jiraiya nodded in approval at the kid's concern. It's a good thinking indeed to focus on mastering what you already know, instead of trying to learn something new in such a short amount of time. Well, I happen to have a nifty little technique to teach you. It's easy to learn and you can use in plenty of situations. Jiraiya could tell that Naruto's chakra capacity was high enough, which surprised him. Jiraiya at first wanted to teach the kid to use the fox's chakra for this, but it wasn't needed, at least not right now. It's called Kuchios no Jutsu, summoning technique. Naruto's mouth opened slightly and Jiraiya could have sworn that a little drool came out. Really, you are teaching me the Kuchios, but you have to have a summoning contract for that, right? The Sannin was caught by surprise that the kid knew about this technique, before he got to explain what it is. Oh, you seem to know your stuff, kid, interesting. Yes, you need to form a summoning contract with an animal species and through space and time, you summon the animal to aid you through ninjutsu. It just so happens that I have the contract with the toads, just like I gave it to the Yondaime, when he was your age. The glint in Naruto's eyes at the prospect of having the same contract as the Yondaime was simply too much to pass by. So, how do I start? Jiraiya smiled and sacrificed some blood from his finger, before going through a small sequence of hand seals. When Jiraiya slammed his hand on the ground, Naruto focused on the written kanji that spread on the floor, before the Sannin was enveloped in smoke. Instantly, Naruto's sensor caught another presence and when the smoke settled, he was in awe when he saw Jiraiya standing on top of a large red toad carrying a scroll on its mouth. The toad's tongue then expanded and the scroll was handed to Naruto. Open that scroll and sign your name in blood, Naruto. The genin did as instructed and opened it to see many empty slots with only 2 names written. Naruto did as instructed and opened it to see many slots already signed. Quickly doing as instructed, he bit his finger and signed his name with blood. Jiraiya admitted to being quite enthused about the kid's first attempt. Usually, the Kuchios required a considerable amount of chakra just to summon the regular-sized toads. For Naruto to for instance summon the giant toads, he would need the aid of the fox's chakra for that. However, there are many toads that Naruto could summon with the chakra he has right now at his disposal. Now, perform the hand seal sequence and release a strong amount of chakra at once. The blonde genin looked back at his sensei for the day with a question mark clearly on his face. What is it, Gaki? You said just now, a strong amount of chakra. But could you give me an estimate of the necessary amount? For instance, the amount of a B-ranked ninjutsu would suffice. Now, Jiraiya understood why the kid was drawing the attention of the other teachers. Wow, that would be a nice amount, yeah, you could use that much and summon a kick-ass toad. Go for it. Naruto nodded and went through the hand seal sequence he saw Jiraiya perform, before slamming his stretched hand on the ground. Just like the white-haired Sannin, an assortment of kanji spread around Naruto's hand, before a sizable smoke erupted around him, making Jiraiya smirk knowingly. Yeah, good genes, indeed. While he didn't know which toad would appear, he knew the kid's first attempt to be successful. When the smoke was released, Jiraiya whistled in great appreciation. Naruto blinked twice at the sudden appearance, before he looked quite ecstatic as well. For as this toad in Jiraiya's mind was similar in appearance to one of his favorites named Gamahiro, though instead of having 2 swords strapped on its back, this toad carried a single white-handle katana sword strapped on a black obi. And this toad was perhaps the same size as the toad that Jiraiya was standing on right now. Wow Gaki, are you sure you're just a genin? Jiraiya asked in a sincere but baffled question, and Naruto couldn't help but scratch his head at the praise. Jiraiya then chuckled at his reaction. So you're our new summoner, huh? What's your name? Naruto then turned to the animal next to him and bowed in respect, earning a respectable nod from the animal, who crossed its arms. Plus, the toad's eyes landed on Naruto's own sword as well. Ah, Uzumaki Naruto, a pleasure to meet you. Call me Gamatsurugi, sword, a pleasure to meet you as well, Uzumaki Naruto. I see you're a practitioner of the sword. Interesting. Feel free to call me anytime you need assistance. Naruto accepted, before Gamatsurugi released himself back to wherever the toads came from. Jiraiya had also released the toad that carried the scroll and landed safely on the ground, while he observed an introspective Naruto. A chuckle escaped from the perverted Sannin's mouth as he then turned his back on Naruto and was about to leave. Ah, Jiraiya-sama, I appreciate you teaching me the Kuchiyos, thanks a lot. Jiraiya always prided himself of being a pervert and able to get a rise out of everyone for his perks. However, the genuine expression of appreciation on Naruto's face was too much for Jiraiya. It somewhat made the perverted Sannin remind himself of the Yondaime Hokage. A genius in the making, quite like Naruto is, and also respectful to others, which is a surprise, considering that, to his knowledge, the kid pretty much had no one to raise him, at least not properly. Stop with the sama there, Gaki. Call me Jiraiya and you're welcome. I could give you more if you wish. The night is still young after all. Naruto smiled at the offer and appreciated. Wow, this is too much already. But thank you, once more, Jiraiya. I still need to train more. Jiraiya this time didn't offer any resistance as he saw the kid wave goodbye and run up the water stream, just as the sky turned orange. The Sannin found the kid quite intriguing as he remembered Hiruzen's words the other day about how Naruto was surprising everyone with his abilities. For him to grasp the concept of the Kuchio so fast means that the kid must have at least a basic to intermediate knowledge of Fuinjutsu and spacetime ninjutsu. Plus, the fact that Naruto had summoned a warrior toad on his first try showed Jiraiya that the kid has a firm grasp of his own chakra capacity, which was even more surprising. Having not only an abundance of his own chakra, plus the colossal chakra from the Kyuubi no Yoko, meant that the kid would find chakra control to be his dire weakness. Now, the perverted Sannin found himself quite curious about what else Naruto could do. Initially, I was staying because sensei ordered me to, but now I'm actually curious to see the Gaki's matches. 1 week later With only 2 weeks left for the finals, Naruto had opted to change a couple of things in his training regimen. The reason being that today was the day that Kurenai would introduce him to his genjutsu tutor, and he figured that keeping his stamina at optimal levels was paramount for a physically demanding training. Just remembering the level of concentration needed to train the art of the sword under the Nidaime was tortuous enough. As such, he now found himself dressed in only his pants as he took a seat on top of Gamatsurugi's head, while both calmly meditated beneath one of the many waterfalls located in the outskirts of the village. Naruto had often summoned his newfound partner ever since he learned how to summon from Jiraiya. They would train together as Naruto found out that Gamatsurugi not only was a sword practitioner but a Suiton user as well, as all toads tends to be. Hell, he was even able to expel oil from his mouth if needed be, which was quite the tool to have. Despite him not knowing any katan techniques, there was always the nasty explosive tag to use to ignite the oil beam. Oh, the possibilities. As such, right now, as he calmly meditated, Naruto's consciousness slowly drifted from the outside world into the inside world. Ever since he learned this exercise from the Nidaime, Naruto had continuously passed his chakra through each and every chakra coil inside his body. Doing this allowed him to ease the strain both in his chakra as well as his mind as he focused solely on the feel of his chakra. Right now, there were no Chunin exams, no mission to focus on, no skill he needed to grasp, nothing. Just the continuous and relaxing feeling of passing his chakra throughout his tenketsu. So immersed was him that when Naruto next opened his eyes, he was not at the lake with the waterfall, but rather inside what appeared to be a rather creepy and dark sewage system of some kind with pipes on the walls and water reaching his ankles. He could see blue energy passing through the pipes at a fast speed. When he touched one of the pipes, familiarity overcame him at the feel of his own chakra. However, Naruto frowned once he looked at the pipes from the adjacent wall. There was energy passing through those as well, but it was red, not blue. As soon as he touched the pipes with the red energy, Naruto was surprised to hear a beastly growl nearby. What the hell is that? The genin started walking slowly towards the sound as he wondered what could possibly be. Considering that he is somehow inside his own mind, since he had felt his own chakra, Naruto shuddered to believe this could be what he was thinking. Despite the Nidaime telling Naruto that he was the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi no Yoko, this was the first time that Naruto ever came close to knowing just what that precisely entailed. And as he walked through the sewage walls, he then stepped inside a vast room that had an enormous-looking cage in the middle. Looking up, he saw the pipes from before going inside the cage as well. His eyes also focused on the single seal parchment that stood in the middle of the cage. He could also hear the heavy growl inside as well, and he gulped in fright at the possibility of seeing the very creature that made his life a living hell for the first years of his life. True to his fear, the same red energy appeared inside the cage, followed by long teeth and bloody red eyes that looked at Naruto promising bloody murder. So, I finally get to meet my jailer, huh? Ever since the Nidaime Hokage told you about me, I truly expected you to appear sooner. Naruto gasped at the mention of the name, before wondering just how much the fox knows. Truth be told, this was the first time Naruto was having a conversation with someone about the very reason why he had evolved so much. The fox, for his part, merely laughed at the surprise, already knowing deep down about the human being's true nature. "Huh, what, so you keep on using everyone around you meanwhile you lie to all of them about what truly happened to you 3 years ago? Interesting." "No, actually, not interesting, it's quite the very foundation of you humans, to hold on to lies and deceit. Truly makes me hate your species beyond measure." Naruto recovered fast when he heard the accusation coming from the gigantic fox. "What are you talking about? I don't use anyone, and I certainly did not lie to anyone." QB just chuckled at the denial. "Imbecile, you cannot hide from me, I see through you. Everyone is so surprised and so astonished about your so-called growth, your so-called skills, how pathetic. Instead of showing everyone what you can do, you hide it like a worthless human. You complain about the old geezer Hokage for not telling you about me, but you also keep secrets from him, from everyone. So tell me, you still naively believe you don't take advantage of your peers, of your sensei, especially that woman who seems so eager to teach genjutsu to you. And they say I'm the demon? I don't use Kurenai-sensei, I helped her save Yakumo after she helped me with genjutsu. So stop with your accusation here." Naruto was finding this conversation very annoying indeed. True, that Naruto kept his real growth from everyone, but that's what it means to be a shinobi. To reveal everything you can do means ridding the advantage of surprise. Though, Naruto was finding that perhaps the fox cared little about the workings of the shinobi mindset. "What's more pathetic is to see your denial, but I actually grew tired of looking at your worthless face, human. Speak your mind, here and now." Naruto took a step back as the fox started screaming at him now. "What you crave is quite clear, it's what you all crave, you and everyone else. It's power, isn't it? You want my chakra to be stronger. You wish to demand I give you my chakra. Come on, human, speak. I don't want anything." No sooner had Naruto said his piece and quite vigorously, the fox stopped his oppressive nature and turned to look at his jailer more closely. "Oh. What nonsense are you speaking? I know how much you desire to be strong. You're a fool if you think you can fool me." Naruto tried to hold his ground, but this amount of killing intent was at least 100 times what both the Nidaime and Zabuza could produce combined. Still, the blonde tried holding his own. They were inside his own mind after all. "I meant what I said, QB. Everything I conquered I did with my own sweat, my own chakra. Sure, I had help. I won't deny that I did. The Nidaime helped shape my foundation, since the academy wouldn't even bother looking at me. It was thanks to him that I am where I am right now. Without a good foundation, everything else falls apart. And the others helped me as well. Asuma-sensei, Kurenai-sensei, Kosuke-Aji-san and even Jiraiya with the summoning just now. It's thanks to them, I am now more complete, and thanks to them I am able to grow stronger now, using my own strength from here on out." This time, human and demon looked at each other's eyes, while the fox growled in defiance at Naruto's words. Still, Naruto needed to address the elephant in the room, and he did so by looking down as his own image looked back at him from the water reflection. "I don't know why you are in here or why the Yondaime placed you here. No one so far has decided to explain it to me, and, quite frankly, I fear that I won't enjoy it when the truth finally comes, you know. I do know it sucks for you to be trapped here, instead of outside. I also do know and feel the hatred that everyone has for me because of you. I can't say I have all the answers here. I don't even know if you wish for me to use your chakra or not. I don't even know why the hell I was chosen to become your warden." QB, this time, only kept his usual growl, while hearing Naruto speak. "As of right now, the best I can say is that I hope that we at least talk about this more often and together come up with something, moving forward." "Talk, that's precious." Naruto also found himself concurring with an easing smile, despite the situation. "Hee, I know it's not much. But at least it's better than me coming in here and demanding your chakra, isn't it? Hardly any better, just by looking at your blue eyes and blonde hair makes me want to rip your body to shreds. So, if you don't wish for my power, then be gone from my sight." Before Naruto could even respond, wondering what his eyes and hair color has to do with anything, the fox had thrown him out by force. When Naruto next opened his eyes, he found himself breathless and he was shaking a bit, much to his own surprise. Another surprise came when he opened his eyes and saw Kurenai-sensei standing close to the shore together with a long purple-haired Umbu woman by her side, both of them facing his direction. Deciding to wonder about the conversation he had with the fox for another time, Naruto stood up from Gamatsurugi's head and released the summon after appreciating the help. Meanwhile, Kurenai and the Umbu were busy conversing amongst each other, as Naruto waved at her from the lake. The genin crossed the lake in no time and grabbed the top of his blue outfit, before hurling it on top of his shoulder. "Hi there Naruto, I didn't know you can summon toads." The genin scratched his head at the accusation laced in Kurenai's words. "Well, I couldn't until just a week ago when I met Jiraiya. He decided to give me the contract to summon toads." Naruto found it strange that both Kurenai and Yugugo groaned at the mention of the Sanin's name. Little to his knowledge, pretty much every Chunin and above kunoichi had been victimized by the pervert's attempts of peeking. "Why, what's wrong?" "Nothing," Kurenai responded with a sigh. "It's just that let's say that his hobbies leave much to be desired and let's leave it at that." Naruto saw the female Umbu nodding along and then Naruto remembered just how he came to know the Sannin. "Oh, yeah, when I first saw him, he was peeking at 3 women bathing and he was giggling, now I understand." Still, the boy caught the trap he ended up falling into when he saw the ire coming from the brunette sensei. "It was just him peeking, Naruto?" Naruto had quickly raised both hands at Kurenai to appease her. The Umbu was also discreetly raising her own killing intent. No, I didn't do anything. I was training nearby and went to the river when those women were bathing to catch some fishes for lunch. Jiraiya was already there looking at them with his monocular. I will give you the benefit of the doubt for now, just don't follow in Jiraiya-sama's example." Clearing her throat, Kurenai then introduced Naruto to her Umbu friend. "Well, like I promised, I managed to find you a genjutsu user to tutor you for the exams, though I can't tell you her name as you probably already know why." Naruto nodded and bowed at the female Umbu. "Yes, I understand, though I kind of recognize the mask and the long purple hair. For what it's worth, I'm sorry for making you guys chase me around the village all those times." Kurenai looked at the Umbu, surprised to hear a chuckle, followed by her friend's comeback. "Yeah, it was quite a hassle to chase a 9-year-old throughout the village, for sure. I didn't sign into Umbu for this. Though, it was quite irritating when you managed to evade me on occasion." The Umbu placed both hands on her hips and even inclined her body in a false accusatory mode, though Naruto didn't sense any form of malice coming from her. Kurenai found it quite humorous to see the interaction. Still, it's been a couple of weeks since she last saw him and she could tell that he has been training vigorously. "Well, once again, I apologize and I appreciate you taking time out of your hefty schedule to help a genin out. Kurenai asked for my help, said that you're quite a gifted student, always eager to learn. Though, I won't be able to accompany you for long, I can still give you some pointers here and there. I understand, with the Chunin exams finals approaching, security is a major concern. Though, I don't know how I should address you. Umbu-san, Nico-san, Nico-sensei. Oh Nico-sensei, I like the sound of that. I never had a student before." Kurenai by this point figured that she would leave the pair alone for now, so she bid them goodbye, saying that she needed to meet with Shino in his compound. "Oh Kurenai-sensei, do you know about Hinata? How are her injuries?" The brunette sensei turned to answer him. Naruto has been training ever since the end of the second phase and felt guilty for not checking on his teammates. "Yes, she is much better now. She comes to my house quite often nowadays to hang out with Yakumo. We will all cheer for you in the finals, Naruto-kun. So train hard and make us proud?" "Will do. Thank you, Kurenai-sensei." The sensei then bid both Naruto and Yugao goodbye, leaving them alone. "Okay then Naruto, please put back on your clothes and let us begin." Naruto muttered a quick apology and Yugao waved him off. "Now, I won't bother trying to imprint a style on you. We don't have much time for that and I don't believe this is what you're looking for. Instead, I will attempt to correct any flaws I see in your movements while we spar. First, show me your ninjato." Naruto, now fully clothed, showed the sword while Yugugo inspected it from the hilt to the tip of the blade. "Okay, good, you take good care of your weapon. That's an important part and I'm pleased that my first student understands that. Now, let's stop wasting both of our time here." The training ground then became alive with the noise of exertion from both parties and the sound of steel meeting steel as Yugugo focused on Naruto's footing as well as his blade reach, giving him pointers here and there. Last week before the finals With 1 week left for the finals and with Nico back in Umbu coordinating the village security, Naruto now found himself wandering close to the Nara compound. As he came back to the village, he managed to make a quick visit to Kurenai's house, knowing that Hinata and Yakumo were there as well. He was thrilled to see that she was almost completely healed after her fight with Niji. Hinata had expressed her concerns for Naruto perhaps taking his fight against Niji too far because of Niji's words to her in the second phase. Even if Naruto had found them distasteful, he was proud of her for giving the elder Hyuga quite the fight. So, right now, Naruto had stepped inside the Nara's main house and saw his teammate and their sensei locked in a shogi match, much to Naruto's chuckle. So this was Shikamaru's idea of training, in the end. Not that he was surprised. Hi there Shika, Asuma-sensei. Both players looked away from the shogi board and greeted the blonde, before Naruto took a seat close to them. Asuma had made his move, before turning to his other student. So Naruto, I trust that your training was fruitful these last 3 weeks. I had a nice chat with Jiraiya-sama and he gave me much praise about your accomplishments. Naruto chuckled at that, before Shikamaru looked at his friend. Wow, Naruto was tutored by Jiraiya of the Sannin. Shikamaru knew that he would eventually face Naruto if he wins against Temari. Though, if Shika had any doubts that he could win against his teammate, he now firmly believed it would be best to simply withdraw. The Nara Brainiac had already thought of various scenarios for this exact battle and in none of those, he could see himself winning. I wouldn't say tutored, exactly. He just taught me one technique, that's all. We spent less than a day together. Asuma flinched at the move that Shikamaru made, before addressing Naruto. Kurenai-sensei also told me about your other tutor. Oh don't worry, I won't tell to Shikamaru who or what you trained in. Don't bother, I will count my blessings by passing the first round. Shikamaru replied, before placing the final piece. This is my win, Asuma-sensei. The Jonin-sensei groaned in displeasure at losing once more. Yeah, I guess you did. Naruto laughed, as he saw the Nara yawn after the match and walk inside his house, but not before addressing Naruto. Naruto, after you and Asuma-sensei trained today, my nagging mother told me to invite you to dinner. The blonde genin nodded. Sure thing, tell Yoshino-obasan I will be here for dinner. Thanks. Shikamaru then closed the door, before Asuma got up and gave Naruto one of his trench knives. Okay Naruto, for this last week, we shall focus on your wind manipulation. The goal here is to focus both on power and control. Before Naruto asked for more clarification, he gasped once Asuma's own trench knife hummed to life in an explosion of wind chakra. Normally, the wind chakra would only surround the weapon, but right now the energy has grown so much that it resembles more like a sword made of wind. I will warn you beforehand that this will place great strain on your chakra coils. But for you to learn the more powerful and wider range wind techniques, you will need to get used to this feeling. Now, try to imitate what I'm doing. The blonde nodded and then focused wind chakra through the knife he was holding. Asuma approved as he saw the kid start small and then slowly add more chakra. He could see Naruto flinch and spasm on occasion. Wind chakra needs constant training and refinement. Like Asuma said, the wind change in chakra nature splits chakra in two and grinds them together. However, adding more power to it, it's easy to lose focus on containment, hence the reason for the pain Naruto was feeling right now. And Asuma smirked at that, knowing about his own bad experiences with it, before getting accustomed to it. Truth be told, the bearded Jonin never did focus on wider range techniques with futon, but he got the feeling that with Naruto's chakra, his student could become a powerhouse. That's it, keep this up Naruto. Try keeping like this for 20 minutes and rest for 10. For my satisfaction, you'll be repeating this cycle at least 10 times. Wow, Asuma-sensei that's kind of a vicious training. Asuma chuckled at the pained expression on his students. Consider it payback for ditching your sensei, now stop complaining. Naruto, despite the pain, managed to sweat drop at the accusation. Yeah, well, I deserve that, Asuma waited 3 weeks for this as he kept quiet while hearing Jiraiya, Kurenai and even Yugao relaying about Naruto's training, praising him through it all. And since their training was happening close to the Nara compound, the entire Nara family heard it. Shikamaru groaned at his teammate's drive, while he had to listen to his mother saying that she wished that he would have half of Naruto's desire to improve. Meanwhile, Shikamaru's father Shikaku simply snickered both at Naruto for complaining about the pain and Shikamaru for trying to cover his ears while his nagging mother yelling at him. While Naruto trained his ass off, other genin were also doing the exact same thing. Like Kakashi promised, he had focused on training Sakura and has even helped her develop her affinity for Doton ninjutsu, while slightly encouraging her to use her perfect chakra control for genjutsu. Sasuke had even approached them and helped, despite his initial protest of wanting Kakashi to train him as well. The Uchiha still didn't swallow what Naruto did to him by using Sasuke's hatred for his brother against the Uchiha, and it took Kakashi some time to explain that Naruto didn't actually use his brother's image, but rather enforce Sasuke's worst nightmare. Still, the Uchiha now wished to have a rematch more than ever with Naruto. Sakura sighed in dismay at that. She wondered what would have happened to Sasuke's ego had Naruto-senpai truly gone all out in that fight. Neji and Tenten trained together after the Hyuga was healed. At first, Neji felt enraged that Hinata gave him so much trouble, but then he came to his senses. After all, he was pleased that his cousin was taking things seriously. Despite being a year older, Neji knew not to underestimate his next opponent. Lee was actually the only one who witnessed Naruto's fight against the Uchiha, and despite his teammates still in the hospital recuperating from his injuries, Lee had explained with quite the enthusiasm how Naruto had defeated the Uchiha using genjutsu, fuinjutsu, and kenjutsu. Neji knew from his cousin how much Naruto influenced herself moving forward. And despite Hinata apologizing to Neji for not betraying her own teammate by saying what he can do, Hinata had an entire list of good things to say about him. As such, with the exams approaching, the genin from Konoha felt themselves ready for the next step towards the yearned promotion. Chapter 16, Chunin Exams Part 3. Beta, Skephinator. By the end of the month between the second and third phases of the Chunin exams, the hidden village in the leaves became filled with all sorts of people, visitors, nobles, vendors, customers, merchants, and even shinobi who would be participating in the final stage of the exams. As such, the Chunin, Jounin and even ANBU personnel worked day and night to ensure that everything went smoothly or as smoothly as possible. That's why it came as disturbing to the higher-ups when a mangled corpse was later found by the ANBU scout one day before the exams. One of the ANBU members, a long purple-haired woman wearing a cat mask, found herself having out-of-body experience as she looked down to see the dead body of her beloved Hayate. Being in ANBU meant walking side by side with death almost every day. As such, witnessing the death of her teammates ended up being a part of the job description. Hence why none of her peers appeared overly shocked about seeing Hayate dead on the ground. However, witnessing the love of her life like this made Yugugo freeze. Her analytical mind fought bravely to overcome the huge pain in her heart, but eventually lost. Suddenly, her shoulders trembled with the mask covering the tears flowing from her eyes. Despite being the team's second in command, right now protocol just wasn't in her mind as she shined away, leaving her team behind to deal with the situation. The Hokage's office . Right after the event with Hayate's death, the Hokage had gathered all the Jounin to tell them the news. I had gathered everyone to relay the terrible news. This morning, a team from ANBU had found Geku Hayate dead. Immediately after the Hokage relayed the terrible news, murmurs started to spread amongst the Jounin. The rumors had quickly started, of course. The fact that every available Jounin stood inside the village walls was of course troubling. If what happened to Hayate happened in a mission outside village walls was one thing, but with him here, no doubt this was the work of one of the shinobi teams from the other villages. But that sprang 1,000 questions in itself. While Geku Hayate was a Tokubetsu Jounin, his fame wasn't that high in the bounty station. No one would have risked breaching the village, risking arrest or worse, to hunt Hayate. And the ANBU personnel knew each and every shinobi from the other villages that came for the Chunin exams. None of them even bothered looking at the Chunin exams proctor, much less target him specifically. Anko and Kurenai came together to the meeting and both flinched at the news. Most of all, both were of the same mind, to find Yugugo as soon as possible to be there for their friend. Is there any leads as to who could have done this, Hokage-sama? The Hokage turned to the aloof Kakashi. The details are scarce, I'm afraid. Traces of wind chakra were found in a first analysis, but we simply can't come to any conclusions at this point. As soon as this precise piece of evidence became known, everyone immediately made the connection with a shinobi from Sunagakure. And of course, the Hokage knew what everyone was thinking as soon as he opened his mouth. And I know that most of you would point fingers at one of the shinobi from Suna. Right now, I have the ANBU team scouting the Suna shinobi from the shadows, but so far nothing out of the norm. It was clear to the elder Hokage, though, that his Jounin personnel didn't enjoy hearing that their leader was seemingly dismissing Suna's involvement in this matter. What are your orders, Hokage-sama? The Hokage then turned to Ibiki, in deep ponder as he puffed the pipe. Even though I can't immediately accuse Suna for Hayate's murder, whatever happened or whoever did this have relation to the Chunin exams. Stating the obvious, in everyone's mind. As such, placing every one of you in the stands is paramount right now. Ibiki, gather with Shikaku and the ANBU personnel to increase security outside the stadium. Right now, we must at the ready for any possible threats looming, both inside and outside the stadium. Dismissed. No sooner had the Hokage said so, all available Jounin left the room in a shunshin, leaving the Hokage alone. Even his personal advisors had left, leaving Hiruzen Sarutobi alone. The walls close to Hiruzen's position suddenly shifted, before Jiraiya revealed himself, hidden in the room the entire time. What have you found thus far? As you said, none of the shinobi from Suna are behaving any differently. And no sign of Orochimaru as well, sensei? Hiruzen frowned at that. His prodigious student was slippery like that. Sneaking in and out of anywhere was one of the trades that made the snake Sannin so dangerous. The Kazekage is due to arrive tomorrow, isn't he? Hiruzen nodded briefly, already knowing what his student was thinking. I have already placed a team of ANBU to escort him and his entourage since they crossed Fire Country. While the move in itself would cause suspicion, it is not outside the norm. Jiraiya scratched his chin, before turning to his sensei once more. Do you want me to stand by your side in the arena, tomorrow? Despite it being a show of strength, it's not like Konoha to show its hand beforehand. No, that would be ill-advised. If Orochimaru is truly behind all of this, then he will show himself when we least expect him to. It's best that you remain hidden until the threat is revealed. Jiraiya knew his sensei's line of thought and he didn't like it one bit. He will come for you, no doubt about that. Hiruzen nodded, concurring with his student. Indeed, but I can handle him if it comes to a direct standoff. It's the village that I'm worried about, Jiraiya. The Gamma Sannin had his doubts leaving the Hokage alone against the snake. However, it would be naive to assume that Orochimaru won't place the village in jeopardy while he faced the Hokage. If it happens, this fight will be on the snake's terms. After all, a snake never attacks unless it's sure that the target won't be able to retaliate. However, Hiruzen was also quite lenient with the snake Sannin in the past. So, the perverted wondered if history would repeat itself if they faced each other. Hiruzen, for his part, took the Sannin's sudden quietness as humor. It could be said that Jiraiya was worried about his chances against the Sannin, or worried about the village, but Hiruzen couldn't really tell. What, you don't believe I can handle him, Jiraiya? I may be old, but I'm still more than able to teach my student a lesson or two. The Gamma Sannin smirked at the old man's teasing, but it was an empty smile, quite unlike the Sannin's usual mood. Oh, it's not that, I know how strong you can be, when pissed. The last time they sparred, Hiruzen mopped the floor with Jiraiya. What I doubt is whether or not you'll finally fight him seriously this time. As soon as Jiraiya finished the accusation, he saw the Hokage narrowing his eyebrows at him, even flaring his chakra and increasing his killing intent. Though, the pervert Sannin stared at the Hokage, just as serious. It was no secret between the elite of the village how Orochimaru's actions were only possible due to Hiruzen looking the other way at times. And despite sometimes leaving in denial about that, Hiruzen certainly couldn't fault Jiraiya for what he said. The hidden ANBU detail became uncomfortable in the room as the two powerhouses stared at each other. It was rare for most to see such tremendous energy nowadays, so one of the junior ANBU had fallen on the ground, with lack of air, due to the sudden attrition. After this, the pervert Sannin simply smirked, easing the situation. Well, see you tomorrow then, sensei? The Hokage smirked with a nod as the Sannin left the room while the other ANBU assisted the unconscious junior ANBU. Chunin exam stadium . The day of the exam finals, almost all of the Konoha citizens and the village's many visitors slowly marched towards the stadium. Many of the shinobi were already inside the stadium. The jounin were placed in different sections of the audience, while seemingly chatting and having a good time with one another. The Chunin proctors were in one place, together with the genin who participated in the exams. The most influential clans of the village had also a place for themselves, such as the Hyuga clan filling most of the seats. Many sets of white eyes and long robes filled the seats. However, one set of white eyes had chosen not to sit together with her family. Hinata had invited her best friend Yakumo to come together and cheer for Naruto and Shikamaru, though mainly for Naruto. The other genin were seated together as well, with Ino and Choji sitting together with their respective clan members. Uchiha Sasuke was seated together with Kiba and Akamaru, though by the look on Sasuke's eyes, it was clear that he much preferred seating somewhere else. The Jounin sensei were all seated together, Kurenai, Kakashi, Asuma and Guy. Anko had decided to tag along with her best friend as they looked down at the arena. Yesterday, right after leaving the Hokage's office, both women had tried to search for the distraught Yugugo in pretty much all possible locations. Her house, which happened to be in a building filled with ANBU operatives, Yugugo's favorite sushi restaurant and even the ANBU HQ where they would be sure that Yugugo would be, but she was nowhere to be found. Kurenai had even gone to Naruto's training place to see if he had seen her, but Naruto had told her that it's been 3 days since Yugugo-sensei had last helped him train. Naruto was able to sense the distress in their chakra and became worried for his Kenjutsu-sensei. Nico-sensei couldn't spare him much of her time, because of the village's security, but they made do with the little time she had available, and Naruto had found himself enjoying their spars immensely. Nico's tips had helped him immensely, in the end. Upon asking what happened with his temporary sensei, though Kurenai evaded the question, instead telling him to focus on his training for the exams. They had lastly tried in many of the village's bars and managed to find the distraught woman emptying her sorrows with a sake bottle. After that, they took Yugugo back to Kurenai's house and took care of her the entire night. The poor woman had passed out in one of the rooms and hadn't woken up since. Do you think she will be all right? Kurenai exhaled hard at the question, pondering that herself. Despite needing to be here both for Shino's sake as well as the Hokage's orders, Kurenai's heart went to her friend. Yugugo-chan is strong-willed for sure, but she was head over heels for him. I can't imagine the pain she is in right now. The snake wielder then lifted her sleeves, before a brown snake came out. I've let my snake summons to at least check on her from time to time, though I'd imagine that she can escape your house anytime and go back to the bar once more. They had talked extensively last night about whether or not they could keep the Anbu Kunoichi inside her house. Or if they ever should do that. No matter how much assistance they provide, unfortunately, this is something that Yugugo needs to cope with. As both women's eyes flipped to Kakashi sitting next to Asuma, they knew that the scarecrow Jounin had gone through similar pains. Plus, Kakashi happened to be Yugugo's role model while in ANBU. The man in question could very well play a role in aiding Yugugo in the situation, but they doubted that Kakashi would effectively do anything about it. We should check on her the minute the exams are over, then. Anko nodded, concurring, before all eyes turned to the Hokage's seat just as the Kazekage arrived followed by 2 bodyguards. No sooner had the Hokage greeted the Kazekage and exchanged a few pleasantries, the Hokage had quickly announced the beginning of the Chunin exams' final round, before the genin competitors entered the arena forming a line. Naruto, Neji, Shikamaru, Sakura, Dosu, Temari, Kankuro, Shino, and Gaara. They calmly entered the arena amongst the cheers of the crowd, before they gathered in the middle as a Konoha Jounin was there already waiting for them, wearing a blue bandana just like Hayate, though this man happened to be chewing a toothpick by the looks of things. Naruto was expecting that it would be the same proctor from the preliminaries. When the audience quieted down, the Jounin proctor named Shiranui Gunma addressed the lined-up genins with the rules. Okay everyone, listen up. As you can see, the terrain is quite different than the other parts and this is a one-on-one fight until the last genin remains standing. The fight shall proceed until one is either dead or admits defeat, but I can step in at any time. Gunma then allowed some time for everyone to acknowledge the rules or lack thereof, before continuing. Okay, so the first round is between Uzumaki Naruto and Hyuga Neji. The rest shall clear the arena right now. Shikamaru and Sakura had briefly wished good luck to Naruto, before the 6 genin left the arena. Gunma then stood on the side as Naruto and Neji eyed each other for a while. The 2 genin had eyed each other for a while, both measuring each other up. However, before Gunma could authorize the match, Naruto and Neji were quite surprised by the sudden noise from the crowd. It was not a noise of cheer, however, but of boos and curses, and the blonde genin didn't need to focus his hearing to see exactly what the crowd was saying. He looked around quietly as he observed the seemingly unison voice of the crowd patently obviously against him. His face betrayed nothing, already knowing how the village felt about him, still felt about him. This only helped him remember the last conversation he had with the fox and, strangely so, Naruto could sympathize with the fox's prejudgment on humans. After all, they were prejudging him right now, right? Amongst the crowd, the genin looked around and were appalled at the sudden treatment. Hinata, in particular, looked saddened as her Byakugan could see Naruto's eyes as if he was standing right in front of her. She remembered the times when Naruto would be mistreated by the other teachers in the academy. How he would always take the blame, even though he was never to blame in the first place. Those scenes diminished in time and Hinata was surprised to see it coming to the surface once more. Yakumo looked saddened as well for her friend and remembered what Kurenai-sensei said about Naruto housing the very demon who was responsible for wrecking the village 13 years ago. It was thanks to this example and her friend's bravery that she learned to face and defeat her own demon. Like herself, Naruto's status as the fox's Jinchuriki was considered a top-level secret. The Jounin sensei wasn't much better either, as Asuma and Kakashi had frowned at the crowd because of their behavior towards Naruto. And while Anko felt for the kid, as she knew quite well being on the receiving end of the same crowd, it was Kurenai's reaction that was the most surprising. She felt anger, rage, and her fists trembled, wanting nothing but to shout to everyone to shut up immediately in defense of him. Imbeciles, the lot of them. How dare they? Anko saw her best friend lost in her ever-composure, mumbling curses at the crowd and grinning. And while she knew that Kurenai wouldn't stand out, no matter how much she wanted to, Anko had no qualms about doing it for her friend's sake. And so, she just stood out and screamed to the top of her lungs with her fist high up in the air. "Hey, you assholes, would you shut it already?" Anko's shout had the desired effect as Kurenai looked up in surprise at her best friend with a silent thank you. Everyone looked at the Tokubetsu Jounin in surprise, even Naruto down at the arena who was looking at both Anko and Kurenai and waved at them in appreciation. Asuma, Guy and Kakashi looked at the now sitting Anko who was crossing her arms and showing a full-out smile. Kurenai was smiling as well and looked at her best friend from the corner of her eye. Anko's outburst helped control some of the crowd, but the other sections still kept on their cheer for Naruto's opponent. And Neji felt this, figuring he could use it to his benefit. "It seems they don't care about you very much." Naruto then turned from looking at Kurenai to his opponent, who was smirking at him. "After all, fate has already declared I will be the winner of this match and the crowd seems to agree with me. Yeah, saying they don't care about me is an understatement and, quite frankly, I don't care about whatever it is that they have to say about me. None of them knows me to really say anything." After all, Naruto really had no interest in whatever those nameless faces thought of him. The Jounin sensei all smirked at his tenacity for openly sending a major middle finger to everyone. Kurenai and Anko looked at each other with a smile and they saw his centered visage. Hinata and Yakumo were smiling as well, just like the other genin and even some of the Chunin, mainly those who saw the kid kicking ass in the preliminaries. Naruto's words, though, were like a ton of bricks to the Hokage as he listened intently to Naruto's words. "It's enough for me that I have people I care about and that they care about me as well. Now, I'm quite interested in what you had said about fate. Didn't know you were fate's spokesperson, Neji." The Hyuga wasn't deterred, however, as he fell into position. "Let us exchange fists and you'll see what I'm talking about." As soon as Neji fell into the taijutsu stance and activated his Byakugan, the crowd cheered once more, in preparation for the fight. However, Naruto had the distinguished feeling that the people were cheering for the prized Hyuga. Well, not like he could do anything about that. The Nidaime's apprentice had a clean plan to execute, so that was all that mattered. As soon as Gunma authorized the match, Neji had barely moved his feet, when Naruto all but vanished from his sight in a blur of motion. The move alone left the crowd speechless as most of them weren't shinobi. Neji's eyes had followed the movement of chakra and was surprised when his opponent appeared 10 meters behind the usual position. As soon as Naruto created a safe enough distance, he unleashed a great horde of shuriken from the ceiling patch inside his holster and unleashed the projectiles straight at Neji's position. The Hyuga had quickly grabbed a kunai to defend himself from the projectiles, when he saw the opponent manifest hand seals. Up from the stands, Asuma smirked at his student for starting by the book against a Hyuga and using wind technique to boot. Futon Repushu, wind release, gale palm technique. The projectiles were propelled straight at Neji's position. His eyes managed to follow the speed of the projectiles, but when he tried to block with a kunai, the Hyuga genius was surprised to see his weapon almost breaking upon impact. Neji snarled at Naruto's plan. Despite him practicing with Tenten with projectiles, he had never seen weapons augmented by wind ninjutsu before. Naruto wasn't deterred, however, as he once more used Shunshin to appear in random locations, while repeating the same strategy. Neji was then kept on his toes, trying in vain to evade the fast and dangerous projectiles from hurting him, while at least attempting to redirect the shuriken, since blocking it would break his kunai in half. Each time the Hyuga attempted to use his agility to shorten the distance, Naruto would use this strategy from a different spot, rendering his movement useless. The cheers from the stands all quieted down as they could easily see the Kyuubi brat controlling the tides of the battle. Sasuke was seething close to Kiba as he activated his Sharingan. Despite the dojutsu following where Naruto is and even where he will be, those shuriken missiles were no joke. It was one thing to know where it will come from, but it was another thing entirely to evade and attack. Kurenai, Anko and Kakashi were looking intently at the strategy as Naruto appeared to have an endless supply of shuriken. Even Tenten, who was sitting close to Lee, gaped at the shuriken technique displayed by this Naruto. Neji was snarling in frustration as a couple of the weapons had managed to cause a couple of injuries on him. He cursed even more as Hinata's teammate was forcing him to show a move that he didn't want to show this early in the match. However, if he didn't do this, then Naruto's projectiles will eventually hit somewhere fatal. As such, no sooner had he evaded the last projectiles, Neji had fallen into a Hyuga stance that made Hayashi gape from the stands and Hinata's little sister Hanabi look at her father in curiosity. Hakushu Kaiten, 8 trigrams palm rotation. Naruto observed in surprise as Neji began to expel chakra through all of his tenketsu once, before spinning fast, forming a dome of blue chakra that blocked all of his projectiles. It was surprising because he had never seen Hinata do this before. His surprise was short-lived as he saw Neji stop spinning and use chakra on his feet to increase his speed and shorten the distance. The audience gasped as Neji soon stepped inside Naruto's defense and Neji himself used the Jukin in triumph as he targeted his opponent's Tenketsu. Naruto, though, waited at the precise last second to use a fast Shunshin as he knew his genjutsu wouldn't be the best alternative. Neji's fingers met with air, before he looked to his right as Naruto went through a single hand seal sequence more, before his chest inflated. Suetun Suedan no Jutsu, water release, water bullet technique. Neji didn't have time to be surprised at the second element being shown, before he was hit full in the chest and sent flying towards the arena wall like a missile. His back had hit the wall hard and he spit blood at the pain, before falling on the ground. From the stands, Kurenai admitted to being quite apprehensive when everyone saw Neji about to use Jukin on Naruto. However, she hid her apprehension well from most, but not from her best friend, who observed every bit of her mannerism when Naruto was concerned. It was indeed amusing. However, both women then turned to Kakashi as he was talking with the surprised Asuma. Asuma, did you know that Naruto's affinity for water is stronger than his winds? The smoking Jounin just grunted at his student once more for keeping things from him. At this point, Kakashi, I simply don't know anymore. Kurenai and Anko appeared lost during the discussion, so Kakashi explained. When we first saw him use elemental ninjutsu at Wave Country, all he had ever shown were wind techniques. To our knowledge, he had merely begun training in water techniques for a short while. Though, for the wind technique, he used a series of 5 hand seals. Do you know how many hand seals he used for this water technique just now? Kurenai then responded as she remembered only seeing him use the ram sign. Only 1. Kakashi hummed at Kurenai. Precisely, so his proficiency with water is surprisingly higher than with wind. And the speed in which he finished the technique show an affinity for water that is quite rare. Anko couldn't care less about that, however, as she was having too much fun. Yeah, the Gaki is really kicking ass right there. First the Uchiha prick at the preliminaries and now the Hyuga genius. The Genjutsu mistress, despite it all, couldn't be surprised as she shared Anko's enthusiasm. She was already past Asuma's chagrin of being deceived by Naruto and his so-called hidden projects. In reality, while a genin can turn to the Jounin sensei for training, it's not like learning skills on his own is forbidden and knowing Naruto like she does, or at least like she thinks she does, then Naruto must have many more skills available for him to use that no one knows. That only goes to show his tremendous potential in the future. And to believe that he was still due to use the toad summoning or even the kenjutsu he learned from Yugugo. Back at the arena, Neji had already stood up and wiped the blood from his mouth. His Byakugan was blazing mad and the veins on his forehead pulsed in pain at the amount of chakra he was pouring into his eyes. Never before had he been this outmatched in a fight. And as he focused on Naruto's chakra flow, Neji was even more pissed to see a steady flow and high capacity still passing through his tenketsu. What infuriated him even more was to see Naruto's dark blue eyes focused on him the entire time, without showing anything but his attention to the match. Naruto didn't appear smug or even looked at Neji in a condescending manner. His eyes and facial expression betrayed nothing and Neji found himself doubting his resolve at this point. The Hyugas from the stands all had different opinions right now. Hinata was actually not surprised that Naruto-kun was winning this as he had shown to be quite crafty at fighting at long, medium and short distances. Her concern was for her cousin's mental stability. Hayashi was frowning and mumbling constantly and Hanabi couldn't tell if she should focus on the match or her father's rather funny expressions. At the arena, Neji had once more attempted to fight at close range and was surprised to see that Naruto had let him get closer. As such, it began a battle of taijutsu, much to everyone's surprise. However, still Neji's Jukin strikes were being masterfully either evaded or redirected by Naruto's arms. Hinata beamed at seeing her senpai's expertise and she felt pride at herself for helping him train against the Jukin. Naruto keenly observed Neji's strikes, not only using his hands, but his legs as well, however he couldn't help but point out. You know, Hinata's strikes are much more troublesome to face than yours. That comment alone further irritated the Hyuga genius as the girl in question felt her face heating up at the praise and Yakumo giggled at her friend. Oh yes, how so? Neji was indeed struggling and managed to speak with a grunt. Your moves are faster and more aggressive, but your anger at me works against you. Hinata's moves are not directed by emotions, but rather as a means of counterattack and redirection. Hence why her Jukin style is more superior than the clan's standard style. That's why she managed to beat her sister and that's why she almost beat you at the preliminaries. At this point, Yakumo was on the verge of losing in her laughter as she saw Hinata mumbling for Naruto to stop praising her so much. Both of her hands were on her face and the bangs from her hair had cast a shadow over her forehead. The Hyuga patriarch had heard Naruto's explanation about the difference in style between Hinata and Neji and couldn't help but murmur in consideration, surprised to see this kid analyzing his clan's taijutsu. Niji at this point was livid and it showed in his stance. I'll show you the difference of skill between us. Hayashi this time opened his mouth in surprise as Niji had taken some distance and fell into a superior taijutsu stance for one of the Hyuga's main family techniques. As of right now, you're within the area of my 8 trigrams? Naruto took a step back at that as she observed Niji's chakra. He could feel most of his chakra being transferred to the legs and hands. Meaning that at this close range, Niji would be faster and more dangerous. However, it wouldn't make a difference in the end as it was time to finish this. Jukenho, Hakurokujianchu, Gentle Fist Art, 8 trigrams 64 palms. Like Naruto expected, Niji had soon closed the gap between them and Naruto could see Niji's fingers glowing in blue chakra. With a move that surprised Niji, Naruto had quickly summoned a ninjato just as he was about to initiate the strikes. 2 strikes, 4 strikes, 8 strikes, 16 strikes and finally 64 strikes that would seal of the opponent's chakra. However, the kenjutsu dance performed by Naruto right now made the Hyuga conscious about being within striking distance of the sword. And none of Niji's strikes ever managed to come close to become threatening. Kurenai and Anko looked at one another and smiled. Despite Yugugo's current hardship with losing Hayate, they believed that the purple-haired woman would have wanted to see her student's performance just now. You introduced him to Yugugo, didn't you, Kurenai? The genjutsu mistress smirked and nodded at Kakashi's reasonable assumption. Yeah, he did ask for a kenjutsu specialist. Yugugo happens to be the best one I know. The scarecrow Jounin snorted as he then looked at the arena to see Naruto stop evading Niji's technique and use superior agility to step inside Niji's defense and stop his sword inches from the Hyuga's jugular just like Naruto did against Sasuke before their mission to Wave Country. Well, it's safe to say that Naruto's promotion is all but certain at this point. Kurenai actually beamed at Kakashi's remark, remembering her conversation with Naruto in her apartment. He was well on his path to greatness, and she found herself desperately wanting to be a part of it. Down at the arena, Niji had his Byakugan activated, and he still looked down to see the sword about to slice his neck off with a bare move of Naruto's wrist. Winner of this match, Uzumaki Naruto? The Hyuga was surprised when the proctor approached the two with his hands inside his pockets, while chewing the toothpick. Face it, kid. You were outmatched from the start. And allowing him to kill a fellow shinobi just isn't my cup of tea. Naruto then resealed the sword back inside the seal where it came from and Gunma chuckled at the display, reminding himself of another genius blonde shinobi who used Fuinjutsu. The stadium was rock silent at this point as no one could have anticipated such a result. The betting pools had all indicated that Niji would mop the floor with Naruto. However, as the match progressed, those who placed their money on Niji became angry at seeing their sure bet evaporate. Still, the majority of the audience wanted to see a good match and as soon as Gunma announced the winner, they all cheered enthusiastically. Naruto had bowed to Gunma and then gave his back to Niji as the medics appeared to tend to his injuries. As soon as Naruto appeared in the genin box of competitors, he was met with different stares. Sakura, if possible, looked even more incredulous at what she would be up against if she passes her rounds. Temari and Kankuro both focused at him with concern as well as did Dosu. Gaara was glaring bloody murder at Naruto with a maniac smile on his face. And Shikamaru, well, the Nara heir just sighed in dismay at the troublesome blonde that is his teammate. Despite it all, Naruto accepted the praise from both Sakura and Shikamaru. You're up next, Shika. The pineapple-haired genin groaned and realized that his opponent was already down at the arena and the proctor was calling his name repeatedly. Shikamaru permitted himself a brief respite of thinking it would be best to simply throw in the match and be done with this troublesome endeavor. Up from the stands, Asuma was visibly concerned as he could practically hear his genin's complaints. And Kurenai chuckled at the man's misfortune. One of his genin hid things from him and the other lacked any form of drive whatsoever. Seriously, I'm glad that Hinata will remain a genin, cause right now she's the only one which is normal. Eventually, Shikamaru sighed and jumped from the genin stand down the arena as he then observed the girl Temari using her battle fan as a pole to rest in. In the end, this second fight turned out to be quite distinct from the energetic first match. While Temari used her battle fan to create a stronger wide-ranged attack, but all it ever did was cause an uncontrolled wind typhoon that would slash the trees that Shikamaru used to hide in. Shikamaru, in return, focused on his shadow manipulation, but keeping his distance from the sand kunoichi. In the end, Shikamaru had managed to secure a plan of 6 moves to trap Temari in his shadow possession technique, much to the blonde woman's groan at being caught. Though, when Shikamaru had the match in his hand and much to everyone's surprise, save for those who actually knew him, he ended up forfeiting his match over the excuse of being out of chakra. To that, his team and even those who knew him best had mixed feelings. Hinata couldn't help but smile at her lazy teammate just like Choji who was sitting next to Ino. The Yamanaka woman was screaming bloody murder at her friend for what he did. Asuma chuckled in the end, despite wanting the kid to grow some backbone and finish the match. And Naruto, well, Naruto's eyebrow twitches uncontrollably. But nothing topped Temari's outburst right now as the woman was pissed. How dare you, imbecile, look down on me, how dare you quit on me? She was livid right now. Much to everyone's humor, Temari's hands grabbed Shikamaru's fishnet shirt collar and shook him vigorously. The Nara, for his part, just sighed as his head was shaken by this troublesome woman. Well, it was a known fact that all Nara men were whipped. As amusing as this show is, I shall call the next match, so please vacate the arena. Temari looked at the toothpick Jounin and cursed, before leaving Shikamaru alone with Gunma. Ah, troublesome woman. Gunma had truly heard some rumors about how the Jounin commander married with his wife, now he knew. Next fight was Kankuro from Sand vs Shino from the Leaf, though everyone was surprised and rather suspicious when Kankuro had simply withdrawn from his match. The observative Aburame just adjusted his glasses as he focused on his opponent, while Shikamaru openly complained that he should have done the same thing, much to Naruto's irritation. Well, next up was Sakura's fight against Dosu. The hunched Sound Genin, upon seeing the pink-haired girl, just smirked, before turning to taunt his opponent. Care for a repeat of what happened in the second phase, girl? Sakura just snarled at him, remembering at the time how useless she felt back then when he used that sound gauntlet on his arm. Her eardrums started bleeding and Sakura felt an immeasurable headache. It's not going to be like that, I assure you. Dosu smiled at the comeback or lack thereof. Well, we shall see. Proctor, start the match. Gunma frowned at this Genin for daring to order him around, before looking at the pink-haired Genin who nodded back at him. Dosu quickly ran toward Sakura with his metal gauntlet ready. Sakura stood her guard waiting for the frontal assault and immediately blocked the punch. Dosu soon smirked in triumph as he emitted a powerful sound wave from his metal gauntlet. The sound waves alone would once more pierce her eardrums and make her useless in this fight. However, much to his surprise, Sakura wasn't perturbed in the slightest. Frowning at his attack not working, Dosu then focused more chakra through his metal gauntlet and once more used taijutsu in combination with the gauntlet. Once more, Sakura blocked the attack and Dosu used his chakra to manipulate the sound waves. Still, the same result happened, but this time, instead of just defending, Sakura had turned to taijutsu and kept Dosu on his toes. While the girl couldn't be called a threat in taijutsu, she was by no means a novice in the area. She managed to land a couple of punches and kicks on Dosu, until one kick was blocked by the metal gauntlet and Dosu used the sound waves once more with the same end result. How are you not deaf by now, little girl? Sakura smirked at his opponent, taking this long to figure out. I remember your technique being quite a pain to deal with. You target the opponent's eardrums to then disorientate me. Because I know your target, I can manipulate my chakra towards that specific area to block your sound waves. Dosu narrowed his eyebrows at that. That goes against his ultimate weapon's edge, though to see an opponent use chakra to protect her eardrums was quite impressive. Sakura didn't allow her opponent to come up with something to use, so she went through hand seals and slammed both hands on the ground. Doton Tsuchi Nami, Earth Release, Earth Wave Technique. Dosu was caught by surprise as he felt the ground move akin to waves, forcing him to lose his footing. Sakura had added her elemental supplementary attack with a great barrage of shuriken. Dosu managed to block a few with his metal gauntlet, but most of the projectiles met flesh and Dosu cursed at the pain of his body being pierced multiple times. He later observed as Sakura made more hand seals and multiplied herself in 5 bunchins. Because Dosu was having trouble keeping still, he was ill-equipped to handle the surprise attack. He later observed the first 4 replicas attack him in different places and disoriented his position. The last one was the real Sakura. Catching the Sound Genin by surprise, Sakura used surprising agility augmented by her perfect chakra control and got inside Dosu's defense. Sakura then prepared her arm backwards and screamed at the top of her lungs. This is revenge for the Forest of Death. Shinaro. The almighty punch hit Dosu's nose with such tremendous noise that echoed throughout the entire stadium, before the Sound Genin was catapulted straight to the stadium walls. He was unconscious even before hitting the wall hard. Sakura has improved quite a lot, Kakashi. It's nice to see that the Kunoichi are not falling behind in this new generation. Kurenai was also thrilled to see another prospective ninja in this generation using genjutsu. She wanted to impress him. The sensei's proud smile was visible in the scarecrow Jounin as the other Jounin looked at him in wonder. Anko and Kurenai were at a loss, but Asuma smiled knowingly. Ever since Naruto first taught her the more advanced chakra control exercises, he had also helped a great deal with her taijutsu. It's funny how Sakura calls Naruto her senpai, even though they are the same age. She really looks up to him and wants to impress him. As a sensei, Kurenai couldn't be prouder to hear this. She heard bits and pieces about Naruto helping Sakura on occasion, mainly from Hinata. Naruto, for his part, chuckled at seeing Sakura proudly celebrate her victory with her fist raised up in the air. He always knew her chakra control were better than his own. Despite him training in chakra control exercises for longer, Sakura was a natural, finishing exercises with half the time and half the effort that Naruto needed. He had no doubt that Sakura would make a fine Chunin as well. Not to mention that she was already using elemental ninjutsu as well. Sakura then bounced back inside the genin box and quickly approached him. "Naruto-senpai, did you see that? I beat him?" Naruto had shown her a full-out smile and even showed a thumbs up. "Congratulations, Sakura. I was surprised to see you using Doton. How long have you been hiding that from me in our training?" Sakura was still smiling and even more thrilled for the praise. "Oh no. Kakashi-sensei tested my chakra affinity when we started training. After that, he taught me earth chakra manipulation and even taught me some techniques." Naruto really was not surprised that the girl managed that in only 1 month. "Well, color me impressed. Your chakra control is indeed outstanding." Back at the arena, Gunma just stood there nonchalant like he is prone to be most of the time. The crowd was cheering loud at the fight so far and even he was getting pumped as well. The next round would start in about 10 minutes, thus allowing the audience to stand up, buy something and come back. Also, it worked for the genin to recover somewhat. Still, the Jounin proctor looked at the chart he had of the tournament matches and smiled. Next match would be Naruto versus Temari. Seeing the kid in action once more would be quite fun to see. Okay, the interval is now over. Will Uzumaki Naruto of the Leaf and Sabaku no Temari of the Sand please join the arena? The mention of both names made the audience pumped and Naruto couldn't help but snort at them for the sudden change of heart. Once both blonde shinobi stood face to face, the Sand Kunoichi smirked confidently at her odds. "I trust you won't do the same as your idiotic teammate did just now." Naruto deflated at her first words. He was indeed taking responsibility for Shikamaru's laziness. But then again, Naruto wasn't about to accept an enemy criticizing his friend. "Oh, I'm still embarrassed that he did that," instead of defeating his opponent. "If it was me, you'd be on the way to the infirmary by now." Temari couldn't help but take a step back by the casual way he had spoken just now. She felt the weight of his threat as well as the notion that it was not an empty threat. Despite it all, the Kunoichi felt her blood pump at the matchup. Kankuro, from the genin box, thought his sister was crazy, based on what was going to happen soon. The audience suddenly grew quiet in dire anticipation as the wind picked up between the two blondes. Naruto couldn't help but smile at his opponent's attempt just now. Well, if she wanted to measure who had the stronger wind, then he would be happy to oblige her. No sooner had Gunma authorized the fight, Temari opened all 3 moons of her battle fan and Naruto went through a sequence of hand seals, much to Asuma's chuckle up in the stands. Futon Kamaitashi, wind release, sickle weasel. Futon Daitapa, wind release, great breakthrough. Everyone in the entire stadium stood up from their seats in awe at the sudden hurricane that gathered from the two attacks, meeting head-on. Even Gunma had to escape the hell away from these two, or else he would be hit by the concussive force. Temari snarled at seeing her opponent perform a powerful wind technique like that without needing a fan like she did. However, she was not about to lose a match between winds. The Nara beat her by capturing her with his shadow, but this time they were fighting using her favorite technique head-on, no subterfuge, no foul play. Just plain old technique and element. So, she powered through, focusing a great majority of her chakra. However, that only served to anger her as Naruto didn't look winded at all, only completely focused on what he was doing. Her trained eyes soon saw him make more hand seals and knew that she needed to stop the wind current. With this much gale force, an expert wind user could use it to fabricate enough wind swords to slice her up completely. As such, she stopped her technique and soon created a good distance, before throwing a good number of shuriken at Naruto, who dodged it. With the same evasion movement and showing great multitasking, Naruto had summoned enough projectiles to hurl at Temari. The Kunoichi was caught by surprise and had to use her wind jutsu to block the projectiles. Naruto, then, used agility to shorten the distance between them and Temari had once more reverted to her strategy of keeping him away. Constantly hurling wind gales with her fan, she grew frustrated as none of her attacks landed a hit. Naruto was using evasion techniques with no clear pattern and Temari once more kept going. She was soon fed up with hitting nothing but air and gathered as much of her remaining chakra as possible for one last technique. Performing a backflip in the air, Temari then swung her fan with as much strength as she could muster. Futon Okametachi, wind release, great sickle weasel. From her fan, a terrific gale force surged, and Naruto had stopped moving instantly, as he had taken the huge hurricane into account. The entire audience, at this point, was having trouble hanging on the edges of their seats at this fantastic ninjutsu display. The genin were in awe at what Naruto was displaying in these exams, as most had never seen him displaying such power before, not even Shikamaru and Hinata, and they were his teammates. Hinata, in particular, became afraid about Temari's technique now, as it looked like Naruto would be caught head-on by those ferocious and dangerous winds. Naruto, for his part, admitted to being surprised at the strength behind Temari's attack right now. Thinking quickly, Naruto went through a quick series of hand seals and used the water bullet technique aimed towards the ground. The water torrent helped propel his position far away from the wind blasts, but the trees behind him all suffered the worst fate, being sliced into multiple pieces. Temari saw the movement and snarled. She kneeled on the ground panting for breath. Naruto took advantage of that and charged with his sword in tow. "Temari, look out!" Kankuro shouted, and the girl looked in surprise as the sword glowed with wind chakra just as Naruto jumped up in the air to deliver a vertical slash with the promise of killing her, slicing her in two. Positioning her fan in a desperate move to stop the attack, Temari's eyes widened to impossible proportions as her fan was cleanly sliced in two before her very eyes. So surprised was she that it took her a few seconds to realize the sudden pain on her forehead from Naruto's technique. A thin line of her blood was noticeable, and Temari had kneeled on the ground terrified at the realization. By the strength of her opponent's sword strike, Naruto could have easily sliced her in half if he so wanted, just like he did with her fan. Her eyes trembled as they met with Naruto's ice blue ones looking down at her. "If it was me, you'd be on the way to the infirmary by now," his boastful words before the fight came surging as Temari was frozen on the spot. Right now, she was at his mercy, and that frightened her. To believe that another could make her feel like this, just like him. "Perhaps you should go and check that wound, Temari-san." And just like that, the threat to her life subsided and Naruto retrieved the sword. She was so shocked that she didn't even hear Gunma's words declaring Naruto the winner. And as the medic Nin approached, she found that her legs were having trouble sustaining her body. The crowd then roared in cheers at the fight just now. The Sandaime Hokage saw Naruto calmly walking away from the arena with a smile. In his keen eyes, Naruto had earned the promotion in this very fight when he used a water ninjutsu to help him escape Temari's technique. Using brute force pumping chakra in a technique isn't what's required of a Chunin, but rather cunningness and technique. To this day, Hiruzen has trouble understanding Naruto's sudden exponential growth. "A fine Chunin candidate you have there, Hokage Dano." Hiruzen looked at his fellow Kage and smiled, not wanting to reveal his own surprise at Naruto's skills. "Indeed, Naruto-kun is one of Konoha's pride, Kazekage Dano. Your daughter has also shown great skill in wind ninjutsu. Yes, now I can't wait to see how young Naruto-kun fares against Gaara, should he reach the finals." Hiruzen smiled, wanting to see that as well. Back in the arena, now was Sakura's fight against Shino. Unfortunately, for Sakura, she had used too much chakra in her fight against Dosu, and Shino managed to win his fight by using his bugs to suck the last of Sakura's chakra. The last fight to decide who would face Gaara of the Sand in the finals was waged between Naruto and Shino. But Shino didn't have many tools to use against the powerhouse known as Uzumaki Naruto. Shino had even attempted to use his bugs, but Naruto took quick care of those using an exploding tag attached to a kunai. The damage to Shino's hive was too much for the Aburame, and Shino later forfeited the match. The Uzumaki Genin had even apologized for his actions, but Shino dismissed any need, before leaving the arena. "Okay, now will Gaara of the Sand join us in the arena as we move on with the final match of the Chunin exams?" Seconds before Gunma announced the final match, the crowd went mad in even more anticipation. Naruto observed as Gaara's body turned into sand from the Genin box and then appeared in front of him. The final standoff began as both finalists stared at each other.